Chapter 1423. The Rock Tribe. Yin Chuan asked solemnly, "Don't worry. Since the Rock Tribe knows who you are, they won't stop you from developing. After all, the more powerful you are, the more you'll belong to Jiangshun when they take over your body." Huh? Yin Shi laughed disdainfully. Yin Chuan's expression grew more serious. "All right, let's begin. Let me strengthen you," Yin Shi said, shaking his head. "Roar." Yin Chuan roared and opened his mouth to devour Yin Shi. At this moment, Yin Chuan did not resist and allowed Yin Chuan to devour him. Boom! Yin Shi was swallowed by Yin Chuan. Yin Shi knew he was going to die, so he didn't resist. The power of Jiangshun's body surged into Yin Chuan's body. Rumble! Corpse chi surged around Yin Chuan. The world-suppressing bronze coffin was put away. The world lit up again, but there was still corpse chi in the center. As he refined Yin Shi, Yin Chuan felt his body change. His entire body seemed to have become denser. There was a sudden tremor on his back. Crack! 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 The skin on his back split open. Gradually, a pair of huge red wings emerged. Boom! They were the same dragon bone wings, but this time they were scarlet. Boom! Evil energy spread out in all directions. The entire sea suddenly sank. Roar! Yin Chuan let out a long roar. Under the roar, there seemed to be a sound of pain. The time it took for an incense stick to burn past. Boom! Yin Chuan's body made a muffled sound. An even more ferocious energy spread out. The 13th heaven. Within the corpse chi, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Yin Chuan sucked in a deep breath. The surrounding black chi was sucked into his mouth. Above the sea, the human-shaped explosive beast looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Yin Chuan now had 2 pairs of dragon bone wings on his back, one black and one red, making him look extremely ferocious. Buzz! With a shake of his body, Yin Chuan gradually returned to his human form. "Congratulations, Yin Di," the humanoid explosive beast exclaimed. The humanoid explosive beast could feel that despise had disappeared, and Yin Chuan seemed to have undergone a transformation. "Same to you, explosive beast kings." Yin Chuan smiled. As Yin Chuan's strength increased, the explosive beast king's strength also soared to the 15th level of the celestial plane. Exploding beast kings. You must have seen what happened at the EC today. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes. The explosive beast king nodded. "Your Excellency's theurgy is too miraculous. You have attracted the attention of many people. Those who dare to provoke you are all peerless experts. The former Golden Sovereign is despised today. I wonder which great emperor will be in the future. You have a good relationship with the great Jin country. Today, I invite you to join the great Jin country. As the Legion Commander, I sincerely invite the explosive beast king," Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Legion Commander?" The explosive beast king looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. In the end, it shook its head and said, "Sorry. It's okay. I was just making a suggestion. Our alliance is still in place. If you change your mind, just let me know," Yin Chuan said. "Okay." The explosive beast king nodded. Just as Yin Chuan was about to leave, rumble! The sky, which had just cleared up, darkened once again. For a moment, the black gas covered the sky, and the entire East Sea was shrouded in darkness. Yin Chuan and the explosive beast king narrowed their eyes. Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless heavenly demons appeared in the void. The moment the heavenly demons appeared, they immediately flew around the entire East Sea. Rumble! More and more heavenly demons appeared. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan and the explosive beast king were surrounded. The Rock Tribe. Yin Chuan swallowed the world of contempt. Pan Gung asked, "I didn't expect this, but it's good." Pan Ding shook his head. "Yes. I'm looking forward to the day when Allah returns." Pan Gung nodded. So many heavenly demons? The heavenly demon realm is open? So soon? Is the Snake Tribe going to meddle in the affairs of the world? The Snake Tribe? Fushi? Pan Ding frowned. Above the East Sea, the heavenly demons swept toward Yin Chuan and the explosive beast king. The two of them glared at the heavenly demons and forced them to retreat. The person who sealed you is finally coming out, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The explosive beast king glared at him with murderous intent. The two of them quickly looked around in the heavenly demons. Finally, after half an hour, a white figure appeared in front of them. It was a woman in white with a veil over her face. She carried a guqin on her back and slowly appeared. Rong Rong? Yin Chuan's eyes widened as he recognized her immediately. In the distance, surrounded by the heavenly demons, was Meng Rongrong, the sister of Meng Wenruo, the great Zhen army's commander. Yin Chuan? Meng Rongrong was taken aback. The explosive beast king was looking at Meng Rongrong with murderous intent, but when it heard Yin Chuan, it raised an eyebrow. You know each other? Meng Rongrong waved her hand. Boom! The heavenly demons retreated behind Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong stepped forward and approached him. They had not seen each other for years. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong tenderly. Meng Rongrong looked at him tenderly as well. Only the explosive beast king was still in shock. After all, the explosive beast king could not tell if Yin Chuan was an ally or an enemy. How have you been all these years? Yin Chuan asked gently. I became Fushi's disciple, and he taught me the way of the guqin. Meng Rongrong said gently. The two of them were talking in a soft voice. The exploding beast king looked even more upset. Yin Chuan, you know her? What's she doing here? The explosive beast king shouted. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan and then at the explosive beast king. I'm here to take you to my master. Oh, he's the one who sealed me? He's the one who sealed all the explosive beasts? The explosive beast king asked. Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. Ha 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 ha, good. Very good. Yin Chuan, what do you say now? The explosive beast king looked at Yin Chuan with an angry smile. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, I have to go back. I have to bring the explosive beast kings back. You still want to go back? Yin Chuan frowned. Yes. There are some things that I can't tell you now. I'll tell you later. Okay? Meng Rongrong said. Later? Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. I'm going back with the explosive beast kings. Don't stop me. Meng Rongrong said gently. Yin Chuan, are you going to break your promise? The explosive beast king shouted. Yin Chuan had promised to help the explosive beast kings stop all the enemies. However, the enemies were here. If he didn't help the explosive beast kings, he would be breaking his promise. But Meng Rongrong was also begging him. Yin Chuan looked at the two of them. For a moment, he felt bitter. Don't worry, Meng Rongrong suddenly said. What? Yin Chuan was confused. Let me play a song. If the explosive beast kings are willing to go with me, don't stop them. If they don't want to, I won't force them. I'll leave right away. Meng Rongrong said. Oh, Yin Chuan was surprised. Ha, girl, are you kidding? I'll go with you just because you play a song? The explosive beast kings didn't believe her. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan expectantly. Yin Chuan would have vetoed the idea if it had been someone else. No matter what, the great Jin dynasty was determined to get the explosive beast king. There was no room for any accidents during the competition. But this person was Meng Rongrong. Maybe my master told me to come because he knew about our relationship. Please believe me. I will never do anything to harm you. Meng Rongrong said gently. Looking at Meng Rongrong's hopeful eyes, Yin Chuan's heart softened and he nodded. Yin Chuan, what's the meaning of this? The explosive beast kings asked. Exploding beast king, Rongrong is my fiancée. I don't think it's a big deal to listen to a song from her. If you don't want to leave with her after the song, no one will be able to take you away. Not even Fushi will be able to help you. Yin Chuan promised. The explosive beast kings felt strange. After a moment of silence, they nodded. Meng Rongrong sat down and took out the guqin from her back. She looked at the explosive beast kings and said, Fushi's guqin is called Fate. Fate? Ding, ding, ding. Meng Rongrong suddenly played the guqin. For a moment, hundreds of millions of heavenly demons flew around in fear. They scattered and tried to escape. However, they couldn't get out of Meng Rongrong's range. Once they did, they would run back. Hundreds of millions of heavenly demons ran around in a panic. Yin Chuan and the explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes to feel the music. Yin Chuan's thoughts were suddenly stirred by the music. Wow, wow. It's born. It's a boy. It's a boy. Finally, I have a son. Bai. Bai. What are you shouting for? You'll scare little Bai. Grandpa. Dad and Mom said they would bring me delicious food. Why aren't they back yet? Grandpa, I want to learn the life-usurping derivation technique. That way, I won't end up like Dad and Mom. From now on, my name is Blue. From now on, my name is Ing. Scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind. There were many scenes that Yin Chuan thought he had forgotten. However, at this moment, he recalled them in detail. Yin Chuan was so touched that tears rolled down his cheeks. The music was moving. On the other hand, the explosive Beast Kings didn't seem to be listening to the memories. The explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes in fear. After a while, the explosive Beast Kings began to tremble. Ding! The music stopped. The hundreds of millions of heavenly devils who were flying around in fear also stopped abruptly. Sweat appeared on Meng Rongrong's forehead. What did you see in fate? Meng Rongrong asked. The past. Yin Chuan opened his eyes. The future. The explosive Beast Kings said in fear. The future? Yin Chuan looked at the explosive Beast Kings in surprise. Why didn't he see it? Meng Rongrong smiled. It's just as Master said. Mythical beasts can see things in fate that others can't. Explosive Beast Kings, you saw the future. Are you still willing to come with me? Let's go. I want to go with you to see Fuxi. Let's go now. The explosive Beast Kings shouted. What? Yin Chuan stared at the explosive Beast Kings in shock. Wasn't this attitude change a little too fast? Chapter 1424. Explosive Beast King. Yin Chuan frowned. How could he change his tone in the blink of an eye? Yindi, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Let's part ways here. Maybe I'll come back in the future. The explosive Beast King said. All right, I'll keep the East Sea for you. Yin Chuan nodded. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan apologetically. After all, Meng Rongrong wasn't stupid. She could tell that Yin Chuan wanted to tame the explosive Beast King, but she had ruined it. Yin Chuan, I'm sorry, Meng Rongrong said guiltily. Don't blame yourself. It's a blessing that the explosive Beast King is here, but it's not necessary. Also, I trust you. Yin Chuan said gently. Okay. Meng Rongrong nodded firmly. Meng Rongrong took out a jade talisman in the shape of 8 trigrams. Master has divined until today, telling me to give this to you, saying that you might be able to use it. Meng Rongrong said, Oh, this is a teleportation jade talisman. When you crush it, it can wrap everything within 100 feet of you in a ball of light and send you to the edge of the heavenly demon realm. You'll be sent back in 15 minutes. Meng Rongrong said, Oh, Yin Chuan took the 8 trigrams jade talisman. That's what Master said. Meng Rongrong explained. Fuxi knows what I'm going to do. Yin Chuan asked. Master's life-stealing technique can predict the future. Meng Rongrong said. Impossible. The future is always changing. How can he predict it? I don't know. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Yin Chuan nodded. Boom. Behind him, the billowing heavenly devils were like a whale sucking in water. They were sucked into a huge hole and quickly entered the heavenly devil world. Master is calling us. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with worry. Are we leaving or not? The explosive Beast King asked anxiously. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan reluctantly. I will be back, Meng Rongrong said firmly. Then he stepped into the hole with the explosive Beast King. Rumble. The surging heavenly devils all entered. Who? The opening closed, and the East Sea suddenly became empty. It was as if nothing had happened. Yin Chuan looked at the place where Meng Rongrong had disappeared. He was silent for a long time before he turned around and headed back to the office. When zombie Yin Chuan returned to the imperial court, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. After refining despise, his Jianshan body had grown even stronger. Yin Chuan wanted to get used to this feeling as soon as possible. 2 years later, in the underworld's inner south continent, Big Dipper Palace. Outside the Big Dipper Palace, there was a group of humanoid monsters wearing black robes. They all had the heads of crickets, and they gave off an evil aura. Ming Tianhan walked through the group of monsters and entered the Big Dipper Palace. Within the Big Dipper Palace, Big Dipper was discussing something with a few of his monster subordinates. Ming Tianhan? Big Dipper looked at Ming Tianhan. Big Dipper, it's almost done. The inner South Continent has been completely taken over. The imperial capital of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court has also been moved to a territory near the outer East Continent. It's only an ocean away from the Great Qin City. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Good, good. Big Dipper said excitedly. That's all I can do. You'll have to rely on yourself to fight Yin Chuan in the East Sea. Ming Tianhan said with a frown. Ha ha. Ming Tianhan, don't worry. With the power of your continent, Yin Chuan won't be able to reverse the situation. You've done well this time, very well. Big Dipper said with a smile. Your business is my business. However, after this, please put in a few good words for me in front of the Lotus Goddess. Ming Tianhan said with a smile. Of course. Fortunately, the Nether King was chased away. Otherwise, who knows how many problems that bastard would find with me. Oomph. Big Dipper said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan smiled but didn't reply. Children, follow me. Prepare to destroy the Great Qin Heavenly Court. Big Dipper suddenly shouted. Roar. The group of cricket-headed monsters replied. Boom. The group of about 300 people soared into the sky and flew towards the northeast corner of the inner South Continent. After a few days, the group arrived at a huge city. Above the city, the sea of fate clouds churned. Heavenly Dragon Vein Power. Big Dipper shouted. Roar! Roar! On the ground, dragon roars resounded as the power of the Heavenly Dragon Vein surged and entered Big Dipper's body. Boom! 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 Most of the Heavenly Dragon Vein power entered Big Dipper's body, but some of it entered his subordinates, the cricket-headed monsters. Boom! The 300 monsters were surrounded by evil aura, dyeing the surroundings of the city black. So powerful, Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Ha ha ha, these are the elites of my tribe. After absorbing the power of the Heavenly Dragon Vein, each of them is at least at the 12th heavenly layer. There's even one at the 14th heavenly layer. Big Dipper said confidently. The great evil world is indeed extraordinary. A single tribe has so many experts? Ming Tianhan exclaimed. Big Dipper nodded proudly. Let's begin, Big Dipper said. Ming Tianhan's face turned solemn as he suddenly shouted, Citizens of the Great Xingtian Court, listen up. Today is a big day in the Great Xingtian Court. I need you to raise your right hand and help me. Roar. Above the Sea of Providence, Ming Tianhan's statue suddenly roared. Boom. His voice spread throughout the Great Xingtian Court. The entire inner South Continent was filled with Ming Tianhan's voice. Countless citizens looked at the sky in shock. Although the Great Xingtian Court had only moved to the inner South Continent not long ago, it had already taken root. Many citizens quickly raised their right hand. Surging energy gathered toward the Golden Dragon of Providence. Boom! The surging energy was like a golden river as it poured into the Golden Dragon of Providence. The Golden Dragon of Providence roared and swooped down as if it wanted to merge with Ming Tianhan. Ha ha ha! Big Dipper laughed loudly. Change! Boom! Big Dipper's body suddenly turned into a dragon and charged toward the Golden Dragon of Providence. Boom! The two merged into one. Big Dipper transformed into the Golden Dragon and absorbed the power of the entire city. Under his aura, all the citizens in the city were forced to kneel down. The Golden Dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the underworld. At this moment, the entire underworld was filled with this dragon's roar. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Emperor Rosefinch walked to the entrance of the Rosefinch Palace and looked in the direction of the dragon's roar. Outer West Continent. At the entrance of a palace, a white-clothed man frowned as he looked to the east. Outer North Continent. At the entrance of Chujiang Palace, Nether River Patriarch looked at the golden dragon with interest. At the entrance of another territory in the outer North Continent, a skinny old man with a long beard also looked at the golden dragon with a bright light in his eyes. At this moment, the powerful golden dragon became the hope of the entire world. Good. Ming Tianhe, many thanks. Big Dipper laughed. Ming Tianhe nodded. Children, follow me to the great Qin city. Big Dipper laughed. Roar! The 300 monsters roared. Boom! The golden dragon flung its body and led the 300 subordinates towards the distant myriad ghost domain. In the blink of an eye, the group disappeared. Ming Tianhe stood at the top of a plaza and watched Big Dipper's group leave. Sejong walked behind him. Transcendence, immortality, and shape-shifting, Yang said in a low voice. Ming Tianhe nodded. Is everything prepared? There's nothing to prepare. You're the main person. Yang smiled. Ming Tianhe nodded. Rumble. The golden dragon's aura was vast and mighty as it quickly charged into the myriad ghost domain. It headed straight for the great Qin city. At this moment, the myriad ghost domain was in an uproar. Everyone knew that someone had come to pick a fight. At the entrance of the Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Ha! Big Dipper? He's going to cause trouble for Yin Chuan? Emperor Rosefinch's eyes suddenly lit up as he laughed. Stepping forward, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor wanted to go over again. After all, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor had always been looking forward to seeing Yin Chuan suffer a calamity. However, just as he took a step forward, he recalled the last time and instantly stopped. Emperor Qing Long hadn't invited him last time, and Big Dipper hadn't invited him this time either. If he went, he would lose face. Emperor Rosefinch stared at the great Qin city expectantly. Roar! A dragon's roar could be heard. Big Dipper led his 300 subordinates and arrived outside the great Qin city. Boom! Billowing winds blew, but the great Qin city seemed to have been prepared and all the formations were activated. Zombie Yin Chuan led his subordinates out of the central palace and stood in the plaza, coldly looking at Big Dipper. Big Dipper? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Ha. Yin Chuan, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Big Dipper laughed. We don't have any great enmity with you, right? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No great enmity? You got the Snake Emperor to trick me, and you conspired with Emperor Qing Long to trick me out of my sort of force. This enmity is irreconcilable. Moreover, you've offended His Majesty again and again. Killing you is a great merit, and I can take back my sword of force, Big Dipper said in a low voice. If you didn't target us, would you have fallen for it? Moreover, you've already missed the best opportunity, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Big Dipper frowned in the form of a golden dragon. We don't understand. Transcendents are already immortal, so why are you still bullying the weak and fearing the strong? You can't be killed, so what are you afraid of? You could have come to the Great Jin Nation to cause trouble in the past, but you waited for the Great Jin Nation to grow stronger. Don't you think it's too late for you to come now? Perhaps you're someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong deep in your bones. Yin Chuan said. How bold? Big Dipper said coldly. The bold one is you, Big Dipper. The first world is not suitable for you. You should return to the Lotus God's side, Yin Chuan said. At the same time, in the great Qing Heavenly Court's capital, Ming Tianhe looked at the clouds of providence and took a deep breath. Citizens of the great Qing Heavenly Court, listen up. We have something important to announce. Ming Tianhe yelled at the sky. Although there was no golden dragon of providence, everyone in the world heard it through the Providence Cloud Sea. Even Big Dipper was stunned. What is Ming Tianhe trying to do? Big Dipper's expression changed. Big Dipper seemed to realize that something was wrong. We, Ming Tianhe, are called Fu Su. We are the son of Yin Chuan of the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court is the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I, Fu Su, will enter the Great Jin Nation and serve Yin Chuan as Emperor and Yin Chuan as Father. The Inner South Continent will belong to the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the sky. Boom! The surging Providence cloud sea suddenly collapsed, and boundless Providence surged towards the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Chapter 1425. This emperor, Ming Tianhan, is called Fu Su. I am the son of Yin Chuan of the Great Zhen Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court is the Great Zhen Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I, Fu Su, will enter the Great Zhen Heavenly Court and worship Yin Chuan as the emperor and Yin Chuan as my father. The inner South Continent is now the territory of the Great Zhen Heavenly Court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the heavens. Boom! The surging Providence clouds suddenly collapsed, and boundless Providence surged toward the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Rosefinch Heavenly Realm. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Ming Tianhan in shock. Fu Su, how did this happen? That young Master Fu Su who appears once every 100 years? Someone behind Emperor Rosefinch said in shock. Outer North Continent. Chujiang Palace. Ha. As expected, I knew it wouldn't be so boring. Patriarch Nether River laughed. Inner South Continent. Countless citizens were confused. What was going on? How did the Celestial the Arch suddenly become Fu Su? Didn't the Great Qing Heavenly Court have a huge grudge against the Great Zhen Heavenly Court? How did the Celestial the Arch suddenly become Yin Chuan's son? Countless citizens were stunned, especially the citizens in the capital. Many people didn't want to believe it, but boundless providence flowed toward the Great Zhen Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court disappeared. Boom! The heaven and earth altar under Ming Tianhan's feet suddenly exploded. If the Celestial the Arch was gone, the Celestial Thearcha's altar would also be gone. After Ming Tianhan announced this, he let out a long sigh as if his wish had been fulfilled. At this moment, Tiangang was completely stunned. Tiangang's aura was overbearing as he gathered the strength of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court and prepared to kill Yin Chuan. However, as soon as Ming Tianhan finished speaking, the golden dragon around him seemed to deflate. It turned into streaks of golden light and surged into the Great Zhen Heavenly Court's providence clouds. Boundless power surged toward Yin Chuan from all directions. No, Ming Tianhan, you lied to me? Tiangang shouted in despair. Yin Chuan's son? How is this possible? Having learned his lesson from the Snake Emperor, Big Dipper had put in a lot of effort into gathering information on Yin Chuan. He hadn't contacted Ming Tianhan at all. He had misjudged the Snake Emperor, and he thought that Ming Tianhan would not misjudge him again. However, in the end, Ming Tianhan was even more exaggerated. Yin Chuan's son? Surging power surged into the Zhen's providence cloud. People of the world, raise your right hands and borrow my strength to fight against the Nirvana-level experts. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of great accomplishment let out a heaven-shaking roar. As it roared, Yin Chuan's voice spread across the outer East Continent. Countless citizens quickly raised their right hands. Rumble. Surging energy rushed towards Yin Chuan and entered Yin Chuan's body in the blink of an eye. This was not only the power to rule the world, but also the power to punish the world. As the providence flowed into the Zhen, all of Big Dipper's power quickly flowed into Yin Chuan's body. Surging energy surged. Yin Chuan didn't transform, but his aura was already surging. The power of the two continents, the outer East Continent and the inner South Continent, surged. Yin Chuan was unprecedentedly powerful. He slowly stepped out of the central palace and flew into the sky, looking coldly at Big Dipper. People of great accomplishment, I have something to announce. Fu Su will be the first crown prince of the heavenly court. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! His voice spread across the two continents. The citizens of the outer East Continent were shocked. Crown Prince? Fu Su. As for the citizens of the outer South Continent, they had completely given up. Indeed, Ming Tianhan was Yin Chuan's son. Why is it like this? Don't Yin Chuan and Ming Tianhan have a feud? Emperor Rosefinch stood in Rosefinch's heavenly realm, unwilling to accept this. Everything had changed too quickly. The angriest person was Big Dipper. This sudden change told Big Dipper that he had completely messed up the Lotus God's plan. The inner South Continent was going to be used by the great evil world, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Was his vision really that bad? No, he had been tricked by Yin Chuan and Ming Tianhan. Ming Tianhan, Yin Chuan, I'm going to kill you. Big Dipper, who had transformed into his human form, said furiously. Oomph. Capture these demons. Yin Chuan coldly harumphed. Yes. Chiliang Hua and the others immediately roared and rushed out of the Great Qin City. Boom! The 300 monsters that Big Dipper had brought all faced off against the Great Accomplishment experts, and the battle outside the Great Qin City was incredibly intense. Yin Chuan charged at Big Dipper. Around Tiangang, loud noises could be heard as well. Z, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu, Su, Han. Boom! As 12 massive shouts sounded out, 12 massive pillars filled with killing intent formed a circle and surrounded Big Dipper and Yin Chuan. Boom! Billowing baleful qi rushed into the starry sky. The huge baleful qi quickly forced the surrounding experts to retreat. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with killing intent. The boundless killing intent spread out, causing countless residents to panic. However, when they realized that this was the Celestial Emperor's attack, they felt much more at ease. 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Emperor Rosefinch's expression darkened. Outer North Continent. Capital Heaven Divine Wraith trapping Big Dipper. Looks like Yin Chuan is determined to win this time. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. My lord, is this Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation very powerful? The Ice Goddess asked curiously. In the second epoch, it was said that the Great Emperor karmic position appeared and a group of experts fought for it. In the end, a total of 9 Great Emperors were born. Among them, 12 experts from the Demon Tribe were the most likely to obtain the Great Emperor karmic position. Unfortunately, they were defeated. However, their strength should not be underestimated as they were able to compete with the other Great Emperors. The 12 of them were unwilling to accept the fact that they did not obtain the Great Emperor karmic position. Hence, they conspired to create a large formation to seize the Great Emperor karmic position from the 9 Great Emperors. The Nether River Patriarch explained. Oh, this is the formation? They want to use this formation to seize the Great Emperor karmic position? Yes. Unfortunately, there were only 9 Great Emperor karmic positions among the 12 of them. The 12 of them were already suspicious of each other before they even fought the other Great Emperors. In the end, they killed each other before they could fight the other Great Emperors. The Nether River Patriarch said, shaking his head, What? That's impossible. Are they all fools? They started killing each other before they even got the item? Don't they know that the formation will be incomplete if one of them dies? The Ice Goddess said in shock. Of course they know. However, do you really think that the Great Emperors will just ignore it? The Nether River Patriarch said, Oh, no one knows how powerful the great formation of 12 divine beings of slaughter is, but the Great Emperors should still be careful, especially Great Emperor Zue. He set up a plan to sow dissension and make this group of people suspect each other, causing the group to fall apart from the inside. The 12 of them may have powerful cultivation, but their scheming was ultimately a lot weaker. Under the conspiracy of several Great Emperors, 2 of them died in the end. Then, the conflict became more and more intense. Under the guidance of the other Great Emperors, almost all of them died. In the end, only 3 of them were left. The Ice Goddess, however, revealed a look of extreme astonishment. The powerful formation of the second epoch collapsed just like that. Chapter 1426. Outer North Continent. In front of Chujiang Palace. Master, how's Tiangang now? Ice Goddess looked at Nether River Patriarch and asked. I'm not sure. The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation is indeed mysterious. It isolates the inside from the outside, making it impossible for others to see through. Nether River Patriarch shook his head. Then, between Yin Chuan and Tian Gang, who will win? Ice Goddess asked curiously. Tian Gang is a transcendent after all. With Yin Chuan's strength, he might be a little weaker. However, with the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation, it might not be the case. Nether River Patriarch said. Tian Gang is that powerful? Ice Goddess asked in surprise. The strength of a transcendent is not to be underestimated. Back then, Emperor Qing Long snatched the treasure from Tian Gang because of Yin Chuan's scheme. Tian Gang was too complacent. Even so, Emperor Qing Long had to endure until the end to obtain it. Tian Gang's strength is not as strong as Emperor Qing Long, but the difference is not too great. Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. Oh, Ice Goddess's eyes narrowed. Back then, Emperor Qing Long fought against the Tontian sect leader, Hua Qiliang, Emperor, and Yin Chuan. Tian Gang was not much weaker, so Yin Chuan alone could deal with him? No, even if Yin Chuan's cultivation had increased again, and he had the power of a nation and the 12 capital Heaven Divine Wraith, he still couldn't deal with Tian Gang, right? Master, is Yin Chuan gonna lose? Not necessarily. Oh, back then, in the Yang Realm's East Sea, Yin Chuan's world-suppressing bronze coffin was extremely strange. Moreover, with Yin Chuan's temperament, he must be hiding something. The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation must also be mysterious. After planning for so long, Yin Chuan wouldn't be able to deal with Tian Gang so early if he wasn't confident. Ice Goddess nodded. Outside the great Qin city, the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation's baleful aura made the sky dim. One could vaguely see 12 huge totems floating above the formation. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig. The 12 demonic beast totems circled around the array, emitting a ferocious aura. The formation isolated the inside from the outside. Inside, it was Yin Chuan versus Tian Gang. Surrounding the two of them were 12 demonic beasts, each of them glaring fiercely at Tian Gang. The dragon bone wings on Yin Chuan's back had already reappeared. The corpse chi around him rolled and dispersed. The world-suppressing copper coffin slammed into Tian Gang from behind. Yin Chuan was facing Tian Gang. Boom! The two of them grabbed each other. Yin Chuan's palms pierced into Tian Gang's chest, but Tian Gang's hands also pierced into Yin Chuan's abdomen. However, when Tian Gang's hands collided with Yin Chuan's abdomen, a metallic sound rang out. Clang! Yin Chuan's body was too tough, and the Heavenly Dipper did not manage to pierce through. What? Tian Gang's expression changed. Roar! Yin Chuan's face revealed a sinister expression. Boom! The Heavenly Dipper was instantly torn in half. Roar! The 12 demonic beast sovereigns cheered in unison. However, Yin Chuan was not happy because Yin Chuan felt that although the Heavenly Dipper was torn in half, he was not dead. Indeed, after a short while, the two halves of the corpse suddenly dissipated. As they dissipated, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. Roar! A huge golden dragon charged out of the void. The body of a general is indeed extraordinary. The golden dragon said with a hateful expression. The golden dragon was Tian Gang, and he revived in the blink of an eye. Transcendents are immortal and powerful. No matter how I destroy you, you can revive in another form. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oomph. The golden dragon Tian Gang coldly snorted. Now we finally understand why you only came to the great Qin city today. Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Oh, Tian Gang said coldly. You're not bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Instead, you're afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you came here with the greatest advantage. Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. Repeating the same mistakes. That's right. You're not afraid of death because you already have an immortal body. No one can kill you. What you're afraid of is a seal, an endless seal, and endless loneliness. After being sealed in the Great Thousand World, you were traumatized and were afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you waited until today to deal with us with the greatest advantage. Am I right? Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. Tian Gang narrowed his eyes. It was clear that Yin Chuan was right. So what? Tian Gang said in a deep voice. Do you know? In the battle, just now, we only wanted to see the secrets of the immortal body. We saw it. Now, the great 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar. The 12 demonic beast sovereigns roared. World suppression seal. Yin Chuan shouted. The world suppression copper coffin descended from the sky. For a moment, the world suppression copper coffin emitted a huge suppressive aura. The aura was so strong that it was not weaker than Tian Gang's aura at all. As the world suppression copper coffin pressed down, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns also activated the power of the formation. 12 different types of murderous aura rushed toward the center. It seemed to form a large cocoon that enveloped Tian Gang. The golden dragon Tian Gang's expression changed. He quickly shook his body, but the 12 types of murderous aura were extremely difficult to deal with. He could not shake them off at all. In fact, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns even urged all the murderous aura to surge over. In an instant, it was as if they wanted to drain the entire Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation. As the world suppression copper coffin pressed down, the murderous aura quickly condensed into layers of spherical formations, trapping Tian Gang in the center layer by layer. 1 layer, 10 layers, 100 layers, 10,000 layers, 50 million layers. Boom! The world suppression copper coffin pressed down, compressing the 50 million layers of formations into the size of a watermelon. Boundless murderous aura condensed, and the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation retreated. Only Yin Chuan and the 12 demonic beast sovereigns were left in the air. Yin Chuan held a sealing sphere the size of a watermelon in his hand. Within the sphere, Tian Gang furiously twisted his dragon body. With a swing of his tail, dozens of formations instantly shattered. With another swing of his tail, hundreds of formations shattered. However, the sphere had 50 million layers. If Tian Gang wanted to break through it, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Roar! Yin Chuan, just you wait. 50 million layers of sealing formations? At most, you can trap me for a month. When I break through this seal, I will slaughter all of your living beings. Tian Gang furiously roared within the seal. The battle outside the great Qin city continued. Yin Chuan coldly stared at the sealing sphere in his hand. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the jade talisman that Fushi had asked Meng Rongrong to give him. He gently squeezed it. Suddenly, a golden sphere of light enveloped Yin Chuan. Whoosh! Yin Chuan disappeared in front of everyone. In the next moment, the golden sphere of light rapidly shook. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few sky demons flew past the golden sphere of light. The world around them seemed illusory, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. It gave off a suffocating feeling, making Yin Chuan feel very uncomfortable. However, Yin Chuan also knew where he was. He grabbed the sealing sphere and looked in a direction. It was boundless darkness. He could only feel that there was nothing in the darkness. The only thing he could see were 3 massive spheres. The 3 spheres seemed to be rapidly approaching him. Great evil world, great good world, great Kiliakasm world? Where is this? Tian Gang in the sealing sphere was slightly startled. This is our first world, the edge of the heavenly demon realm. Yin Chuan said, the edge of the heavenly demon realm? What? Yin Chuan, what are you doing? Tian Gang suddenly exclaimed. This sealing sphere can only seal you for a month at most. I will help you to reduce this time by half. Yin Chuan said lightly. What do you mean? You want to expel me from the first world? Tian Gang's expression changed. The edge of the heavenly devil world is beyond the limitless realm, which is the absolute nothingness. Even if a nirvana expert enters the nothingness, he won't die. However, where you float will depend on your luck. Yin Chuan said. As he spoke, he threw out his hand. Boom! The sealing sphere flew quickly in the direction of the great evil world. No, bastard Yin Chuan. I don't want to go back, Tiangang said angrily. Whoosh! The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Tiangang flew into the darkness. After throwing Tiangang away, Yin Chuan no longer paid attention. Fushi's teleportation jade talisman would be sent back in half an hour. Yin Chuan looked at the other three worlds. The other three worlds are closing in faster? At this speed, the four worlds will merge into one in less than 100 years? Yin Chuan said solemnly. 100 years was an extremely long time for mortals. However, to Yin Chuan, it was too short. Would he be able to prepare for everything in 100 years? Looking at the endless darkness, Yin Chuan's heart was heavy. Boom! Soon, an incense stick's worth of time passed, and the golden orb of light brought Yin Chuan back to the great Qin city. Poof! The golden sphere instantly broke. Yin Chuan returned. Outside the great Qin city, the battle continued. Celestial Emperor, the group of national beasts said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. He turned his head to look at the battle outside the city. Everyone go and help. Kill all the demons of the great evil world. Don't leave a single one alive. Okay, everyone responded and flew over. Yin Chuan flew to the front of the central palace. Meow. Yin Chuan, where did you go just now? Meow immediately called out. There was a void in the infinite realm. Tiangang broke the seal from the inside, and the void also destroyed the seal from the outside. Finally, half a month later, the seal was broken. Boom! The seal was broken, and Tiangang was free again. Tiangang roared angrily. Yin Chuan. Standing in the darkness, Tiangang looked at the four worlds. Of the four huge worlds, three of them were closing in on the first world. Tiangang was in the middle of the first world and the great evil world. Tiangang looked at the great evil world and then at the first world. He turned around and was about to return to the first world. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Tiangang, where are you going? The voice sounded in Tiangang's ears. Master, I am going to return to the first world to take revenge on Yin Chuan. Tiangang's expression turned serious. It was the Lotus Goddess voice. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Oomph. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded with a cold snort. I am master. I was tricked by Yin Chuan. I had already considered the power of the great heavenly fiend formation, but I didn't expect Ming Tianhan to betray me. If I had the power of the great Xingtian heavenly court, I could have destroyed Yin Chuan. Tiangang hurriedly explained. A loss is a loss. The first world isn't suitable for you for now. Come back. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded. I am master, Tiangang said helplessly. Chapter 1427. The battle in the great Qin city continued. Although Tiangang was defeated, there was still a group of demons. The battle outside the great Qin city continued. Meanwhile, in the inner south continent, at the entrance of a city, a golden-robed man was surrounded by starlight that reached a star in the deep star layer. A group of black-robed men stood around the golden-robed man. Who are you? The golden-robed man shouted. The leader of the black-robed men said, You don't need to know who we are. You are a cultivator of the second epoch who was subdued by Tiangang and pledged your loyalty to him. Later, Tiangang planted you in some of the key cities of the great Qing heavenly court. Now that Tiangang has been defeated, there are only two paths ahead of you. Oh, the golden-robed man said in a deep voice. Submit to Dejun and return with us, or resist Dejun and be captured by us. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Ha, with just you? The golden-robed man said in a deep voice. It seems like you want to resist. That's good too. The black-robed man said directly. The golden-robed man's face stiffened. He did not expect the black-robed man to be so direct. Could it be that Dejun was more willing to capture him than subduing him? Attack! The black-robed man shouted. Boom! The group of black-robed men attacked at the same time. For a time, this scene happened everywhere in the inner south continent. Some second epic experts were prepared to sneak away, but the black-robed men seemed to have waited for a long time. None of them escaped. The former Great Qing Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan, was now Fu Su. He led a group of officials towards the Great Qin City. When Fu Su and Yang arrived at the Great Qin City, the battle outside the Great Qin City had already reached its end. All the demons had been killed. Fu Su flew in front. A group of Great Qing officials followed behind. The group of people was majestic. At this moment, De Jun's guards did not stop them. They allowed Fu Su to lead a group of people to land in the central palace square. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Yin Chuan stood in front of De Jun's officials and looked at Fu Su. "Greetings, father." Fu Su knelt on one knee respectfully. "Your subjects greet the Heavenly Emperor. May the Heavenly Emperor live for 10,000 years." The group of officials bowed respectfully. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and looked at the officials in front of him, all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. This group of officials was not accumulated in this life. They were accumulated in the first life when he was still the winner. He entered the Purple Cloud Palace through the great method of heavenly secrets, which was also Earth. After that, he passed through a path left behind by the Purple Cloud Palace and was teleported into the First World. "My son has done well." Yin Chuan helped Fu Su up. "Thank you for your hard work over the years." Yin Chuan supported Yang Yang, the head of the Qing officials. The officials stood up one after another. "The Celestial Emperor is too kind. It's what we should do. To be able to reunite with the Celestial Emperor here is our fortune." Yang Yang's eyes flashed with excitement. "Father, over the years, all of you have helped me a lot, especially Lord Shangyang. Half of the plans of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court came from him. If it wasn't for him, the Great Punishment Heavenly Court would be nothing more than a joke." Fu Su said, "The Crown Prince is too humble. Compared to the Crown Prince's decisiveness and wisdom, I am far inferior." Yang Yang said, "All right, there's no need to be humble. I have heard about everything that you have done over the years. I will appoint Shang Yang as the 11th Army Commander of the Great Jun. As for the other officials, they will be rewarded according to their contributions." Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Yes, thank you, Celestial Emperor." Everyone replied. Fu Su, Shangyang. Yin Chuan looked at the two of them. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two of them replied. "The Great Jun has just entered the inner South continent. The people's hearts are not stable. The two of you will assist Li Si to stabilize the hearts of the people and strengthen the inner South continent." Yin Chuan ordered. "Yes." The two of them replied. Li Si stepped forward and said, "Yes." Yifeng, organize the examination and continue to recruit talents from all over the world. Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yifeng replied. After defeating the heavenly spirits, the Great Jun of the Netherworld suddenly showed their prowess. Rosefinch, Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Yin Chuan? Ming Tianhan? No Fu Su? Father and son? They are father and son? The Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't figure out where this father-son relationship had come from. "Men," Emperor Rosefinch shouted. "Yes, Your Majesty. Investigate everything about Fu Su and how he is related to Yin Chuan." Emperor Rosefinch said. "Yes, Your Majesty. Also, the Heavenly Dipper incident served as a warning to me. Gather information on all the important officials of the Vermilion Bird Celestial Realm. I don't wish to repeat the Heavenly Dipper's mistakes." The Vermilion Bird Emperor said in a low voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." Half a year later, in the Great Qin City Upper Study Room, Celestial Emperor, the inner South Continent is gradually stabilizing. The small internal conflicts are also being quelled. Li Si said, "Yes." Yin Chuan nodded. The White Tiger Emperor of the Western Outer Continent established the White Tiger Celestial Realm. Tiger roars in the west. He controls the entire Western Outer Continent. Li Si continued. The White Tiger Emperor? Yin Chuan nodded. The Xuanwu Emperor of the Northern Outer Continent established the Xuanwu Celestial Realm. The Turtle Snake North. He controls the Northern Outer Continent with the Nether River Patriarch. Li Si said, The Nether River Patriarch, the Xuanwu Emperor, they share the northern outer continent of the Netherworld, and there are no conflicts? Yin Chuan said. According to our spies, the Xuanwu Emperor personally went to the Yama Palace of the Ten Halls and talked with the Nether River Patriarch for a while before returning. He no longer has any ideas about the Ten Halls. Li Si said. It seems that the Xuanwu Emperor has hit a wall? Yin Chuan said seriously. Yes. Although the Nether River Patriarch is from the beginning of the Third Era, his strength is unfathomable. Li Si said. What about the northern intercontinent? The Undying Dojo is still expanding. The Emperor's strength is getting fiercer and fiercer. The Rosefinch Celestial Realm, the White Tiger Celestial Realm, the Xuanwu Celestial Realm, the Great Jin Celestial Court, the Ten Halls of the Nether River, and the Undying Dojo. It seems like the major territories of the underworld have stabilized. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Now, all the forces are stabilizing their own territories. Li Si nodded. What about the Yang realm? Yin Chuan asked. Li Si stepped down, and Yi Feng stepped forward. Celestial Emperor, I was just about to report. The Great of Ziwei established the Ziwei Celestial Realm in the Middle Heaven Continent. He has unified the Middle Heaven Continent. Moreover, he has occupied the Northwest Circumference Continent at an extremely fast speed. Yi Feng said. Oh, he has occupied 2 continents in such a short time? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the Great of Ziwei's methods are extraordinary. He used the Enlightenment technique to create a large number of ancestral immortal powerhouses to serve him. Yi Feng said. The Enlightenment technique? Celestial Emperor, do you still remember the Kong family's Demon King Kong? When he first became an ancestral immortal, he was directly enlightened by Kong Huangtian to become a saint. Yi Feng said. That's right. The Great of Ziwei also used the same method. Therefore, in a short time, he has taken control of 2 continents and expanded the Ziwei Celestial Realm to 2 continents. According to the information from the spies, the Great of Ziwei seems to be unsatisfied with the status quo and wants to continue expanding. Yi Feng said. What a big appetite. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The Southwest Circumference Continent has been occupied by the Southern Dipper Longevity Emperor and established the Longevity Celestial Realm. The Southeast Circumference Continent has been occupied by the Golden Emperor and established the Golden Celestial Realm. The Northeast Circumference Continent is still a mix of good and bad for the time being. However, Dongfang Bubi of the Eastern Dojo is the most famous and invincible. Yi Feng said. In the Yang realm, the East Circumference Continent is the land of Dejun. The South Circumference Continent is the land of the Kong family. The West Circumference Continent is the land of Wu Zhao. And the North Circumference Continent is the celestial realm of Qinglong. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Chapter 1428. Yang Realm, Xianying. Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace with a group of officials, looking at the starlight in the night sky. Something's wrong, Celestial Emperor. Hasn't the Alcade's star power been drained by the cosmic cycle star formation? Jindayu asked in surprise. The Alcade had been dim ever since Yin Chuan took Pajun to Xianying and deprived him of his star power. However, the Alcade was shining brightly at this moment. It was as if there was a huge force that was replenishing the star power that the Alcade had lost. The surrounding Ziwei stars shone brightly. It's Ziwei the Great, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. At this moment, Lu Gang hurried over. Celestial Emperor, something has happened in the prison. Prisoner Pajun has disappeared. Lu Gang said anxiously. Disappeared? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes. Pajun is almost a cripple, and his shoulder blade has been pierced. I thought nothing would happen to him. However, not long ago, a prison guard saw a sudden burst of purple light around the unconscious Pajun. Then, the purple light faded, and Pajun also disappeared. Lu Gang said anxiously. Great move, Ziwei the Great. Yin Chuan said in a serious tone. Teleportation? It seems like Pajun has been teleported back. Then it's easy to explain what happened in the starry sky. Gigu Zi said in a low voice. Is this the power that Ziwei the Great gathered to help Pejun recover? Jindayu asked in surprise. Yan Chuan looked toward the west solemnly. In the central territory of the Zhongtian continent, there was a huge purple palace called Ziwei Palace. Inside the Ziwei Palace, there were many officials dressed in luxurious robes, standing respectfully in 2 rows. A man in a purple robe sat on the dragon throne in the north. This man was none other than Ziwei's saint, who had resigned from his position as a saint. At this moment, he was dressed in a dragon robe with a dignified expression. Ziwei the Great. In the center of the palace was Pejun, who had disappeared from the Xianyang prison. He was no longer as spirited as he used to be when facing Zhanju. Now, he was all skin and bones and on the verge of death. Pejun sat cross-legged, his body exuding a purple light. 2 people stood beside him, continuously transferring power to help him recover. Buzz. Torrential energy poured into Pejun's body, and his shriveled body slowly recovered. Ziwei the Great sat on the dragon throne and gently stroked the armrest. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the great hall. At this moment, the ceiling seemed to be transparent, allowing him to see into the depths of the starry sky. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was cold. In the depths of the starry sky, Ziwei's star shone brightly. As the North Star shone brightly, the dim army destroyer star not far away slowly recovered. After an entire day, Great Emperor Ziwei finally retracted his gaze. The 2 people behind defeating armies also stopped channeling energy, and defeating armies became much more full. Everyone stared at defeating armies. Defeating armies adjusted his breathing for a while before opening his eyes. This sinner, defeating armies, has disgraced the Lord. Defeating armies knelt down, feeling moved and guilty. Behind him was a burly man with a short temper. He immediately asked, Pejun, what happened that day? Who took you? How did it end up like this? The other person was Tan Lang. Tan Lang shook his head and said, Wu Chu, don't ask anymore. Let defeating armies explain himself. Wu Chu looked at Tan Lang, and his expression darkened. No matter who it is, they must pay back 100-fold for injuring defeating armies to this extent. Defeating armies knelt in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. My lord, it was Yin Chuan that day. I was captured by Yin Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. What? Impossible. How can Yin Chuan be a match for you? This is not his home ground. No, even if he was in his home ground, he wouldn't be a match for you. You're at the 15th heavenly layer. What kind of lousy cultivation base does Yin Chuan have? Wu Chu shouted in disbelief. Great Emperor Ziwei did not speak. He just looked at defeating armies. Yin Chuan is indeed not a match for me. I was careless. At that time, Yin Chuan's cultivation base was only at the 11th heavenly layer, but for some reason, Yin Chuan knew the Mu clan's life chart sharing technique. The mystical 14th heavenly layer shared Yin Chuan's life chart, and Yin Chuan's cultivation base instantly reached the 14th heavenly layer. So, defeating armies said bitterly. Tan Lang raised his eyebrows. The Mu clan? Life chart sharing technique? Does this require the unconditional trust of another person before the other person's life chart can be fused with one's own life chart? This is a forbidden technique of the Mu clan. How can Yin Chuan know it? Is Yin Chuan also a descendant of the Mu clan? Wu Chu asked in surprise. You're saying that you lost to Yin Chuan at the 14th heavenly layer? Great Emperor Ziwei finally spoke. Yes, I was careless and fell for Yin Chuan's universe in a palm. I underestimated Yin Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. Universe in a palm? It seems to have been created by someone called Bai Huang for the 3rd era. Great Emperor Ziwei pondered. Yes, I was careless. Defeating armies said bitterly. So, it's really Yin Chuan? We should have thought of it that day. Tan Lang said with a frown. Yin Chuan? My Ziwei celestial realm has never suffered such a great loss. My lord, I request to bring some people to raise Xianyang to the ground. Wu Chu immediately took a step forward. There's no need, Brother Wu Chu. I'll take revenge myself. Defeating armies said with a fierce look. Hmm? Wu Chu finally nodded. Also, my lord, Dejun is extremely strange. They have a strange formation that can deprive the people of the second era of their astral powers. I'm in such a miserable state because my astral powers have been deprived. Astral powers strengthen the soldiers of Dejun. Apart from me, Yinchuan has also captured many people. A large number of second-era powerhouses are imprisoned in the same cell as me. Defeating armies reported. Deprive them of their astral powers? No wonder the number of Dejun's powerhouses increased during the battle with Great Emperor Qinglong. The birth chart sharing technique deprives them of their astral powers? We've indeed underestimated Dejun in the past. The officials were shocked. Great Emperor Ziwei tapped his dragon throne lightly with his finger. Left assistant. Great Emperor Ziwei called out. Yes, my lord. An official stepped forward. Announce this news to the world. Great Emperor Ziwei said. Understood. Left assistant replied. My lord, are you going to let the other great emperors find trouble with Yinchuan? Defeating armies asked curiously. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at defeating armies. That's right. Deprive them of their astral powers? Heh, Yinchuan will definitely become enemies with the world. As for you, defeating armies lowered his head. There are many things to do in the Ziwei celestial realm. I'm preparing to take over the western outer continent. Go and help Wenxiu. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. Understood. Defeating armies replied. Xianyang City. Defeating armies had fled. The officials were still worried. However, Xianyang City welcomed another guest. It was Sun Wukong, who followed Tong Tian. Yindi, our benefactor asked me to pass this to you. Sun Wukong handed over a letter. Oh, Yinchuan took the letter. He opened it and quickly scanned through it. Tong Tian went to the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Yinchuan asked in a deep voice. Yes. When Great Emperor Qinglong went to the northern outer continent, Wu Jiong sent someone to deliver a letter to our benefactor. It was a letter left behind by Hong Jun. Sun Wukong explained. A letter from Hong Jun. Yes. The letter described that Wu Jiong was Hong Juan's new disciple. He asked our benefactor to go to the western outer continent to assist Wu Jiong. Sun Wukong explained. And then? Our benefactor felt that his tribulation was approaching, so he came to ask for your help. Indeed, Sun Wukong said worriedly. Of course I'll go if Tong Tian send a letter. However, I want to know where this tribulation comes from. Yinchuan asked curiously. Our benefactor didn't say the specifics, but the western outer continent is already bordering the Ziwei heavenly realm. Before I came, there was a small confrontation. Perhaps. Sun Wukong said in a low voice. I know. Yinchuan nodded. Go and tell Tong Tian that I'll be by his side before his tribulation comes. Yinchuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll thank Yindi on behalf of our benefactor. Sun Wukong smiled. Thank? He and I don't need it. When I invited him, he came without hesitation. This time I won't stand him up. Yinchuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Sun Wukong said gratefully. Yinchuan nodded. Sun Wukong turned around and quickly headed west. After Sun Wukong left, Giguzi said, Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei, is very aggressive. He has conflicts with the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, and Tong Tian has allied with Wu Jiong. This tribulation might come from Great Emperor Ziwei. I understand. Yinchuan nodded. Pejuan has escaped, and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court and the Ziwei Heavenly Realm have become enemies. Your trip might be dangerous. Giguzi advised. Opportunities only come when there's danger. I understand. By the way, did Dark Giguzi go to the Great Benevolence World? Yinchuan looked at Giguzi. That's right. Giguzi nodded. Let him find the Jiangqin's body. When the four realms merge, I need to recover to the peak of my first era. Yinchuan ordered. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've already sent a message. Giguzi said solemnly. Also, continue to search for news of Dongfang Bubi. Great Emperor Ziwei didn't conquer the northeast continent and instead attacked the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. This Dongfang Booby is definitely not simple in the Second Era, Yin Chuan said. Yes. 10 days later, Yin Chuan's 6-dragon palanquin flew out of Xianying and quickly headed west. Not long after Yin Chuan left Xianying in his human form, the news of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court spread. Regardless of whether it was the Yang Realm or the Netherworld, Pujuan's encounter in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was everywhere. Netherworld, Nanwai Continent. Pujuan? Depriving the stars of their power? No wonder Yin Chuan suddenly had so many experts under his command. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. Yes, my lord. It seems like the 30 people who went to the Great Qin City with my lord were also. Yin Chuan. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. My lord, the formation that deprives the stars of their power is too strange. We have to get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when a number of experts in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court grows, Yin Chuan will be the strongest. That's right. Yin Chuan? Set up the palanquin. I'm going to meet Great Emperor's White Tiger, Xuan Wu, and Qing Long. I want them to get rid of the formation that threatens us as soon as possible. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Apart from Great Emperor Rosefinch, all the experts in the Second Era who were connected to the stars were in an uproar when they heard the news. Immediately, everyone looked at the Great Zhou Heavenly Court with strong hostility. Chapter 1429. Yang Realm, Southeast Continent. Golden Celestial Realm. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage stopped outside the central main hall, outside the Golden Palace. Who are you? A group of golden-armored soldiers rushed into the sky. Outside the dragon carriage stood Bai Qi and Jin Daiyu. The Celestial Emperor of Dezhun requests to meet the Golden Celestial Emperor. Bai Qi shouted. The golden-armored soldiers in the distance quickly flew back to report. However, after flying for a while, Quang, the Golden Palace's door opened. Yang Realm, Great Qin City. Miao was pestering zombie Yin Chuan. Miao, Yin Chuan, you're going to the west. Why don't you let me go? I want to go too. Miao immediately shouted. Yin Chuan smiled. There's nothing fun in the dragon carriage flying. Let's wait for the future. After the sky-burying coffin fuses, I won't be able to teleport items. However, you can teleport to my body. You have the black gold nest. If I need anything, I'll let you know. But Sister Yushi is going too. Miao was still brooding. Yushi and Wu Jiong are related by blood. Therefore, I'll bring her along. Yin Chuan smiled. Miao, I want to play too. Miao said, feeling wronged. Don't worry. If there's anything fun, I'll definitely call you. Yin Chuan coaxed. All right. Miao felt helpless. Yang Realm, South Sea. South Sea was located in the center of the South Outer Continent, the Southeast Continent, and the Southwest Continent. There was a huge dragon palace in the western part of South Sea. It was similar to the East Sea Dragon Palace in the past, just slightly smaller. Dragon Palace Main Hall, South Sea Crystal Palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, an old man was sitting on a dragon throne. A group of subordinates stood on both sides. In the center, there was a thin man with an arrogant air. Old Dragon Emperor, Ji Zun asked me to invite you to the West Outer Continent. The thin man smiled. The old man took a deep breath and said, Didn't I pass down the South Sea Dragon race to that unfilial son? Didn't he already submit and become an ancestor? Why are you still here? You're the former South Sea Dragon King. Although you've given the dragon race to your son, don't you still have half of it? Moreover, the Supremes are also. The thin man laughed. Bastard, the old Dragon Emperor of the South Sea shouted. That's the responsibility of the Dragon Clan for generations. Ancestor Chung destroyed the seal of the East Sea's eye, and now he wants to destroy the seal of the South Sea? The old Dragon Emperor immediately rebuked. Haha, there's nothing we can do about it. The Western Outer Continent is facing an unprecedented crisis. That's why we want to open the seal. I hope old Dragon Emperor can help us. The thin man smiled. Crisis? Crisis? What kind of danger was this? He had become Wu Jiong's dog, and now he wanted to drag the entire dragon race down with him? No, Scram. The South Sea does not welcome you. The old Dragon Emperor angrily rebuked. Just as the old Dragon Emperor was about to chase them away, a loud sound suddenly came from the bottom of the sea. Boom! With a loud bang, the old Dragon Emperor's expression changed. The Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace also changed their expressions. You traitor, you tricked us to be here, but you secretly broke the seal of the Ocean Eye? The old Dragon Emperor immediately cried out in alarm. Boom! A group of people quickly rushed out and rushed towards the place where the loud sound came from. Soon, they arrived at the place where the loud noise came from. On the ground, a large number of prawn soldiers and crab generals were lying haphazardly on the ground. A large amount of turbid sea mud stirred up the center of the sea, making it impossible to see what was inside. Squeak! Squeak! Within the murky seawater, the sound of babies laughing could be heard. This is? The old Dragon Emperor's face sank. He waved his hand. Boom! The turbid sea mud quickly settled down, revealing a strange monster in the center. The monster's appearance was extremely cute. It had a huge pink head that looked like a jelly, 2 big, sparkling eyes, and 8 huge tails that were 30 feet long. The 8 10-meter-long tails were of different colors, and as they swayed, the seawater churned. Yeah, yeah. The monster let out an adorable cry. There were hundreds of black-robed experts in the surroundings, and below them was a cavern. There was a dragon-shaped seal on the cavern, and there was a small crack in the seal. The monster came out from that crack. The seal was broken. The old Dragon Emperor's face changed. Catch it! The hundreds of black-robed experts immediately shouted. Boom! The group of people grabbed at the monster. Yeah. The monster seemed to be extremely happy as it pounced at the group of people. In the blink of an eye, the monster and the black-robed experts got closer. It was as if they were relatives that they hadn't seen for many years, and they were extremely happy. I'll do it, huh? An expert immediately rushed to the front and stretched out his hand to grab the monster. The monster suddenly opened its mouth, and its mouth strangely grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was bigger than its entire body. Oh, it swallowed the expert at the front in one gulp. What? Everyone's face changed. The monster's mouth returned to its original size, and it seemed to be enjoying eating a person. Yeah. The monster quickly pounced at the group. World exterminating heaven slash. A massive sword beam cut through the waves and headed straight for the monster. Oh, the sword light was swallowed. What? Let's attack together. Rumble. All sorts of saber lights and sword lights rushed towards the monster. Many heavy attacks hit the monster's body, but they were instantly repelled by the monster's elastic skin. But when they entered the monster's mouth, they were like the best nourishment. Oh, the monster ate happily and continuously. Any attacks that hit its body were repelled, and it ate everything that came close. Eat. In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of experts were eaten. Boom! An expert who had merged with the heavenly Tao hid from the monster in fear. Yeah. The monster charged forward. Oh, it seemed to have bitten the heavenly Tao, and it swallowed the ancestral Immortal who had merged with the heavenly Tao. No. Miserable cries could be heard all around. The monster was incomparably happy, and it swallowed everywhere. The old Dragon Emperor looked from afar, and his face turned pale. Heaven-devouring tailed beast? The 8th divine beast? The old Dragon Emperor said in shock. Dragon Emperor, what's a heaven-devouring tailed beast? Is it more powerful than the explosive beast that appeared in the East Sea? The explosive beast can only be considered the 9th divine beast in the world, but this is the 8th divine beast. What do you think? No. Legend has it that the 8th divine beast is only temporary. This monster can devour everything, digest everything, and refine the abilities of other divine beasts. If it can eat the 7th divine beast, it will evolve into the 7th divine beast. If it eats the 6th divine beast, it will evolve into the 6th divine beast. In any case, it can evolve. Legend has it that when it first appeared, it was only ranked at the 15th. Evolve? Is it that powerful? The heaven-devouring tail beast is called the heaven-devouring beast. It can eat anything, even the heavens. Its tyrannical attribute allows it to ignore everything and devour everything. The more it eats, the stronger it becomes. The old dragon emperor said in horror. Boom! In the distance, at the seal, another tail emerged from within. Not good. There is more than one heaven-devouring tailed beast in the seal. The old dragon emperor's expression changed. What do we do now? I'll go reinforce the seal. You guys run to the surrounding weaves and report to the city lords. Tell them to evacuate the people. The heaven-devouring tailed beast is here. No one can escape. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The old dragon emperor roared. No, dragon emperor, it is dangerous. Only one came out now. If all of them come out, it will be over. If they continue to grow, no one in the world will be able to stop them. They will be invincible and devour everything. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The old dragon emperor shouted. Under the dragon emperor's orders, the dragon kings quickly flew to the various territories to report. The closest territory to this place was the eternal territory of the outer south continent. When a dragon king rushed into a city lord's residence and reported everything, the city lord had a disapproving look on his face. Devour everything? Are you kidding? There are many experts in the world. How can a divine beast compare to the lord of the outer south continent and the great emperors? The city lord was unconvinced. However, he still sent people to the southern sea to investigate. The dragon kings had no choice but to go to other cities. However, they did not believe that the heaven-devouring tailed beast was powerful. A few days later, a city in the eternal territory welcomed a heaven-devouring tailed beast. In one night, all the living beings in the city were gone. Not only were they gone, but the entire city was gone. All the palaces and formations were eaten. In the end, only a small number of cultivators managed to escape. They watched as the heaven-devouring tailed beast ate the entire city, then the ground. It drilled a huge hole and disappeared without a trace. When the news spread, the entire eternal territory was in an uproar. At the same time, news came from the southern sea. All the dragons in the southern sea, including the old dragon emperor, were eaten. Not a single one was spared. Even the richly decorated dragon palace was eaten. In the eternal territory, a heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Every time it appeared, it became stronger. Eat, eat, eat. No matter what cultivator it encountered, they were all eaten. Countless holes were gnawed on the ground. The appearance of the monster caused countless cultivators in the eternal territory to panic. At the same time, the news quickly spread in all directions. Outer South Continent, outside the Imperial Palace. The patriarch of the Kong family, Peacock Z, was reading a secret letter. Eternal territory, heaven-devouring tail beast? Peacock Z's eyes narrowed. Patriarch, what's wrong? Inform the palace masters to follow me to the eternal territory to capture the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Peacock Z glared. Yes. Ring's southwest continent. Celestial longevity realm. In a large hall, a black-robed man stood. He held a black long sword and had a dignified expression. My lord, 7 kills. One of the subordinates said, I've already looked into the matter. It's true. There are heaven-devouring tail beasts sealed in the sea eye of the South Sea, and all of the South Sea dragonfolk have been eaten. One of the heaven-devouring tail beasts even entered the everlasting domain and devoured everything. Heaven-devouring tail beast? That heaven-defying divine beast? Inform the 12 fiends to follow me to the southern sea to capture the heaven-devouring tail beast. 7 kills said. Yes. Underworld, Great Qin City. Liu Gang respectfully reported to zombie Yin Chuan. Heaven-devouring tail beast? It's actually a heaven-devouring tail beast? Yin Chuan's eyes widened. Yes, Celestial Emperor. Is the heaven-devouring tailed beast really that powerful? Liu Gang asked curiously. Zhongshan, the transcendent of the greater 1,000 domains, refined a heaven-devouring tailed beast. However, it was no longer the eighth divine beast. It had devoured a large number of divine beasts. In my first life, I had already devoured the second divine beast and took its place. Yinchuan said solemnly. The second divine beast in the world? That's right. Heaven-devouring tailed beast? There's actually a large number of heaven-devouring tailed beasts sealed in the southern sea. Yinchuan's eyes lit up. At the same time, ring southeast continent. Yinchuan brought Mou Shi and looked at Golden Emperor. Golden Emperor, I'll take my leave first. See you again. Golden Emperor nodded solemnly. Yinchuan, Mou Shi, Bai Qi, and Jindayu stepped onto the dragon carriage. Roar! The dragon carriage roared and flew into the sky. To the southern sea, the eternal territory, Yinchuan said solemnly. Roar! The 6 dragons roared and flew towards the southwest. Chapter 1430. Emperor Micro Celestial Realm. Middle Heaven Continent. Inside a large hall, defeating armies stood before a man in white scholarly robes. When Chu, my lord, asked me to help you deal with the Great Zhou Imperial Court, defeating armies said with a frown. When Chu smiled and shook his head. There's no rush. Great Zhou is in a hurry right now. I know you follow my lord's orders, but everything can be changed. The West Outer Continent is in a stalemate, and you can't do anything for now. Right now, the most important thing is the humiliation you've suffered all these years. Defeating armies frowned. According to the scouts, Yinchuan came out of the Gold Celestial Realm and headed southwest. It seems that he also received news of the heaven-devouring beast. When Chu said solemnly, that should be it. Defeating armies nodded. Go. It has always been the Emperor Micro Celestial Realm bullying others. We've never been bullied. Since Yinchuan came out to seek death, we'll deal with him. When Chu said, defeating armies' eyes flashed with gratitude. Many thanks. Haha, you and I have worked together since the second epoch. There's no need to be so polite. I have to watch over the West Outer Continent and not leave. Otherwise, I'll accompany you to take revenge. When Chu laughed. Don't worry. I won't let you down. Yinchuan? Since he came out, he can forget about going back. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with a vicious light. We'll go with you. A voice suddenly called out from outside the hall. 3 tall and sturdy men slowly walked in from outside the main hall. Greed, Wu Chu Jumin. Defeating armies was taken aback. One accident is enough. This time, we'll go with you and let the rascals of the world understand the consequences of offending the Emperor Micro Celestial Realm. Greed said, okay. Defeating armies nodded. The 4 captains of the Emperor Micro Celestial Realm soared into the sky and headed for the South Outer Continent. Eternal Domain. Eternal Domain was currently facing a calamity from the heavens. Yeah. The heaven-devouring beast let out a joyful baby-like cry. It was like a demon had descended. Everywhere it went, it devoured everything. One city after another was devoured. One mountain after another was devoured, and one piece of land after another was devoured. It was as if there was nothing it wouldn't eat. As time passed, the Eternal Domain had long since become a living hell. In a huge city, countless Xiozha ran out of the city in terror. Yeah. In the void, the 8 shadows condensed into 8 huge tails. As the tails swayed, the void shook. Some experts who wanted to fly out of the city were immediately pulled back by the swaying tails. Help! Don't eat me! Father, mother, save me! Master! The entire city was filled with cries of grief. Outside the city, Peacock Z rushed over with nearly 1,000 Xiozha. Right here, Peacock's eyes lit up. Far off in the distance, a 300-meter-long heaven-devourer tailed beast could be seen swinging its tail, stirring up everything around it. The heaven-devourer tailed beast opened its mouth wide and devoured everything around it. Didn't the letter say that the heaven-devourer beast was at most 30 meters long? Why is it 1,000 feet now? A person at the side asked with a frown. The sky-devouring tailed beast has grown stronger and bigger? Peacock Z's eyes were filled with excitement. It is indeed a good treasure. With this divine beast, we are no different from an army. Everyone, follow me to capture this heaven-devourer-tailed beast. Peacock Z called out. Okay, the Shioja replied. Boom! The Shioja rushed into the city. The heaven-devourer-tailed beast had been happily devouring the people in the city, and countless buildings flew into its mouth. Suddenly, it sensed experts approaching and looked over. Nearly 1,000 peerless experts. The stronger they were, the more the heaven-devourer-tailed beast liked them. The sudden arrival of experts naturally made the heaven-devourer-tailed beast happy. Yeah. Ignoring everything around it, the heaven-devourer-tailed beast pounced, looking as happy as if it had met a family member. Boom! The two sides clashed. 6 hours later, Peacock Z led 500 experts and fled the city in a sorry state. They were all covered in wounds and shocked. How is this possible? How can the heaven-devourer-tailed beast be so strong? It's only been a while, and half of us are dead? Peacock Z muttered. Patriarch, that heaven-devourer-tailed beast, is too strong. If not for the fact that we split up and ran, we would have been wiped out. Someone said bitterly. The more it is so, the more I want to get it. As long as I can refine one heaven-devourer-tailed beast, I will use unlimited resources to make it stronger and stronger. In the future, I won't have to live under the protection of the ancestors. Peacock Z's eyes flashed with determination. But we are no match for it. It's fine. Isn't there another eye in the South Sea? There must be weaker heaven-devourer-tailed beasts there. You, inform the others to head to the South Sea Dragon Palace. Peacock Z said. Yes. Let's go to the eye of the South Sea. Peacock Z shouted. Above the South Sea. Roar. Roar. The 6 dragon carriage roared, and Yin Chuan and the others arrived at the eye of the South Sea. For this trip, Yin Chuan only brought Jin Diyu, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi. Stop! Bai Qi yelled. The dragon carriage stopped abruptly. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi walked to the balcony of the dragon carriage and looked at the eye of the sea in the distance. At the eye of the sea, 2 forces were fighting. One of them was led by Peacock Z, who held the peacock plume in his hand. Behind him were close to 10,000 cultivators. On the other side was a man in a black robe, who held the hilt of a black sword in his hand. He looked very handsome. Behind him were a group of subordinates. Heavenly Emperor, that's the commander of the 6th Army under the Longevity Emperor, Qi Sha. Rumor has it that he is slightly weaker than Junpa, but he is still at the 15th tier of the martial heaven, about the same as Ju in the past. Bai Qi explained. Qi Sha, Yin Chuan said solemnly. In the distance, Peacock Z glared angrily. Qi Sha, the heaven-devourer-tailed beasts here are ours. Ha, this is the South Sea between our 2 forces. Do you think it's yours just because you say so? There's a heaven-devourer-tailed beast in the eternal domain. Why don't you go and capture it? Qi Sha sneered. Although Peacock Z had brought 10,000 people, Qi Sha was not afraid. In fact, he did not even care about them. If not for Kong Huang Tian, he would not have wasted his breath on Peacock Z. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded in the distance. It was Yin Chuan and his group. Peacock Z and Qi Sha looked over coldly. Yin Chuan. Peacock Z frowned. Qi Sha stared at Mo Yushi. More accurately, he was staring at the purple crystal between Mo Yushi's eyebrows. Dark Phoenix? Qi Sha looked at Mo Yushi in the distance with a serious expression. Yin Chuan, what are you doing here? Do you want to fight with my Kong family for the heaven-devourer-tail beast? Peacock Z glared. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. I already know about the eternal domain. Peacock Z asked. Peacock Z? Qi Sha? I think you're both determined to get the heaven-devourer-tail beast. Yin Chuan smiled. What? You want to interfere too? Qi Sha suddenly smiled evilly. Peacock Z frowned at Yin Chuan. The heaven-devourer-tail beast is still sealed. Why don't you take it out and take a look before deciding who it belongs to? Yin Chuan smiled. What do you mean? Peacock Z did not understand. I'm sure everyone has their own sources of information. The Dragon Emperor of the South Sea sacrificed himself to repair the seal. But before this, do you remember that only one heaven-devouring tailed beast came out? Why is there only one? Are the others slow to react? Yin Chuan asked. Qisha's face darkened. He looked down at the huge seal in the depths of a sea that they had forced open. Only one heaven-devourer tailed beast came out from the crack. Is it because it was the smallest one? Qisha's face darkened. That's what I think. Yin Chuan nodded. That was the weakest heaven-devourer tailed beast? Peacock Z was confused. If the two of you fight to the death, will you be able to subdue all the heaven-devourer tailed beasts here? This place doesn't belong to any side, and the heaven-devourer tailed beast doesn't belong to anyone. Moreover, there must be more than one heaven-devourer tailed beast inside. Why don't we use our own methods? Yin Chuan said. Peacock Z and Qisha looked at each other. Okay, the two answered at the same time. They knew that Yin Chuan had arrived after a short delay. If they delayed any longer, more experts would arrive. They had to be quick. I'll break the seal. 12 fiends, stand by. Qisha said. Yes, the 12 subordinates answered. As he spoke, Qisha unsheathed his longsword. Peacock Z and Yin Chuan stood by. Break, Qisha roared. A dazzling ray of sword light shot towards the seal. Boom! The huge seal exploded, revealing a huge cave entrance. This time, unlike the East Sea, the surrounding seawater did not rush in. Instead, a large number of tails emerged from the cave. Heaven Devourer, tailed beast. Peacock Z's eyes were filled with excitement. Squeak! Whoosh! The first Heaven Devourer, tailed beast, charged out of the cave. Boom! 8 tails swung, and the surrounding void shook violently. This is a Heaven Devourer tailed beast? An expert behind Peacocks, he exclaimed. The Heaven Devourer tailed beast in the eternal domain was 1,000 feet long. When it first appeared, it was less than 10 feet long. Now, there was a Heaven Devourer tailed beast in front of them. It really is a Heaven Devourer tailed beast. Qisha's eyes flashed with excitement. In the distance, Yin Chuan's eyelids were twitching. The voice of the heaven-devouring tailed beast could be heard from the cave again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Numerous voices rang out. Rumble. One by one, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts rushed out of the eye of the sea. In the blink of an eye, nearly 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts flew out. The big ones were around 2,000 feet in size, while the small ones were around 300 feet in size. Yeah, yeah, the heaven-swallowing tailed beasts kept calling out, looking very cute. Moreover, these heaven-swallowing tailed beasts excitedly pounced toward the practitioners in all directions. 200? 200 heaven-devouring beasts. Almost everyone shuddered at the sudden change in the situation. Even Yin Chuan's expression changed at this moment. So many. Chapter 1431. 200 sky-devouring beasts. Almost everyone shuddered at the sudden change in the situation. Even Yin Chuan's expression changed at this moment. That many? Yin Chuan had received news from the everlasting domain in a steady stream. A 30-meter-long sky-devouring beast was practically invincible in the everlasting domain. Some of the major cities in the everlasting domain were guarded by ancestral immortals. Even then, a 30-meter-long sky-devouring beast could eat them all. Now, the largest was 200 meters, while the smallest was 300 meters. Were these sky-devouring beasts free? Was this Fushi's seal? That's a lot. Peacock Z's expression darkened. 7 Kill's expression changed as well. Yeah. The 200 sky-devouring beasts pounced on the scattered crowd in excitement. As soon as they appeared, countless delicacies appeared. Naturally, the sky-devouring beasts fought to be first. Peacock Z's group led the charge. With more than 10,000 people, it was a sumptuous feast. Most of the sky-devouring beasts pounced on Peacock Z. The sky-devouring beasts seemed to be able to tell which ones were stronger and which ones were tastier. Qisha was a strong cultivator of the 15th level of the celestial plane. Although he had just entered the 15th level of the celestial plane, he was the strongest person there. Therefore, the largest sky, swallowing-tailed beast rushed towards Shisha. Aside from that, there was another 300-meter-long, sky-devouring beast following behind. 7 kills was powerful, and the 12 fiends he brought were all peerless powerhouses. Even if the 300-meter-long, sky-devouring beast couldn't eat meat, it could at least eat soup. It charged at 7 kill subordinates. Yeah. The 2 giant, sky-devouring beasts charged. 7 kills immediately drew his sword and slashed at them. Sky-severing art. 7 kills slashed at the largest divine beast. The largest divine beast's 8 tails met the attack. Boom! 7 kills of the 15th layer didn't kill the divine beast, but only sent it flying back 1,000 meters. Yeah. The largest divine beast charged at 7 kills with excitement. How can this be? 7 kills exclaimed. On the other side, the 300-meter-long sky-devouring beasts also charged at the 12 fiends. Die! One of the earthly fiend star powerhouses slashed. A sword ray sliced through the void and headed straight for the tailed beast. Awoo! The sword light was instantly devoured. What? Awoo! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's speed instantly increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him, swallowing that earthly fiend star in one gulp. 12th brother. The crowd of earthly fiend star powerhouses shouted in fright. Yeah. Swallowing an earthly fiend star expert. That heaven-swallowing tailed beast was excited and cheerful. Spit out my 12th brother. The crowd of earthly fiend star powerhouses shouted in fright. Boom! A group of energy swords slashed at the 1,000 feet long-tailed beast. However, the tailed beast's body was too tough, and it instantly deflected the energy swords. Yeah. The tailed beasts cheerfully continued to pounce, and one of the earthly fiend star powerhouses looked at the starry sky in horror. An earthly fiend star in the starry sky suddenly emitted a ray of red light, and then dimmed. 12th brother is dead? Digested by this monster? That powerhouse's expression changed. 12th brother is a 13th firmament ancestral immortal. How can this be? Another powerhouse said in fright. Look, it was 100 feet just now. After eating 12th brother, it became 110 feet. It became bigger. It wants to eat us to strengthen itself. Kill it and avenge 12th brother. Kill. 11 earthly fiend star powerhouses he furiously fought. Yeah. But the heaven-swallowing tailed beast was not afraid at all. Instead, it was even happier. After eating one, it seemed to be addicted. The 11 before it also wanted to eat, because the heaven-swallowing tailed beast could see that these 11 were not only 13th firmament ancestral immortals, but also 14th firmament ancestral immortals. Yeah. There were sounds of pursuit in all directions. 7 kills against the strongest heaven-swallowing tailed beast. In the distance, Peacock subordinates were completely unable to withstand a single blow from the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts. They were completely abused and eaten. Save us! Monster! Close to 10,000 cultivators were quickly scattered and chased by the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast happily chased after them toward the eternal domain. A single heaven-swallowing tailed beast in the eternal domain was already a living hell. Now, close to 200 heaven-swallowing tailed beasts were charging over. Even Peacock, who was running at the front, felt a chill run down his spine. One could foresee that the eternal domain was finished. At the same time, Yinchuan attracted a heaven-swallowing tailed beast. It was a 300-meter-long heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast pounced. Boom! Bai Chi slashed with a saber, sending a vast astral saber at the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Oh, the heaven-swallowing Bai Chi's astral saber in one gulp. Not good. Bai Chi's expression changed. Clang! Jin Dayu's divine Emperor bell rang loudly, sending out a surging sound wave. Oh, the heaven swallowing Bai Chi's sound attack in one gulp. Roar! Roar! The dragons were horrified. Yin Chuan stepped forward and met the heaven-swallowing tailed beast head-on. Seeing Yin Chuan charging over, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast was overjoyed. Yeah. Its two huge tails swayed rapidly. Slash! Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the Jade Emperor sword appeared. He slashed at the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. A blood-red energy sword shot out. Oh, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast swallowed it in one gulp. Bastard? Yin Chuan's expression darkened. His hands glowed with white light. He used the hand of Tao, and a huge white energy palm shot out. Whiz. Suddenly, the energy palm grabbed a huge tail. Oh, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast bit off the energy palm's finger and escaped. You can eat that? Yin Chuan said in surprise. Roar. Yin Chuan had no choice but to transform. A head of blood-red hair appeared. A sea of blood instantly filled the surroundings. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast pounced on the sea of blood excitedly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast sucked the sea of blood. The sea of blood rushed into its mouth. Fuck me. You can eat that? One of the dragons on the dragon carriage exclaimed. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast eats everything? Monster! Jin Dayu exclaimed. Yin Chuan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His eyelids twitched. Universe in the palm. Yin Chuan reached out with his right hand. Whiz. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast did not resist. It was instantly pulled into Yin Chuan's palm. Countless stars appeared in Yin Chuan's palm. The stars connected to the stars, and the power of the stars surged into Yin Chuan's palm. Rumble. The power of billions of stars gathered in Yin Chuan's palm. It was as if billions of stars were crashing into the heaven-swallowing tailed beast, trying to crush it. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was excited. It suddenly opened its mouth. Die! Yin Chuan shouted. The power of billions of stars crashed into the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Oh, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast ate billions of stars in one gulp. Yin Chuan was speechless. Yin Chuan stood in the air, dumbfounded. It ate. That was the power of the stars. It ate it all in one gulp. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast happily digested the power of the stars. In a short while, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's body changed from 100 feet to 110 feet long. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was getting stronger. The universe in the palm was useless against it. The divine beast's attributes were too insane. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast wasn't quite satisfied yet and began to fly around Yin Chuan's palm. However, there was nothing Yin Chuan could do about it. The power of the stars was useless, and all he could do was keep it flying around. Yin Chuan stared blankly at his palm, his face full of shock. Mou, she seemed to have noticed Yin Chuan's strange behavior. She quickly flew to him. What's wrong? Mou, she asked curiously. Mou, she was curious. Yin Chuan didn't know how to explain. However, in the next moment, Yin Chuan's expression changed again. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast had crushed the space inside the universe in the palm. Crack! The universe in the palm was crushed. Was the heaven-swallowing tailed beast about to escape? What? Yin Chuan was shocked. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's ability was too insane. Wouldn't it be bad if it escaped? On the other side, Peacock Sun's people either ate or ran away. Only 7 kills, and his men were left. 7 kills, heaven-shocking slash. 7 kills slashed at the largest heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Boom! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was sent flying. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast saw how disgusting it was to eat 7 kills. It turned around and chased after the rest of the group. 7 kills sighed. He turned to look at his subordinates. Oh, another heaven-swallowing tailed beast had swallowed another one of his subordinates. What? Brave Earth! 7 kills shouted. He only had 7 subordinates left. 4 of them had already been eaten, including the one in front of him. Sir, the 7 subordinates ran to 7 kills in fear. Sir, Big Brother is at the 14th layer of heaven. How could he be eaten? Sir, please save Big Brother. One of the subordinates shouted in fear. In the sky above, the brave star suddenly shone with a red light. It then dimmed. Dead? Big Brother is dead? Big Brother can't even resist this? Big Brother is at the 14th layer of heaven. He's been refined in such a short time? No, no. Everyone shouted in fear. As they shouted, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast grew to a size of 140 zhong. 14th layer of heaven. Open its mouth and swallow. Yeah. The divine beast pounced on 7 kills and the others again. Bastard die. 7 kills slashed at the divine beast angrily. Boom! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's huge tail was cut off. Not only that, the huge impact sent the heaven-swallowing tailed beast flying in the direction of Yin Chuan and the others. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it reached Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi. What? Everyone's expression changed. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast, whose tail had been cut off, steadied itself. Yeah. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing tailed beast in a flash. Yin Chuan, save me. Mo Yushi screamed in fear. Mo Yushi was going to be eaten? Yin Chuan had seen how fast the heaven-swallowing tailed beast could refine people. His expression changed, and he stopped using the universe in his palm. He quickly threw the heaven-swallowing tailed beast out of his palm. Yin Chuan blocked the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's mouth with one hand and grabbed Mo Yushi with the other. Mo Yushi was already in despair when Yin Chuan grabbed her. The happiness in his heart instantly gushed out. In her despair, she finally had Yin Chuan by her side. This was an indescribable happiness. Get out! Yin Chuan's expression changed, and he exerted force. Whoosh! Mo Yushi was thrown out. Mo Yushi, who was sent flying, suddenly saw the 140-foot heaven-devouring tail beast suddenly open its mouth and swallow Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi, who was flying in the air, was stunned. Yin Chuan was eaten. Chapter 1432. Yin Chuan was eaten? Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Mo Yushi was thrown into the air, staring blankly at the 104-foot-long heaven-devourer beast. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and the 6 dragons widened their eyes in shock. In the distance, 7 Kills was still slashing with his sword. His 7 subordinates also widened their eyes. A 110-foot-long heaven-devourer beast that had escaped from Yin Chuan's universe in the palm was thrown into the air. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on the center where the mythical beast with a broken tail swallowed Yin Chuan. It had eaten Yin Chuan. No. Mo Yushi, she cried at the top of her lungs. Squeak! The heaven-devourer beast seemed to be frightened by the loss of its tail. It immediately flew toward the eternal domain in a panic. No! Yin Chuan! Mo Yushi, she cried as if she had broken down. Yin Chuan had been eaten by a monster to save her. As for that monster, even if it was a 14th heavenly layer expert, it would still be digested very quickly after swallowing it. Yin Chuan's previous moves had no effect on it. Was Yin Chuan doomed? Had she killed her husband? Mo Yushi screamed in despair. No! Jin Diyu, protect the Empress. You fly the fastest. If necessary, take the Empress away. Dragons, follow me to the eternal domain to find the celestial emperor. Bai Qi shouted. Boom! Bai Qi led the dragons toward the eternal domain. The last heaven-devourer beast that had escaped from Yin Chuan's universe in the palm was still charging towards 7 Kills and the others. Squeak, squeak! The last heaven-devourer beast pounced. You're courting death. 7 Kills sneered. 7 Kills couldn't do anything to a 200-foot-long heaven-devourer beast. He could cut off a 100-foot-long heaven-devourer beast's tail. Now, a 100-foot-long heaven-devourer beast wanted to eat him? Empress! Jin Diyu shouted. Mo Yushi was still in a daze. Was Yin Chuan dead for sure? Although, there was also a zombie Yin Chuan. And although they were the same person, Mo Yushi only recognized the human Yin Chuan. All the physical contact was between the human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan. It was just that their minds were the same, and they were only communicating mentally. Her husband had died trying to save her. Mo Yushi's mind collapsed. No, no, no. Mo Yushi screamed. As he howled in grief, his body suddenly emitted billowing black gas. The deep purple crystal between her eyebrows, the symbol of the dark phoenix, suddenly merged into Mo Yushi's body. Rolling deep purple energy spread out. Boom! The dark purple aura emitted and actually forced Jin Dayu to retreat. I caused Yinchuan's death. I caused Yinchuan's death? As Mo Yushi collapsed, the dark phoenix crystal in her body seemed to quickly dissolve and merge with Mo Yushi. Screech! With the phoenix's mournful cry, Mo Yushi suddenly transformed into a huge black phoenix. Of the 12 huge phoenix tails, 4 of them were connected to 4 different reincarnations. Screech! Mo Yushi let out another phoenix cry. Under the phoenix cry, the surroundings suddenly darkened and a dark aura enveloped the sea. As the phoenix tails swayed, the void trembled. Then, 8 huge blue whirlpools suddenly appeared around the huge black phoenix. 8 more reincarnations? Jin Dayu cried out in shock. The black phoenix swung its tail fiercely. The other 8 tails that were not connected to the reincarnation channel instantly merged with it. Boom! Boom! The aura around Mo Yushi's body was constantly rising. What's going on? Why is the queen's cultivation increasing so quickly? She's getting stronger and stronger? Jin Dayu exclaimed. The black phoenix was in a daze. Its eyes were filled with grief. Suddenly, the black phoenix saw 7 kills in the distance. 7 kills was dealing with the heaven-devouring tail beast. Chapter 1434. Rumble. The 7-tailed heaven-devouring beast writhed in pain in the city. Yeah. Countless civilians escaped, but no one dared to stay behind to see what was going on. No one knew what was wrong with the heaven-devouring beast. It seemed to have eaten something bad. Rumble. Wisps of green light appeared in the billowing dust. The citizens who had managed to escape the city looked as if they had just been given a new lease of life. They watched the crazy, sky-devouring tail beast from afar. The dust could not stop the curiosity of the cultivators who were safe. Just as countless cultivators hid in safe places outside to watch. Yeah. Suddenly, a cry came from outside the city. Another heaven-devourer beast appeared. The new one was only 280 meters long. Seeing a large number of cultivators gathered outside the city, it became excited. Its 8 tails swung quickly. The spatial ripples tossed countless cultivators toward it. Yeah. Awoo. The new heaven-devouring beast cried out happily. Another one. Help. Help. Countless people were calling out to the heaven-swallowing tailed beast, but it was useless. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast quickly killed the cultivators. After a long time, it finished eating everyone. Yeah. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast looked around the city with its big eyes. Boom! There was a loud bang in the city, and the 7-tailed beast stopped moving. The dust settled. The 7-tailed beast seemed to have fainted. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast's eyes lit up. Yeah. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast flew closer. It poked the 7-tailed beast with its tail. However, the 7-tailed beast was still unconscious. Yeah. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast's eyes lit up. It opened its mouth, about to swallow the 7-tailed beast. However, right at this moment, the 7-tailed giant beast abruptly opened its eyes, and its large black eyes suddenly turned green. Boom! The 7-tailed beast knocked the 800-meter heaven-devouring beast away. Yeah. The 800-foot long-tailed beast pretended to be innocent. The 7-tailed beast's eyes glowed with a green light. Gradually, its pink head turned green. Roar! A ferocious look appeared on the seven-tailed beast's face as it lunged at the 800-meter-tall heaven-devouring tail beast. Yeah, the heaven-devouring tail beast's expression changed. Boom! The two gigantic devourer tails tangled together. In the end, the green-headed tail beast was much stronger. The two-tailed beasts fought for several hours. Oh, the 80-foot long-tailed beast was swallowed by the green-head-tailed beast. Roar! The green-head-tailed beast's eyes glowed with green light. There was no longer any normal light in its eyes. It was as if it had turned into a wild beast, revealing a ferocious glint. Boom! It opened its mouth and bit down on the ground. Then it burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Zombie Yinchuan frowned as he sat in the training room. He could no longer feel anything from the human body, but he could feel that the human body was still alive, not dead. What was happening now? Zombie Yinchuan frowned. He calmly waited for the next reaction from his body. Xianyang City, Heaven Pavilion. In Heaven Pavilion, silver-eyed Yinchuan sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall. Buzz! 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 Light pillars quickly appeared in the hall. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 3,000 of them. Whoosh! Some energy quickly surged out of each light pillar. In an extremely complicated cycle, some parts of the cycle were wrong and immediately exploded. However, silver-eyed Yinchuan's insane analytical skills were still being perfected. Heaven Pavilion emitted bursts of light. Xianyang City, Gue Guzi and Zhao Afong had the Heaven Evolution Disc in front of them. The two of them kept activating the disc. Zilur and Miao waited anxiously. After a long while, Gue Guzi took a deep breath and stopped the calculations. How is it? ZZ asked anxiously. It's very strange. I can't calculate it. Gue Guzi frowned. What do you mean you can't calculate it? Lu immediately asked. I just can't calculate it. I don't know how it is, but I think the Sky Emperor should be fine. Gue Guzi shook his head. Why? How do you know? Miao asked anxiously. Because of you. Gue Guzi looked at Miao. Me? Yes, your contract with the Sky Emperor is a symbiotic contract. If something happens to the Sky Emperor, you will die too. Gue Guzi explained. Yes. Miao, Yinchuan is not dead. That's great. Miao immediately cheered. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent, Imperial Palace. When Yinchuan's body emitted a green light and his hair suddenly turned green, Kong Huangtun, who was in the Imperial Heaven Palace, opened his eyes. Kong Huangtian opened his eyes. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Creak. The doors of the Imperial Palace opened. Kong Huangtian slowly walked to the entrance of the palace. Kong Huangtian came out of seclusion. Naturally, it was a big matter for the Kong family. Blind Kong and the other elders of the family rushed over. Old ancestor, Blind Kong said respectfully. Kong Huangtian looked towards the northwest and said, What happened in the eternal domain? Old ancestor, Peacock led a group of experts to the southern sea. After opening the eye of the sea, 200 heaven-devouring tailed beasts came out. Now all of them are wreaking havoc in the eternal domain. Blind Kong said concisely. As for how they wreaked havoc, Kong Huangtian naturally saw it clearly with his eyesight. Heaven-devouring tailed beasts, the 8th divine beast in the world? Kong Huangtian's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. Yes. Blind Kong nodded and stood at the side without saying anything else. Looking at the eternal domain, Kong Huangtian said, Blind Kong, do you know the special characteristics of my peacock race's divine ability? Yes, the Kong family's divine ability, the peacock's plume. The divine light is divided into the 5-color divine light, the 10-color divine light, the 15-color divine light, and the 20-color divine light. When the divine light is thrown out, it can wipe out anything. When facing an enemy, no matter how powerful the opponent's Dharma treasure is, as long as the 5-color divine light is used, the 5-color divine light can take the opponent's Dharma treasure as his own. Blind Kong said, What kind of divine ability is this? Kong Huangtian asked again. The disciples of the Kong family waited with rapt attention. because everyone knew that at this moment, the old ancestor was giving them guidance on the divine ability. This guidance was definitely better than cultivating countless times. Blind Kong shook his head. This is the divine ability of the old ancestor. Our bloodline has inherited the divine ability of the old ancestor. Kong Huangtian shook his head. You haven't understood it yet. The divine light is just a manifestation. This divine ability is called deprive. What? Everyone suddenly looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Deprive? The fifth divine ability in the world? Blind Kong said in surprise. Kong Huangtian nodded. Kong Huangtian nodded, and his descendants instantly revealed expressions of wild joy. Deprived divine ability, as the name suggests, deprives the opponent of their divine ability for your own use, deprives the opponent of their treasure, and deprives the opponent of everything. Blind Kong said excitedly. What kind of perverted divine ability was this? Fifth, one had to know that the Nether River Patriarch's spatial divine ability was only ranked 10th. In the past, the Hongjun Patriarch's time divine ability was only ranked 9th. The reason why the deprived divine ability was so powerful was because it could deprive the divine abilities ranked below it, just like the time divine ability. When Kong Huangtian fought against Hongjun, he might have been able to deprive the other party of his divine ability. His divine light was actually the deprived divine ability? Because your bloodline is thin, the deprived divine ability is constantly weakening. It can only produce some divine light that can wipe out everything. It can wipe out the opponent's treasure, but it can only take away the control of the treasure. You have already obtained the foundation of this divine ability. You need to cultivate continuously to improve it. Kong Huangtian said. Yes. Also, the top 10 divine abilities in the world are just a general ranking. It mainly depends on the depth of one's cultivation. The deeper one cultivates, the stronger one is. I can deprive the 10th divine ability of the spatial divine ability, but I can only deprive the mysterious spatial divine ability. After that, I can't continue to improve the spatial divine ability. As for the Nether River Patriarch's spatial divine ability, I can't deprive him. Therefore, you need to continue to improve it. Kong Huangtian instructed. Yes, we will definitely study this divine ability. We won't let down the precious wealth that the old ancestor left for us. Blind Kong said. Yes. Do you know the ranking of the divine beasts in the world? Kong Huangtian said. I know a little, but it's not comprehensive. I only know that the exploding beast is 9th, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast is 8th, the identical beast is 7th, the metal beast is 4th, the cricket is 3rd, and the gold beast is 2nd. Blind Kong said, just like the divine abilities, the ranking of the divine beasts is not absolute. The ranking can be constantly changed. Kong Huangtian said, yes. Blind Kong nodded. My peacock race is ranked 5th. Kong Huangtian explained. The Kong family disciples were shocked. His peacock clan was actually the 5th divine beast. The top 10 divine beasts each have more than one divine ability. The exploding beast has the divine abilities restore and merge. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast has the divine abilities swallow all and refine all. The identical beast has the divine abilities transform and duplicate. Kong Huangtian said. Then what about my peacock race? Blind Kong asked excitedly. Could it be that the Kong family bloodline had other divine abilities besides the deprived divine ability? Deprive, parasitize. Kong Huangtian said. Parasitize? What's that? Blind Kong frowned. Not to mention seeing it. He had never even heard of it. His bloodline had such a divine ability? How come he had never noticed it? Kong Huangtian did not explain and continued to look in the direction of Eternal Domain. Eternal Domain. As the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts continued to wreak havoc, the entire Eternal Domain had undergone earth-shattering changes. The heaven-swallowing tailed beasts devoured the earth, and huge craters appeared one after another. They continued to devour and eat until they reached the depths of the earth, and lava shot up into the sky. A sea of fire spread, and earthquakes continued. The entire eternal domain seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. Under the assault of water and fire, fog rose into the sky. Mou, she had already transformed into her human form. She clutched her chest and flew around. Empress, you were heavily injured in the battle with 7 kills. You should rest for a while. Jin Dayu advised. I'm fine. I want to find Yin Chuan. I want to find Yin Chuan. Mou, she shouted anxiously. In the distance, 2 heaven-swallowing tailed beasts were fighting as if they wanted to devour each other. The way the heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured each other was different from the way the exploding beasts did it. The exploding beasts had merged into one, and their strength would increase exponentially. On the other hand, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured each other as if they were devouring an expert. Mou, she quickly flew over. No, these 2 aren't either. Mou, she said anxiously. Whoosh! Once again, Mou, she flew away. Jin Dayu followed closely behind. Chapter 1435. The sound of the eternal domain crumbling could be heard without end. Countless cultivators fled to the outside world, but there was also a large number of cultivators flying in. Great Jun's East factory guards and scouts for various factions were pouring into the eternal domain. Seawater and volcanoes collided, and mist rose into the sky. The entire eternal domain was like a huge boiler, boiling and chaotic. Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. Kong Huang Tian stared northwest at the eternal domain. Middle Sky Continent's border. Defeating armies, Tam Lang, Zhu Min, and Wu Chu, the 4 commanders of the Purple Micro-Celestial Army, stood at the peak of a mountain and looked coldly to the south. With their 15th layer eyesight, they could naturally see through most of the world and see everything in the eternal domain. Yin Chuan has already been eaten by the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Do we still want to go? Defeating armies frowned. Yes, why not? Tan Lang said solemnly. Look at the sky above Xianyang City in the outer East Continent. Tan Lang said solemnly. Everyone looked at the sky above Xianyang. Above Xianyang, the Sea of Providence was still churning. As long as Yin Chuan is alive, the Providence will not be extinguished. If the Sea of Providence continues to churn, Yin Chuan will definitely still be alive. Tan Lang said solemnly. But that's because there are 2 Yin Chuan. One is dead, and the other is alive. That's why the Sea of Providence is fine. Wu Chu frowned. Even so, the Sea of Providence only shook for a while before recovering. So, I'm guessing that Yin Chuan is still alive. Tan Lang said solemnly. Yes. Everyone nodded. However, that heaven-devouring tailed beast is truly powerful. The brave star of the celestial longevity realm is a 14th layer expert. After swallowing it, it was digested in the blink of an eye. Zhu Min frowned. That's why we have to go. Why isn't Yin Chuan dead? Tan Lang frowned. Yes. Everyone nodded. Let's go. Boom. A group of people charged straight towards the everlasting domain. Middle Sky Continent, Purple Micro Palace. Great Emperor Purple Micro sat on the dragon throne with Wen Chu standing in front of him. The 4 of them went to the eternal domain. Great Emperor Ziwei asked in a low voice. Yes, I allowed it. If you want to blame someone, you should blame me. It's just that when Pajuan came back that day, he was in such a miserable state. Our Ziwei celestial realm has always been the ones bullying others. We have never been bullied before. Wen Chu said solemnly. Great Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath and did not reprimand Wen Chu. Instead, he looked to the south, as if his gaze had already followed defeating armies and the others to the eternal domain. Southwest region, Celestial Longevity Realm. 7 kills brought his injured subordinates to the entrance of a territory. Sir, should we report this to the Lord? A subordinate asked. Of course, your 72 earthly fiend stars have never suffered such a great loss. 5 of you have died. How are you going to explain this to the Lord? What face do I have left in front of the other corps commanders? Moreover, the 5 of them have gone through life and death with me. If I don't take revenge, how can I face the 5 of them? 7 Kills said. Yes. The subordinates clenched their fists and nodded. Sir, you were fighting with Mo Yushi earlier, and you look quite battered. Shouldn't you tidy up your clothes before going to see the Lord? There's still blood at the corner of your mouth. A subordinate said. Tidy up? Of course not. We were bullied, so the Lord intervened. Blood? 7 Kills wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. He immediately smeared the blood from the corner of his mouth on his face. Then he messed up his tidy long hair, making him look even more miserable. The subordinates looked at 7 Kills blankly. Quick, find a door plank. How many times have I told you not to cause trouble for those from the Great Jun Celestial Court when you see them? You're still trying to trick me? Tell me the truth. Great Emperor Shang shouted. My lord, I'm really not hiding anything. I've been bullied. 7 Kills was speechless. He didn't know why his lord was so nice to the Great Jun Imperial Court. Woolly my ass. Don't you think I know you're a troublemaker? While I was in the Great Jun Imperial Court, I saw Mo Yushi many times. If you weren't a bastard, why would Mo Yushi bother you for no reason? Besides, how could Mo Yushi be stronger than you? You don't even know how to tell honor now. Great Emperor Shang's face was full of disappointment. 7 Kills was speechless. Get up. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Great Emperor Shang scolded. 7 Kills felt helpless. Back in the celestial longevity plane, none of the army commanders would be able to see through his feigned illness. Only Heavenly Emperor Longevity would be able to see through his feigned illness. It was as though Heavenly Emperor Longevity knew better than the worm in his stomach. 7 Kills couldn't keep up the act anymore. He slowly climbed up from the door. He grunted as he got up. He no longer looked like he was on his last breath. All the Legion commanders were speechless. My lord, how did you see through it? I already used a secret technique. 7 Kills said strangely. Great Emperor Shang didn't say anything, but a trace of disdain appeared in his heart. How did you see through it? These are all leftovers from my past games. Chapter 1436. As time passed, the Eternal Domain was on the verge of collapse. Much of the coastline had collapsed, and seawater had flooded into the interior. When it came into contact with the lava, steam rose into the sky, and torrential rain fell. Over the past few days, the Great Jin had been searching for Yin Chuan's whereabouts. 200 heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured countless cultivators. The goal of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts was to quickly grow stronger and stronger. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts didn't belong to a tribe. Thus, when there was a shortage of cultivators, they could only devour each other. Each heaven-devouring tail beast represented a tremendous amount of power. Although they didn't have the ability to merge with others like the exploding beast, eating one heaven-devouring tail beast was more beneficial than eating countless cultivators. Boom! Of the 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts fighting each other, only the strongest would be enough. The Great Jin factory guards risked their lives to enter the everlasting domain and send news back to Xianyang City. Lu Buwei was in charge of receiving all kinds of information. The 7-tailed heaven-devouring beast that devoured the Celestial Emperor hasn't appeared yet. Lu Buwei frowned. Yes, Minister Lu. The 7-tailed divine beast has appeared a total of 4 times. Each time, it devoured a heaven-devouring tail beast. Now, it's 200 meters long. However, it burrows into the ground each time, making it difficult for the factory guards to find it. An official said respectfully. And the others? News keeps coming in that large groups of heaven-devouring tail beasts are killing each other. There should only be 10 of them left, but each of them is over 200 meters long. The largest is 240 meters long. They're searching for each other and hunting each other down. Pass on my orders. Continue to search for the Celestial Emperor. Lu Buwei said. Yes, in the everlasting domain. The few remaining heaven-devouring tail beasts were gnawing on mud as they searched for each other. At this moment, a loud cry rang out from somewhere in the heart of everlasting domain. Screech! The void of the eternal domain began to tremble violently. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tail beast's eyes lit up. From the sound of the cry, they could tell that it came from a peerless expert. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tail beast immediately stopped gnawing on mud and rushed toward the source of the cry. Rumble! At the same time, the rumbling sounds of battle could be heard everywhere. It was Mo Yushi by Qi and Jin Diyu fighting against the 2,000 zhong long heaven-devouring tail beast. Killing Path Golden Body, the Bell of Chaos. Ming, by Qi and Jin Diyu, one on the left and one on the right, interfered with the sky-devouring tail beast. Mo Yushi turned into a streak of black light and slammed into the back of the sky-devouring tail beast. Boom! The heaven-devourer beast didn't suffer any injuries from the collision, but it was even more enraged. It swung its tail wildly, trying to swallow everyone. The heaven-devouring tailed beast is still chasing after us. How troublesome. Bai Qi frowned. That's right. If the Empress wasn't here, both of us might have been swallowed. Jin Diyu smiled bitterly. We can go on like this. If this drags on, the other heaven-devouring tail beast will be attracted here. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast waved its tail anxiously. Mo Yushi had turned into the Black Phoenix, but she couldn't do anything. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was too difficult to deal with. Neither of them could do anything to the other, but they could keep Mo Yushi busy. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, back off. I'm going to use my secret technique. Mo Yushi shouted. Yes. The two of them quickly backed off. Without the two of them, the heaven-devouring tailed beast had a much easier time. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's tail grew so long that it covered the sky, wrapping the Black Phoenix in the center. 12 paths of reincarnation. Mo Yushi shouted. The 12 huge tails spread out, and the 12 paths of reincarnation surged towards the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The heaven-devouring tailed beast didn't care about anything. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the 12 tails along with the paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation collapse, explode. Mo Yushi shouted. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation exploded in the heaven-devouring tailed beast's mouth. The huge explosion caused the surrounding space to collapse. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was sent flying in pain. A huge crack appeared in its mouth. 3 of its 8 tails were broken. Its entire body was smashed. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was finally heavily injured. Mo Yushi's 12 tails were instantly blown to smithereens. The recoil caused Mo Yushi to spit out a mouthful of blood. She hurriedly flew out of the collapsed black hole. She transformed into her human form. However, her human form was extremely pitiful. Her back was a mess of flesh and blood, and her face was extremely pale. Empress Yu, Bai Qi, and Jin Diyu shouted. Cough, cough. Let's go. The heaven-devouring tailed beast recovers quickly. Once it recovers, we won't be able to escape. Mo, she said bitterly. Yes, the two of them didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly summoned a cloud for Mo Yushi to land on, just as the 3 of them were about to escape. Yeah, suddenly, there was another cry. A heaven-devouring tailed beast blocked their path. How is this possible? How did it recover so quickly? Mo Yushi cried out in shock. No, not that one. This one is 210 feet tall. Jin Diyu shouted. Yeah, whoosh! Another heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared. Yeah, a third heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared. Yeah. In just a short while, the 3 of them were surrounded by 9 huge heaven-devouring tailed beasts. Mo Yushi and the other two's escape came to an abrupt halt. 100-foot heaven-devouring tailed beast had already caused Mo Yushi to pay a heavy price to escape. Now, there were 9 of them. Even the smallest was 200 feet tall. How were they supposed to deal with them? The 3 of them landed at the foot of a mountain. They looked up at the 9 huge heaven-devouring tailed beasts in the sky. All of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts are here. Jin Diyu smiled bitterly. The first person the 9 heaven-devouring tailed beasts took a liking to was Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was heavily injured, but the heaven-devouring tailed beast could taste her deliciousness. Although they didn't know who the Dark Phoenix was, they knew that she was the strongest. Eating her would be very beneficial to them. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts cried out happily. However, their joyful cries were jarring to the ears of Jean Diyu and the others. Is it over? She said bitterly. Bai Qi and Jean Diyu also held their breaths. Jean Diyu sent a message to Xian Yang. If Yin Chuan comes back alive, tell him that if there's a next life, I'll still be his wife. She said with a sad smile. Maybe the Empress will be fine. The Heavenly Emperor will be fine. Maybe the Empress will be fine too. Even if. Jean Diyu comforted her. Send a message. She shook her head. They were in a desperate situation. There was no way to escape. This wasn't Xian Yang. There was nothing they could do. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts glared at each other for a while. Then, they pounced on Jean Diyu, and Bai Qi. She was heavily injured. There was nothing she could do. After asking Jean Diyu to send a message to Xian Yang, she closed her eyes. She recalled how good Yin Chuan was. At the moment of death, She's mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile. Yeah, the heaven-devouring tailed beast charged. The one at the front was about to swallow She whole. Boom! Beneath She's feet, the ground suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and a large piece of land exploded. A beam of green light shot up into the sky. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from beneath the shattered earth. A huge creature broke out of the ground. It was a seven-tailed heaven-devouring beast that was 2,000 feet long. However, its head was green, and its eyes shone with a sharp green light. There was also a pair of dragon horns on its head. The dragon horn-tailed beast charged at the heaven-devouring tailed beast at the front. Boom! Under the huge impact, the surrounding void suddenly became chaotic. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's rhythm was disrupted by the dragon horn-tailed beast. All the heaven-devouring tailed beasts froze. They looked at the strange creature in front of them in shock. She was prepared to die. However, when she saw the dragon horn-tailed beast, her expression changed. Yin Chuan, she shouted in joy. The dragon horn-tailed beast stood on the ground with 3 tails. It seemed to be protecting Bai Qi, Jean Diyu, and She. The Emperor of Heaven. Jean Diyu and Bai Qi were overjoyed. She was so emotional that tears welled up in her eyes. The dragon horn-tailed beast looked down at the 3 of them. Its eyes were still cold. It looked at them blankly as if it did not know them. However, it was instinctively protecting them. The dragon horn-tailed beast turned its head. It did not seem to like this feeling. Roar! It roared at the 3 of them. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast looked at the dragon horn-tailed beast curiously. Roar! The dragon horn-tailed beast roared at the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. It was as if it was provoking all the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. The dragon horn-tailed beast's provocation angered the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. They looked ferocious. The dragon horn-tailed beast did not care. It swung its huge tail, and it instantly grew. In the blink of an eye, it reached the heaven-devouring tailed beast that she had injured. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was covered in wounds. However, its wounds were healing quickly. Suddenly, it wrapped its tail around the dragon horn-tailed beast. Yeah, the dragon horn-tailed beast cried out in confusion. Whoosh! It was pulled to the dragon horn-tailed beast. Oh, the dragon horn-tailed beast opened its mouth and swallowed it. Rumble! The dragon horn-tailed beast's body slowly expanded. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts on the other side looked even more ferocious. After all, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts would devour the other beasts when there were other beasts around. This was the common understanding of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. It was also the reason why they were only fighting for She in the beginning. This dragon horn-tailed beast had gone too far. In an instant, the 9 heaven-devouring tailed beasts saw the dragon horn-tailed beast as their enemy. They looked ferocious and were ready to kill the dragon horn-tailed beast. Chapter 1437. In the everlasting domain, sea fog filled the sky. At the north coast, boom, for figures appeared at the seaside. Pejuan, Tanlang, Jumin, and Wu Chu. We've been delayed for a while. We're finally here, Tanlang said. Unfortunately, the fog is so thick that we can't see them clearly. Wu Chu frowned. It's okay. We'll find Yinchuan soon. Let's go in, Tanlang said. Okay. Boom. The group of people rushed into the everlasting domain. Roar. The dragon horn-tailed beast roared and pounced on the 9 heaven-devouring tail beasts. Boom. The 10 tails tangled together. The dragon horn-tailed beast knew that it was 1 against 9, so it tried its best to stay together. Ah! The dragon horn-tailed beast bit down on a group of tails. Its own tail was bitten as well. Yeah! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts cried out in pain. The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts immediately let go of their tails. However, the dragon horn-tailed beast did not seem to be afraid of pain and continued to bite down on the group of tails. 2 of its own tails were bitten off again. Yeah. The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts waved their huge tails in pain. For a moment, the void around them shattered. Mou Shi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu quickly took the opportunity to escape to a safe place. The 3 of them knew that they could not help at all. Even if they stayed, they would not be of any help. They might even affect the dragon horn-tailed beast battle. Roar! The dragon horn-tailed beast roared angrily. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless blood seas appeared in all directions. As soon as the blood seas appeared, they drowned the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts. At this moment, the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts did not have the mood to devour the blood seas. Their tails were bitten off, and they wanted to take revenge on the dragon horn-tailed beast. The blood seas were in chaos. Suddenly, they could not tell who was who. Yeah. Roar! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts roared angrily. Suddenly, the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts saw a tail beast sweep over. Rumble! The blood seas continued to fill up the void. The original battle suddenly became chaotic. No one knew who they were fighting, but that was no longer important. They just needed to eat the other party. Boom! Boom! In the blood sea, a group of heaven-devouring tailed beasts fought each other. The sea of blood filled the sky, surging with invincibility. Awoo! Awoo! After fighting for a while, the sound of swallowing could be heard. Waves of powerful auras were constantly being emitted. Clearly, some of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts were growing stronger. In the outside world, Imo Yushi's eyes were filled with worry. Blood Sea Divine Ability. This is Yin Chuan's divine ability. As expected, Yin Chuan is still alive. Imo Yushi was worried, but her eyes were filled with joy. Everyone waited patiently for an unknown period of time. Boom! All of a sudden, the sea of blood exploded and dispersed. The original 10 heaven-devouring tail beasts had all been used up. Only 2 heaven-devouring tail beasts were left, biting each other. 2 heaven-devouring tailed beasts that were 250 feet long. 1 dragon horn, the other 8 tails. They bit each other's tails and stared at each other, glaring at each other. Roar! Roar! The 2 heaven-devouring tail beasts continued to compete. Neither was willing to give in. Neither was able to eat the other. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and 4 figures appeared in midair. Defeating armies, Tanlang, Jumin, and Wu Chu had all arrived. Ha, I told you. Tanlang sneered. Yinchuan. Defeating armies suddenly roared. The dragon horn-tailed beast was stunned for a moment, as if it was very sensitive to the name Yinchuan. This slight pause gave the other tailed beast a chance to attack. Crack! Another tail of the dragon horn-tailed beast was bitten off. At the same time, the tailed beast chased after the dragon horn-tailed beast, opening its mouth and swallowing it whole. No! Imoyu, she screamed in horror. The tailed beast that Yin Chuan was in was eaten again? Oh! Defeating armies frowned. Rumble! The 8-tailed heaven-devouring tail beast's body suddenly expanded again. Soon, its body grew from 250 feet to 280 feet. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast cried out happily. However, after just 2 cries, his face suddenly revealed a pained expression, and he quickly rolled on the ground in pain. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast rolled on the ground in pain. As it rolled, it was surrounded by smoke and dust. What's going on? Tamlang frowned. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi flew over anxiously. Bai Qi and Jin Deyu followed closely behind. The Empress of Dezhun and 2 generals of Dezhun? Defeating armies looked at them with hatred. Boom! Another loud noise came from the smoke and dust. The noise gradually subsided, and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. 2 huge dragon horns appeared on the head of the heaven-devouring tail beast. It opened its eyes, and 2 beams of green light shot out. Middle Sky Continent, Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei had been watching defeating armies and his group. His vision pierced through the fog, and he instantly saw the new heaven-devouring tail beast. Yin Chuan? He's controlling the new heaven-devouring tail beast? Great Emperor Ziwei said with a dark expression. In the distance, the new heaven-devouring tail beast turned its head and looked at Mo Yushi and then at defeating armies and his group. It was as if it didn't recognize Mo Yushi, but it could tell who was hostile towards it. The hostility came from defeating armies, Tamlang, Jumin, and Wu Chu. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast roared at the 4 of them instinctively. Haha! You think you can escape just because you've turned into a beast? Today, I'll pay you back 100-fold for the humiliation you've suffered back then. Defeating armies shouted angrily. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast acted on instinct and didn't waste time talking. Its 4 huge tails immediately rushed towards the 4 of them. The 4 of them were stunned. 1 against 4? Yin Chuan really didn't want to live anymore. They each took out their weapons and slashed at the 4 huge tails. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, the space shattered. The weapons and the huge tails retreated. However, the huge tails weren't injured at all. What? The 4 commanders' expressions suddenly changed. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei also narrowed his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast roared and rushed towards the 4 of them again. Rumble! 8 huge tails broke through the space and swept towards the 4 of them again. Watch out! Tamlang yelled. Boom! 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 After another collision, the heaven-devouring tail beast became fiercer and fiercer. The 4 of them attacked with all their might. Only Tamlang's attack left a huge wound on one of the huge tails. The other 3 couldn't even move the huge tails. The heaven-devouring tail beast was in pain. It twisted its head and opened its mouth to swallow Tamlang. You're asking for it. Sky-breaking sword. Tamlang stabbed his sword into the heaven-devouring tail beast's mouth. Oh, the huge sword energy was swallowed by the heaven-devouring tail beast. It didn't back down and pounced again. Bastard! Tamlang's expression changed. He struck out with his palm. As he struck out with his palm, the shadow of a huge wolf seemed to appear in the air. It pounced on the heaven-devouring tail beast. Oh, it swallowed the heaven-devouring tail beast. The heaven-devouring tail beast was getting closer and closer to Tamlang. What? Tamlang exclaimed. The other 3's expressions changed. Seeing that Tamlang was in trouble, they immediately stabbed their weapons at the heaven-devouring tail beast. Boom! 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 After 3 heavy attacks, the heaven-devouring tail beast was finally stopped. Tamlang immediately escaped. However, the heaven-devouring tail beast had too many tails. One of them instantly wrapped around defeating armies and tied him up. Defeating armies' expression changed. Let go of defeating armies, Tamlang exclaimed. Jumin and Wu Tsu's expressions changed as well. They had just escaped when they pounced on the heaven-devouring tail beast again. Their weapons were even more ferocious. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast cried out in pain. However, at this moment, another tail wrapped around Jumin. Jumin screamed. He was immediately tied up by the tail and could not move. Cut off his tail and saved defeating armies in Juman. Tamlang exclaimed. Tamlang and Wu-Tsu cut off one tail each and slashed at the heaven-devouring tail beast's two huge tails. Boom! Before Wu-Tsu could use his full power, another tail wrapped around him. However, Tanlong's attack was powerful. It shattered the void and cut off defeating army's tail. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast cried out in pain. However, another tail bound defeating armies, who had just escaped, once again. In just a short while, only Tamlang was left of the four powerhouses. The other three were caught in the tail and looked terrified. Defeating armies. Juman, Wu-Tsu. The three's astral energy could not break free from the heaven-devouring tail beast's power. Let them go, Tamlang said anxiously. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast looked fierce. It blocked Tanlong's attack while preparing to send the three into its mouth. Mou Shi Bai Chi and Jindayu looked at the heaven-devouring tail beast in front of them in shock. The four of them are all level 15. How can the Celestial Emperor be so powerful? Jindayu said in shock. Isn't this too fierce? Middle Sky Continent, Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed when he saw that his four subordinates were about to be killed. Heaven-devouring tail beast? Bastard! Great Emperor Ziwei glared. He sat on the dragon throne and suddenly emitted a purple light. The purple light left his body and formed a transparent human figure of Great Emperor Ziwei. When Chu guard my body, I'll send my projection over. Great Emperor Ziwei's projection shouted. Yes. When Chu answered, the transparent projection of Great Emperor Ziwei dashed forward. Whoosh! It disappeared from the spot. As for his real body, it sat on the dragon throne without moving. Eternal Domain. Tanlong's sword slashed down fiercely. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast did not care at all. It sent the three cultivators into its mouth in the blink of an eye. It was not afraid of the energy saber. It would eat them all. No! Tanlang roared in despair. The three brothers from the second epoch were going to be eaten right in front of their eyes? Tanlang, save me! Pajun, Jumin, and Wu-Tsu cried out. But Tanlang could do nothing. Just as the three of them were about to be eaten, suddenly, a purple light appeared from the north and slammed into the heaven-devouring tail beast. Boom! A force several times stronger than Tanlong's collided. The heaven-devouring tail beast was sent flying from the center of Eternal Domain. The huge force shattered the void and sent it flying to the seaside of Eternal Domain. A super heavy blow. Chapter 1438. Boom! A force that was several times stronger than Tanlang's hit sent the heaven-devouring tailed beast flying from the center of the everlasting domain. Under the huge force, it shattered the void and flew to the seaside of the everlasting domain. A super heavy blow. It crossed half the domain. Under the huge force, Pajun, Jumin, and Wu-Tsu were freed and sent to different places. They were all overjoyed. One had to know that they were almost eaten just now. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's digestive ability was obvious to all. Although they had never eaten a 15th level celestial plane cultivator before, they could not guarantee that they would not be digested. Boom! The heaven-devouring tailed beast only stopped after destroying a large mountain range. In the distance, everyone flew towards the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was buried in a pile of ruins. It was stunned by the sudden attack. After a while, crack, crack, the heaven-devouring tailed beast slowly stirred the ruins and got up. In the outside world, 5 figures were standing in the air. Tanlang, Jumin, Pajun, Wu-Tsu, and a purple transparent figure exuded a majestic aura. Under the purple transparent figure's feet was a vast triangular arched altar. The Great Emperor's altar. Thank you, my lord. Pajun and the other 2 bowed gratefully. Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei's attack had saved everyone just now. The transparent figure in front of them was a projection of great emperors away. He had arrived in the everlasting domain from such a long distance away in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength was indescribably fierce. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes were cold as he looked at the heaven-devouring tailed beast that had crawled out of the ruins. Roar! The heaven-devouring tailed beast growled. The heaven-devouring tailed beast roared at Great Emperor Ziwei. Its eyes flashed with anger. It had almost eaten something delicious just now, but it had been ruined by him. Yinchuan. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Roar! The heaven-devouring tailed beast roared. Swinging its 7 tails, the sky-devouring tail beast looked like it was going to eat all 5 of them. My lord, this beast is really powerful. This subordinate is at the middle stage of the 15th heavenly layer. With the help of Army Destroyer, Jumin, and Wuxiu, I barely managed to cut off one of its tails. Tan Lang said bitterly. They had thought that they would be able to tear down all obstacles before them, but after encountering this monster, they realized that other than themselves, they had nearly been wiped out. Master, this monster is very strange. It doesn't seem to have Yin Chuan's intelligence, but it can use some of Yin Chuan's abilities. Defeating armies said. Roar! The sky-devouring tailed beast let out another roar. Its huge tail stretched out with a loud rumble. It grew longer and charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei. He wanted to take revenge for the previous attack. The giant tail lashed out like a heavy sword. It tore through the void and arrived in front of Great Emperor Ziwei in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes turned cold. He extended his right index and middle finger and pointed them at the giant tail. Between Great Emperor Ziwei's right index and middle finger, a blood-red ball of light suddenly appeared. It was like a blood-red demonic star shooting out from his fingertips. It was extremely beautiful. His 2 fingers touched the giant tail. Boom! The sky-devouring tailed beast's tail suddenly exploded. Yeah. The sky-devouring tailed beast suddenly cried out in pain. 2 fingertips to break one of its tails? Tan Lang and the others all looked extremely impressed. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength had long become a legend in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the sky-devouring tailed beast was left with only 6 tails. After being hit by Great Emperor Ziwei again, not only was it not afraid, but its eyes became even more ferocious. Roar! Roar! As it roared, the sky-devouring tailed beast pounced towards Great Emperor Ziwei again. When it opened its mouth, its expression was ferocious. It was as if it would only be satisfied after swallowing Great Emperor Ziwei completely. Beast! You're courting death. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. He extended his right palm. There were 7 large red moles on his right palm. It was extremely beautiful. His right palm struck out. Boom! Above the void, a huge purple energy palm suddenly appeared. However, this energy palm was different from other energy palms. Within Great Emperor Ziwei's energy palm, there were 7 blood-red light spots. They were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, and there were 7 demonic moles on his palm. Boom! The energy palm struck the sky-devouring tailed beast's head, and the 7 demonic moles instantly shot out 7 beams of scarlet light. Bam! 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 The 7 beams of scarlet light instantly pierced through the sky-devouring tailed beast. In an instant, 7 large holes were pierced through its body. Roar! The sky-devouring tailed beast cried out in horror. On the side, Tan Lang and the others were shocked. One should know that when their attacks landed on the sky-devouring tailed beast's body, they all rebounded. Even if they attacked with all their might, they could not do anything to the beast's powerful defense. However, the 7 demonic moles on their master's palm instantly pierced 7 large holes through the beast's head. The 7 large holes on the sky-devouring tailed beast's head looked extremely ferocious. PFFTT. The energy palm dissipated. Countless colorful gases suddenly emitted from the 14 large holes on the sky-devouring tailed beast's body. It was like a balloon that had deflated. Plop! The sky-devouring tailed beast fell to the ground from midair. It could not even withstand a single attack from Great Emperor Ziwei. The ferocious, sky-devouring tailed beast was no match for Great Emperor Ziwei's palm. Sizzle. Colorful gases continued to emit from the 14 bloody holes. The sky-devouring tailed beast gradually lost consciousness. Was it dead? Was it dead just like that? Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi's despairing cry suddenly came from afar. Mo Yushi was severely injured. Jin Dayu had transformed into the Golden Crow and rushed over with Bai Qi and Mo Yushi in tow. However, when they arrived, they saw the sky-devouring tailed beast killed by Great Emperor Ziwei with a single palm strike. No! Enduring the pain, Mo Yushi roared and flew toward the sky-devouring tailed beast. Yin Chuan, don't die! Yin Chuan! Mo Yushi pounced on the sky-devouring tailed beast in horror. However, the sky-devouring tailed beast kept leaking spiritual essence. Celestial Emperor Jin Dayu and Bai Qi also rushed over in horror. The previously invincible sky-devouring tailed beast was killed with a single move. Everyone rushed toward the sky-devouring tailed beast. In midair, Pajun and the others admired Great Emperor Ziwei even more. My lord is invincible, everyone exclaimed in their hearts. So what if it was the sky-devouring tailed beast? He killed it with a single move? Their lord was too powerful. No wonder he was the most powerful Great Emperor. However, Great Emperor Ziwei frowned. There are still signs of life. Huh? Everyone was slightly stunned. As the sky-devouring tailed beast leaked spiritual essence, its entire body seemed to be rapidly decaying. The sky-devouring tailed beast was dead. It had been killed by Great Emperor Ziwei. Its body was decaying. Mo Yushi rushed over with tears streaming down her face. She kept calling out Yin Chuan's name. Just as Mo Yushi was calling out, cough. A soft cough came from the sky-devouring tailed beast body. Mo Yushi's crying stopped slightly. Everyone suddenly quieted down. Cough, cough. There were two more coughs. The sky-devouring tailed beast body was rapidly decaying. Mo Yushi quickly dug through the rotten flesh. Soon, she found a sack inside. A naked man was wrapped in the sack. The man seemed to have fallen into a coma. He was slowly waking up. Cough, cough. The man coughed again. Yin Chuan, Yin Chuan, Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi cried out excitedly. Rip! Mo Yushi tore open the sack, revealing Yin Chuan's head. Yin Chuan, that's great. You're fine. Mo Yushi hugged Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was in Mo Yushi's arms. He slowly opened his eyes. He was slightly stunned. At this moment, in the great Qin city of the Netherworld, zombie Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. Phew, I can finally feel my human body again. Eternal Domain. Yin Chuan. Defeating army shouted. Yin Chuan, who was in Mo Yushi's arms, suddenly focused his empty eyes. Yin Chuan in human form had awakened. Zombie Yin Chuan transmitted his will, and Yin Chuan in human form had regained his consciousness. Yin Chuan in human form frowned as he looked at the 5 people in midair. Tamlang, defeating armies, Wu Xiu, and Juman. There was also a transparent person in purple imperial robes. He was standing on the Great Emperor's altar. His identity was obvious. Great Emperor Ziwei. Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Yin Chuan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yin Chuan, how have you been since we last met? Great Emperor Ziwei said calmly. Back then, in the heavenly sea of the outer North Continent, Great Emperor Ziwei had accepted the position of a saint. Although he didn't talk to Yin Chuan back then, they still met once. Great Emperor Ziwei, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Just now, how did you control the heaven-devouring tailed beast? Great Emperor Ziwei asked curiously. Although the heaven-devouring tailed beast was nothing to Great Emperor Ziwei, he was still curious about it. Yin Chuan's cultivation was only at the 12th layer of heaven. How could a 12th layer of heaven control a 15th layer of heaven control a 15th layer of heaven? To be able to control a heaven-devouring tailed beast with a gap of 3 layers, there must be something special about it. Control. Yin Chuan frowned and thought for a while. Stop pretending. What's the point? Defeating armies suddenly shouted. Do you have the right to speak? Yin Chuan looked at defeating armies. Bastard, what did you say? Defeating armies shouted angrily. The humiliation in the past was still vivid in his mind. Now, he was humiliating him in front of Great Emperor Ziwei again. If it weren't for Great Emperor Ziwei, defeating armies would have killed Yin Chuan immediately to take revenge for the past. Yin Chuan naturally didn't need to be polite to defeating armies. Now that the situation was bad, it didn't mean that he needed to curry favor with defeating armies. Oomph. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Obviously, he was also very dissatisfied with Yin Chuan's attitude. Yin Chuan, I'll ask you again. How did you control the heaven-devouring tail beast? Great Emperor Ziwei asked coldly again. As he spoke, a powerful aura pressed down on Yin Chuan and the others. Boom! The rotten corpse of the heaven-devouring tailed beast was instantly flattened. A powerful aura rushed towards everyone. But at this moment, a beam of green light shot out from the southeast. Boom! The green light collided with Great Emperor Ziwei's aura with a powerful aura. It brazenly blocked the impact of Great Emperor Ziwei's aura. A green transparent figure instantly blocked in front of Yin Chuan and the others. It was another projection. The number one person in the third era, Kong Huangtian. Great Emperor Ziwei's face darkened. Chapter 1439. In front of the Imperial Celestial Palace in the southern outer continent, Kong Huangtian stood quietly with a group of Kong family members. Kong Huangtian had been paying attention to the Eternal Dominion. Most importantly, he was paying attention to Yin Chuan. Parasitism? Most of the Kong family members possessed one of the two divine abilities of the peacock. However, no one else had ever possessed the parasitism divine ability. Yin Chuan was the first one. Kong Huangtian looked into the distance solemnly, observing Yin Chuan. When Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly appeared and Yin Chuan was on the verge of death, Kong Huangtian finally made a move. Blind Kong, protect my body, Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Buzz! Kong Huangtian's body emitted a green light as a projection stepped out of his body. Yes, Blind Kong said respectfully. Boom! Kong Huangtian's projection shot towards the Eternal Dominion and disappeared in an instant. The number one person in the third epic, Kong Huangtian, Great Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened. Kong Huangtian's body was covered in green light, and his expression was indifferent. He stood in front of Yin Chuan and the others, blocking Yin Chuan and the others behind him. Middle Heaven, Big Dipper, Great Emperor Ziwei, I've long heard of your great name. Kong Huangtian nodded. The two peerless experts stared at each other. Yin Chuan, who was behind Kong Huangtian, frowned slightly as he looked at Kong Huangtian solemnly. One had to know that although he had a trace of the Kong family's bloodline, he didn't have much interaction with Kong Huangtian. At this critical moment, Kong Huangtian was blocking in front of him. Why? Screech! A group of cultivators flew over from afar. The leader was the Kong family's patriarch, Peacock. Peacock had long been paying attention to the battle of the heaven-devouring beast, but he didn't dare to show himself. The battle here was also his main focus. It just so happened that this place wasn't far from where he was originally. Peacock Z had arrived early and hid in the dark until Kong Huangtian appeared. Greetings, old ancestor, Peacock and his subordinates said. Kong Huangtian nodded, but he kept looking at Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Kong Huangtian with a puzzled expression. Kong Huangtian, I'm doing something. Why are you blocking me? Great Emperor Ziwei said calmly. Great Emperor Ziwei, may I know what you need to do? Kong Huangtian asked in a deep voice. Do I need to report to you when I do things? Great Emperor Ziwei asked in a low voice. Kong Huangtian shook his head and said, I know what Great Emperor Ziwei wants to do, but I want to protect Yin Chuan. I hope Great Emperor Ziwei can show mercy. Amen? Everyone looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Protect? Great Emperor Ziwei asked coldly. Yes, Yin Chuan has our Kong clan's bloodline. Kong Huangtian nodded. At this moment, no one dared to interrupt the conversation between Kong Huangtian and the Great Emperor of Zhuwei. Great Emperor Zhuwei narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he was merely interrogating Yin Chuan about the secret technique that he had used. Yet, Kong Huangtian suddenly came here to prevent him from interrogating Yin Chuan? Could it be that the secret technique was something shameful? Oh, the Kong clan's bloodline? It's a pity that he doesn't acknowledge your bloodline. Otherwise, why didn't he join your Kong clan when he was in the heavenly court? Great Emperor Zhiwei said with a smile. Kong Huangtian didn't say anything. Peacock Zi suddenly turned to look at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, are you willing to join my Kong clan? Great Emperor Ziwei's excuse was exactly what Peacock Zi wanted. Peacock Zi had always been thinking about how to strengthen the Kong clan and how to bring Dezhun into the Kong clan. Now that the opportunity had come, he was naturally anxious. Although Yin Chuan was weak, he wasn't stupid. He smiled coldly and said, Clan leader Kong, you must be joking. Peacock Zi's expression suddenly changed. He was angry that Yin Chuan didn't cooperate. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled slightly and said, Did you see that? He doesn't acknowledge your Kong clan. Kong Huangtian, get out of the way. Kong Huangtian shook his head and said, I didn't say that he acknowledged the Kong clan. I only said that he has the Kong clan's bloodline. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression turned cold. At the side, Peacock Zi also looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Yin Chuan didn't even acknowledge the Kong clan as his ancestor. Why did the old ancestor still want to protect him? The more Kong Huangtian protected Yin Chuan, the more curious Great Emperor Ziwei became. At the same time, he became more and more serious about the previous question. Great Emperor Ziwei, please leave. Kong Huangtian said again. Great Emperor Ziwei sneered and shook his head. What if I don't leave? Kong Huangtian narrowed his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere around them gradually changed. Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei looked at each other coldly. It was as if they would immediately fight if they made the slightest move. Great Emperor Ziwei, this is the southern outer continent. Please leave. I, Ziwei, have never failed to take away anyone that I want. Their auras continued to rise as they collided with each other. Rumble. The collision of their auras created a series of sonic booms. Just as their auras reached their peak, boom, from the north, another beam of white light suddenly rushed over. A violent aura instantly dispersed the battle between Great Emperor Ziwei and Kong Huangtian. Whoosh! A white figure stopped. A fat, transparent, white-clothed man was standing on a huge Great Emperor altar. Pajun, Peacock Zi, and the others' expressions changed. What day was it today? Why was there another Great Emperor here? Everyone looked over. Eastern Orthodox sect? Yin Chuan suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. Wasn't this the director of the Heavenly Court's Foreign Affairs Department? Why? Great Emperor Chang Sheng? Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Ha! Great Emperor Ziwei, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You're still a real man. Great Emperor Chang Sheng laughed. Great Emperor Ziwei. Peacock Zi and the others were confused. This was Great Emperor Chang Sheng, but why was his tone so strange? What are you doing here? Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. You can come, but I can't. There, that Yin Chuan is my brother. I'm here to see him. Great Emperor Chang Sheng said with a smile. Brother? Great Emperor Ziwei frowned. The others also looked at Great Emperor Chang Sheng in shock. Of course, when Yin Chuan and I were in the sealed realm, we peeked at Great Emperor Chang Sheng stopped halfway through his sentence. On the other hand, Yin Chuan's face turned black. This was because Yin Chuan already knew what Dongfang Zhongpai was talking about. In the sealed world, Dongfang Zhongpai would often peek at women bathing. The first time they met, Yin Chuan bumped into him. In short, Yin Chuan and I are good brothers. Great Emperor Ziwei, what are you trying to do? Great Emperor Chang Sheng stood in front of Yin Chuan, looking as if he was supporting Yin Chuan. Great Emperor Zhui narrowed his eyes and stared at Great Emperor Chang Sheng. The Longevity Emperor replied with a grin. Although Great Emperor Chang Sheng said it casually, it was obvious that he wanted to protect Yin Chuan. Kong Huangtian's attitude also made it clear that he wanted to protect Yin Chuan. A single Yin Chuan had actually used two peerless powerhouses to protect him, defeating armies. Tan Lang and the others all looked surprised. Even Peacock Z was at a loss at this moment. Great Emperor Zhui looked at Yin Chuan meaningfully. All right. For your sake, I'll spare Yin Chuan for now. In the future, Yin Chuan won't be so lucky. Great Emperor Zhui said in a low voice. Great Emperor Zhui, you're really a good person. Great Emperor Chang Sheng said seriously. Great Emperor Zhui, let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, Great Emperor Zhui led his four subordinates and shot towards the north. Phew, that scared me to death. I thought Zhui was really going to fight. Great Emperor Chang Sheng patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. Everyone, Great Emperor Zhui left. At this moment, Great Emperor Chang Sheng looked at Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian turned his head and looked at Yin Chuan. He had no intention of bringing him back to the Kong family. Don't die too early, Kong Huangtian said lightly. Boom! Kong Huangtian instantly shot towards the imperial palace and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Great ancestor, great ancestor. Peacock Z's expression changed as he chased after Kong Huangtian. Everyone followed and left. Peacock Z still looked at Yin Chuan with some reluctance. How good would it be if Yin Chuan was his subordinate? However, this person was too insensible. Everyone left, leaving Great Emperor Chang Sheng alone. Dongfang Zhengpai? Yin Chuan asked curiously. You should just call me Chang Sheng or Zhengpai. It was fine in the past, but now I'm still using the surname Dongfang. I feel weird. After all this, I've actually become Dongfang Booby's grandson. Great Emperor Chang Sheng laughed. Oh, Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. Let's go. To support this projection of mine, we have to constantly spend money. Follow me to the Longevity Palace. There's no need to stay here anymore. Great Emperor Chang Sheng said. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. He slowly stood up, and with a wave of his hand, a set of dragon robes appeared on his body. Jin Dayu, stay here. Gather the 6 dragons and wait for me at the Longevity Palace. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Jin Dayu replied. Let's go. Great Emperor Chang Sheng flicked his sleeve. Yin Chuan, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi immediately shot towards the celestial longevity realm. Along the way, Mo Yushi quickly took out some medicinal pills and swallowed them to recover from her injuries. Yin Chuan's body was still weak. Bai Qi supported him by the side. Underworld, Great Qin City. Clang! Zombie Yin Chuan stepped out of the training room. Celestial Emperor. The civil and military officials stood respectfully outside, looking nervously at zombie Yin Chuan. Celestial Emperor is everlasting domain, all right? Li Si asked worriedly. Inform everyone that the crisis has been resolved. I'm safe. Zombie Yin Chuan said. Yes. Li Si smiled excitedly. News of zombie Yin Chuan's safety quickly spread to Xianyang. Immediately, Xianyang's ministers and empress cheered. Meow. That's great. It's finally all right. Meow cried. But what happened? Lure was still worried. Let's go to the underworld and ask Yin Chuan. Zizi smiled. Okay. Zhao Afang nodded immediately. With the crisis resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Xianyang's heavenly pavilion, silver-eyed, Yin Chuan sat in the center of the Great Hall. There were 3,000 pillars of light in the Great Hall, each surging with energy. Compared to when he first started, he was much more proficient. Gradually, his form became the same as the space in the heaven-devouring tail, Beast's mouth. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is indeed mysterious. The 3,000 heavenly Tao can finally merge into one. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan sighed. Chapter 1440. Yang Realm, Southwest Continent, Celestial Longevity Realm. The officials were guarding Emperor Changsheng's body. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Emperor Changsheng's projection returned. Along with him were three haggard figures, Yin Chuan, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi. "Welcome back, my lord," the official said. Among them, Qi Sha's eyes lit up. "My lord, you've captured Mo Yushi. That's great. Thank you, my lord." Qi Sha was overjoyed. He thought that Emperor Changsheng had gone there to avenge him. Mo Yushi frowned. Emperor Changsheng scolded. "Get out of my way. This is my brother's wife. If you dare disrespect her, I'll punish you by sending you to the mines." Huh? Qi Sha's face froze. Whoosh! Emperor Changsheng's projection took a picture with his body. "Yin Chuan, you're all heavily injured. Rest first. We'll talk after you've rested," Emperor Changsheng said. Yin Chuan nodded. Emperor Changsheng arranged for Yin Chuan and the others to rest first. Mo Yushi's injuries were the most serious. She would need a long time to recuperate. Bai Qi's injuries were not serious. He stood guard for the two. In a quiet room, Mo Yushi and Yin Chuan sat together with their legs crossed. "Peak tier 12. Just one more step, and I'll reach tier 13. What a pity." Yin Chuan sighed. Yin Chuan reached out, and a pink bead appeared in his palm. A transparent sky, devouring tail beast, was sealed in the bead. 201 sky, devouring tail beast soul essences? Huh! Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Buzz. With a flip of his hand, Yin Chuan put away the pink bead. He looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was still recuperating. Yin Chuan stood up and took out a pool of water. He took a bath and changed his clothes before walking to the door. Quang! Opening the door, Yin Chuan stepped out of the main hall, dressed in a soft black robe. "Heavenly Emperor," Bai Qi said respectfully, "guard the outside of the palace. No one is to disturb Yushi," Yin Chuan instructed. "Yes." Bai Qi nodded. Yin Chuan strode towards the Longevity Palace. Not long after, 7 kills walked toward him. "Ha! Indeed, I'm really sorry about that day. I just made a mistake. Fortunately, Yindi is fine. Otherwise, I would have sinned." Qi Sha immediately stepped forward with a smile. Originally, he had wanted to take revenge, but Immortal Emperor's attitude made 7 kills realize that revenge was futile. His lord was the first to disagree. He immediately thought of repairing their relationship. Looking at 7 kills, Yin Chuan nodded. "I saw it clearly that day as well. It was all a coincidence." Yindi is still the most sensible. I've been scolded by my brothers for a long time. Yindi, our lord has been waiting for you for a long time. Let me bring you to him." 7 kills smiled. "All right." Yin Chuan nodded. At this moment, Yin Chuan also wanted to meet Dong Fangzhen's sect. Immortal Emperor? Yin Chuan was really surprised when the two of them joined forces. Yin Chuan finally met Immortal Emperor on a large balcony. "You can leave now," Immortal Emperor said to 7 kills. Yes, 7 kills left, leaving only Yin Chuan and Immortal Emperor. Haha, Yin Chuan, you didn't expect this, did you? You didn't expect this, did you? Immortal Emperor smiled proudly. The Longevity Emperor's personality was extremely carefree and easygoing. He treated his subjects like this, and Yin Chuan like this as well. Although there was a slight difference between him and the Eastern Orthodox sect, his easygoing personality was still similar. Indeed, I didn't expect this. When Rinshu said you were someone from the Second Era, I did make a lot of guesses, but I didn't expect you to be Immortal Emperor. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Yin Chuan smiled wryly. Of course. Can't an emperor be fat? Who made that rule? I'm fat, so I'm proud. Immortal Emperor said immediately. Yin Chuan nodded strangely. Speaking of which, your identity is very strange. Your body in the mortal realm is related to Bai Huang, Mingyi, and Kong Huangtian. Your body in the netherworld is related to Great Emperor Jiangchen. Jiangchen isn't someone to be trifled with. Take it easy, Immortal Emperor said. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yin Chuan nodded with a smile. After all, Immortal Emperor's tone was one of concern. Yin Chuan took out a pot of tea, poured 2 cups, and drank. Immortal Emperor didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the other cup and drank as well. Not bad. Golden Ganoderma tea that ripens once every 3,000 years. Immortal Emperor smiled. Yinchuan smiled and nodded. Can you tell me about the second era? Also, how did you obtain your great emperor karmic rank? Yinchuan asked curiously. The second era? The second era is divided into the early, middle, and late periods. Today's emperors were born in the middle and late periods. Back then, one great emperor karmic rank after another kept popping up. I snatched one and became Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor said, "Oh, snatch one? You didn't obtain your great emperor karmic rank through cultivation?" Yinchuan asked curiously. That's just a lie. How can you refine something like this yourself? The longevity Immortal Emperor laughed. Born from heaven and earth? Immortal Emperor shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, it's strange. According to the pattern on the Great Emperor altar, there should be as many as 9. However, I only know 8 of them. There's still one more, but I don't know who it is. There's still someone you don't know? Yinchuan asked curiously. Of course. There are countless conspiracies hidden in the secrets of heaven and earth. How could I know all of them? Immortal Emperor said matter-of-factly. That day, I have to thank you for your help. That's why Great Emperor Ziwei retreated. Yinchuan said, Great Emperor Ziwei? He was born in the middle of the second era. You'd better not provoke him. Other than Great Emperor Jiangshun, whose whereabouts are still unknown, he's the strongest among the great emperors. He's extremely arrogant, powerful, and supercilious. He probably had other concerns that day, so he didn't bother you. Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Yinchuan nodded solemnly. Then, do you know anything about the early part of the second era? Yinchuan asked curiously. The second era was full of talents. You know Cao Cao. Back then, he was even more talented than me. Unfortunately, for some reason, his cultivation stagnated. In the end, he came up with something as monstrous as fate. The early part of the second era is still a mystery. First of all, we don't know who the first great emperor was, but we do have a guess. Immortal Emperor frowned. Oh, the strongest person in the second era. 1.5. 1.5. Yinchuan listened to the name with a strange expression. Yes. Although he rarely shows himself. Haha. You know about the 3,000 stars of the second era, right? Immortal Emperor asked. That's right. Yinchuan nodded. He was the one who created the 3,000 stars. Anyway, he's elusive. Immortal Emperor said. He was the first great emperor? I don't know. Because he was the strongest in the second era, we all have some guesses. Because he was recognized as the strongest person in the early part of the second era, he didn't show up in the middle and late part of the second era. He only showed up when the second era was about to end. The moment he appeared, he created the 3,000 stars, so 1.5? What a strange name. 1.5. Our Tai Chi, the meaning of this name, is more than a complete world. There's an extra heaven. This person was extremely arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. Now, his whereabouts are unknown. Immortal Emperor said. Yinchuan nodded solemnly. That day, I heard you mention Dongfang Bubi. Could it be that Dongfang Bubi was also a powerful person in the second era? Yinchuan asked curiously. Of course. Dongfang Bubi was too pretentious. I don't like him. He was also from the early part of the second era. At the beginning, he was a great emperor. Immortal Emperor said. He was also a great emperor? Yes. The great emperor's karma position under Great Emperor Qinglong's feet belonged to Dongfang Bubi. After Dongfang Bubi had it for a while, he suddenly didn't want it anymore. So he cut out of his body. That was how Great Emperor Qinglong got it first. Immortal Emperor said. Oh, he didn't want the Great Emperor's karmic position? Why? Yinchuan asked curiously. No one knows. Later on, I went to ask him. However, that bastard pulled a long face and said arrogantly, the Great Emperor's altar is too ugly. Immortal Emperor said unhappily. Yinchuan was speechless. Ugly my ass. I worked so hard to get the Great Emperor's karmic position. How dare he insult it and say it's too ugly? Isn't he saying that I have no taste? At that time, I fought with him. Immortal Emperor said angrily. And then? Yin Chuan asked. There's nothing else. Emperor Chang Sheng said unhappily. Obviously, Immortal Emperor had lost. Yin Chuan didn't continue asking. At that moment, Yin Chuan finally understood why Great Emperor Zhui would rather take over the Great Zhou dynasty than touch Dongfang Bubi's sphere of influence for the time being. Haven't you thought of combining all the Great Emperor's altars? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Who hasn't thought of that? Of course we have. But how? It's fine if you have this idea. Once you take action, you will definitely be surrounded by all the Great Emperors. However, it seems like Great Emperor Ziwei has this idea. Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Then, do you know about the Grave Clan? Yin Chuan asked. Grave Clan? Of course, they're a clan that was born in the early part of the Second Era. However, their numbers are very small, and they are an extremely strange clan. Moreover, they're a group of perverted lunatics who commit suicide for no reason. Damn, Immortal Emperor said strangely. Commit suicide for no reason? Yes. Once I was fighting with someone from the Grave Clan. In the middle of the fight, he suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha, I finally know where I'm lacking." He stabbed the knife into his stomach, and then he died. I was scared out of my wits. I've never seen such a self-harming lunatic. Immortal Emperor said with a conflicted expression. Yin Chuan was speechless. Forget Immortal Emperor. Even Yin Chuan felt that it was extremely strange when he thought about it now. He was fighting with his opponent, and in the middle of the fight, he suddenly killed himself while laughing. Anyone who saw this scene would be stunned for a long time. Chapter 1441. Yin Chuan and Emperor Chang Sheng discuss the situation of the Second Era. What? You're going to the Great Zhou Imperial Court? Emperor Chang Sheng exclaimed. That's right. That place is going to become a place of conflict. That's Great Emperor Ziwei's next target. Emperor Chang Sheng frowned. With a slight smile, Yin Chuan looked at Emperor Chang Sheng and said, just as you said, Great Emperor Ziwei already has the ambition to rule the world. Emperor Chang Sheng frowned. After the Western continent is stabilized, where will he expand his territory? Your celestial longevity realm might not be able to escape either. Yin Chuan laughed. But that's a matter for the future. A matter for the future? It's not a matter for the future. The four realms are about to merge. There's not much time left. So what if we make a big splash this time? So what if the other great emperors hate us? There's not much time left. We can't afford to think twice. Yin Chuan shook his head. Emperor Chang Sheng frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Emperor Chang Sheng's expression suddenly changed. Then he smiled and said, Yin Chuan, if you can get more than 2 great Emperor Karma ranks, I will also give you mine. Huh? Yin Chuan's expression changed. What do you mean? Boom! A huge altar suddenly appeared under Emperor Chang Sheng's feet. This is the Great Emperor Altar. Take a look. Emperor Chang Sheng said. Yin Chuan took a closer look. This Great Emperor's altar looked even more perfect than his Heavenly Emperor's altar. There were traces of gentle and perfect light flowing over it. What's wrong? This Great Emperor altar seems to be affecting my mind. Emperor Chang Sheng said solemnly. Affecting your mind? Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. That's right. I used to live a happy life. When I was free, I would go to the lake and enjoy the beautiful scenery. But now, this hobby of mine is gradually disappearing. Emperor Chang Sheng said seriously. Yin Chuan, beautiful scenery? That was peeping. The longevity monarch's hobby was too wretched. It's true. I realized that sometimes I would have some inexplicable ambitions. I want to dominate the world. The longevity immortal emperor frowned and said, Isn't that good? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. What the hell? I don't want to live such a tiring life. But now, my mentality has changed. I have to think so much every time. How can I have the time? The longevity immortal emperor said strangely. Yin Chuan, if you can get 2 emperor karmic ranks, it means that you have the desire and ability to do so. I will give you my emperor karmic rank. When you collect all the Emperor karmic ranks in the future, just show me what's so special about them. Emperor Sheng said solemnly. Yin Chuan looked at Emperor Sheng strangely. This is too strange. It's true. I won't lie to you. I'll lie to you. Every time I peek, it'll be an old and ugly thing. Emperor Sheng swore. Yin Chuan, in the netherworld, outside a huge palace in the North Outer Continent. The palace was called Xuanwu Palace. Outside Xuanwu Palace, an old man in a gray robe stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. The old man had a long beard and a slightly stooped figure. However, he looked very energetic. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Emperor Xuanwu, are you really not going to do anything? Dejun's secret skill is completely targeted at us. Emperor Rosefinch said gloomily. The old man, Emperor Xuanwu, smiled and shook his head. Emperor Rosefinch, you worry too much. Yin Chuan might not be targeting me. Why should I seek revenge? Can't you see? Emperor Ziwei deliberately spread this news. Why doesn't he deal with Yin Chuan himself? Emperor Ziwei has the fewest subordinates. We have the most subordinates in the Second Era. Emperor Rosefinch defended himself. But the enmity between the Ziwei celestial realm and Dejun's heavenly court is even greater. Emperor Xuanwu laughed. Emperor Rosefinch's eyelids twitched wildly. He was unhappy. I know that you're unhappy that Yin Chuan captured a batch of your subordinates. However, you found the wrong person. You should find Emperor Qinglong. Half of his subordinates have been captured by Yin Chuan. Emperor Xuanwu laughed. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Emperor Xuanwu with suppressed anger in his heart. Emperor Rosefinch flung his sleeves and rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. He was prepared to go to the world of the living to find Emperor Qinglong. After Emperor Rosefinch left, Emperor Xuanwu's expression froze and revealed a cold smile. Whoosh! In the distance, a white light shot over. It was a man in a white robe. The man was extremely dignified and had a ferocious aura. He instantly appeared beside Emperor Xuanwu. What's the matter? Rosefinch can't find you. What did you say? The white-robed man laughed. Emperor White Tiger, he also want to find you. What about you? Emperor Xuanwu laughed again. Emperor White Tiger smiled and shook his head. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Emperor Rosefinch still can't see through it. That's right. However, this is also good. Let them make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. However, we have to send someone to investigate the method of depriving the power of the stars as soon as possible. Our power is stored in the stars. Although we can use it, it's best to keep it in our hands. Emperor White Tiger said in a deep voice. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. Outside Qinglong's palace in the North Outer Continent, in the world of the living, a group of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. What? Seclusion? Emperor Rosefinch said gloomily. Yes, please forgive us, Emperor Rosefinch. After His Majesty took over the North Outer Continent, he began seclusion. No one is to disturb him. A subordinate said. Seclusion? Seclusion at this time? He couldn't break through for so long in the Second Era. How can he break through now? He's just brushing me off, right? Emperor Rosefinch said hatefully. Emperor Rosefinch, you've misunderstood. His Majesty is indeed in seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, he said that he wanted to refine a sword. Please forgive him. The subordinate said. Refine a sword? Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Yes. Don't you know about Emperor Ziwei? We know. We also want to save our brothers, but what's done can't be undone. It's useless to go now. At least they're still alive. Everything will wait for His Majesty to come out of seclusion. Emperor Rosefinch snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew out of Qinglong's palace. After flying out of Qinglong's palace, Emperor Rosefinch didn't choose to return immediately. Instead, he looked toward the southeast. Xianyang? An array that deprives the stars of their power. Very well, if you don't want to go, then I'll go myself. Yin Chuan isn't in Xianyang now. Who can do anything to me? Emperor Rosefinch said angrily. Boom! Emperor Rosefinch shot toward Xianye. Chapter 1442. Yin Chuan looked at Emperor Changsheng with a strange expression. You still don't believe me? Emperor Changsheng was shocked. It was not that Yin Chuan did not believe him, but it was too unbelievable. Just a few days ago, Yin Chuan would never have thought that a great emperor would give up his great emperor karmic title to someone else. Moreover, the great emperor was giving it to him. Emperor Changsheng scratched his head and said, How about this? I will leave a mark on my great emperor altar for you. Oh, Yin Chuan was puzzled. Boom! The great emperor altar landed on the ground, and Emperor Changsheng's body emitted white light. Open! The longevity immortal emperor shouted. Bang! Emperor Changsheng jumped out of the great emperor altar. Yin Chuan, hurry up. It will only take a while to leave the great emperor altar. Stand on it and leave your mark. You will become the second successor. If anything happens to me, it will automatically teleport to you. Emperor Changsheng said while panting. Obviously, there is a price to pay for leaving the great emperor altar without leaving. I believe you. There is no need for that. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. He did not expect Emperor Changsheng to be so direct. Hurry up. Otherwise, this separation will be for nothing. Immortal Emperor Changsheng shouted. Emperor Changsheng's urging made Yin Chuan smile bitterly. He then nodded gratefully. Slowly, Yin Chuan stepped onto the great emperor altar. Buzz! The moment he stepped onto the great emperor altar, a solemn and majestic aura rushed into Yin Chuan's mind. It made Yin Chuan feel as though he was looking down on all living things. It was a special thought. It was as though everything in the world was in the palm of one's hand after stepping onto the great emperor altar. Inhale. Yin Chuan took in a deep breath. Just like what Emperor Changsheng had said, the great emperor altar was interfering with Yin Chuan's state of mind. However, Yin Chuan liked it. Hurry up, Emperor Changsheng shouted. Yin Chuan nodded. Boom! The heavenly emperor sacrificial altar suddenly appeared beneath Yin Chuan's feet. The two altars collided and Yin Chuan's imprint poured into the great emperor's altar. Buzz! The great emperor sacrificial altar trembled violently as a ferocious intent rushed into Yin Chuan's body. Boom! The huge consciousness seemed to be quickly washing over Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan's expression turned sluggish, and his face sank. He quickly gathered his will and collided with this sudden thought. Rumble! As the two wills clashed, Yin Chuan's expression turned wary. As he nervously resisted, his entire body was drenched in sweat. See? I was the same back then. The longevity immortal emperor waved his hand. Buzz! Yin Chuan only felt his mind suddenly become clear. He seemed to hear countless trembling sounds in his ears. Boom! A loud sound came from Yin Chuan's body as a gust of wind swept up from Yin Chuan's body in all directions. Huff! Yin Chuan came back to his senses as determination flashed across his eyes. Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar? One day, I will get one that belongs to me. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Huff! The heavenly Emperor Sacrificial Altar beneath Yin Chuan's feet disappeared as he stepped down from the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar. On the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar, there seemed to be an additional mark. The longevity immortal emperor quickly stepped onto the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar and waved his hand. The Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar then disappeared. You broke through? The longevity immortal emperor stared at Yin Chuan. That's right. I have to thank your Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar. It's really amazing. In just an instant, it helped me break through to the 13th level of the heavens. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and exclaimed, You're luckier than me. When I obtained the Great Emperor's Sacrificial Altar, I did not break through. The longevity immortal emperor exclaimed. I was at the peak of the 12th level of the heavens and was only a step away from breaking through. Compared to you, my cultivation is still lower. That's why it was so easy for me to break through. Yin Chuan smiled. How do you feel? Very good. The willpower of the great emperor sacrificial altar seems to have amplified my willpower. If I obtain the great emperor sacrificial altar, my strength and willpower will be greatly enhanced. Yin Chuan said confidently. See, I said that it would affect one's mind. The longevity immortal emperor smiled bitterly. A little. Maybe your ambition does not lie here. But to me, the great emperor's sacrificial altar is my confidant. Therefore, I will obtain a great emperor karmic rank as soon as possible, Yin Chuan said firmly. All right, if that's the case, I will give you my great emperor karmic rank when you obtain two. The longevity immortal emperor said firmly. Looking at the longevity immortal emperor, Yin Chuan finally nodded his head and said, All right, it would be impolite for me to decline. All right, the longevity immortal emperor nodded his head. Yin Chuan, Imo Shi, and Bai Qi stayed in the longevity palace for a period of time. Jin Diu also arrived at the longevity palace with his dragon carriage. During this period of time, Imo Shi's injuries had also healed. After staying for a few days, Yin Chuan and the rest bade farewell to the longevity palace. The longevity immortal emperor and his subordinates sent off Yin Chuan and the rest. Qisha walked to the front and said to Imo Shi, Madam Yin, I am really sorry for what I did that day. It was indeed unintentional. In order to make up for my mistake, I have the 6 Phoenix treasured mirror here. Consider it as my apology. That day, Imo Shi was indeed angry. However, as long as Yin Chuan was fine, all her anger dissipated. Later on, Imo Shi calmed down and understood that Qisha had done it unintentionally. Moreover, he was a subordinate of Dongfang Zheng faction. Imo Shi did not hold a grudge against him. That day, I was also in the wrong. You don't have to blame yourself, Imo Shi said with a smile. No, a mistake is a mistake. Here, this is the 6 Phoenix treasured mirror. It's useless to me, but it should be useful to you. 6 Phoenix treasured mirror. That's right. Legend has it that the Phoenix of the first era was the ancestor of all Phoenixes. She was the ancestor of all Phoenixes and the ancestor of all Phoenixes. She was the ancestor of all Phoenixes. She was worried that the Phoenix race would go extinct without her protection. Thus, she passed down the 6 great guides, which can mobilize the power of the 72 reincarnations. Your Supreme Dark Phoenix is one of the 6 great guides. There are also 5 Supreme Fire Phoenixes, Supreme Ice Phoenixes, and so on. Some Phoenixes migrated to the other 3 realms. They each have their own specialties. You might encounter them in the future. 6 Phoenix treasured mirror. Imo Shi took it gently. Thank you. Imo Shi nodded. Ha. As long as you don't blame me, Lady Yin. 7 Kills laughed. Imo Shi nodded. All right. Emperor Chang Sheng, we'll meet again, Yin Chuan said. Emperor Chang Sheng nodded. Yin Chuan and the others stepped onto the dragon carriage. Let's go, Bai Qi shouted. Roar, roar, roar. The 6 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage toward the west. Emperor Chang Sheng watched as Yin Chuan and the others left. Ziwei Palace, Zhongtian Continent, Ziwei Realm. Pajun, Wenchu, Wuchu, Tanlang, Jumin, and the others stood respectfully on both sides. My lord, Yin Chuan has left the celestial longevity realm. Wenchu said respectfully, Emperor Chang Sheng? I didn't expect his reincarnation to be so powerful. Emperor Ziwei said with a hint of disdain. My lord, with your strength that day, even Kong Huangtian and Emperor Chang Sheng were no match for you. Pajun said with a puzzled expression. I know, but I've been planning this for a long time. I don't want anything to happen at that time. Emperor Ziwei said as he tapped his fingers on the dragon throne. Oh, Pajun was puzzled. When Chu seemed to know everything and said respectfully, My lord, are you going to take action? Yes. Emperor Ziwei nodded. Then I'll mobilize the troops and change the direction of the attack. When Chu said respectfully, No need. The Great Zhou Imperial Court will be destroyed sooner or later. You continue with your work. I'll personally take charge of this. Emperor Ziwei's eyes narrowed. Yes. When Shu replied, what is it? Pajun was puzzled. When Shu took a deep breath and said, my lord wants us to take down the celestial longevity realm immediately. Pajun was surprised. Since the beginning of the Second Era, my lord has planted chess pieces in the celestial longevity realm. It's time to end it. Once we take down the celestial longevity realm, my lord will unify the Big Dipper and Big Dipper. Who in the world will be able to stop him? The other great emperors? They're not worth mentioning at all. Wen Chu laughed. Moreover, Great Emperor Changsheng's personality is too casual. He's not suitable to be a great emperor at all. Zhuo Fu smiled. Pajun and the others' eyes lit up. We'll go through fire and water for my lord. We won't hesitate, everyone said excitedly. Emperor Ziwei nodded. Zhuo Fu informed them to prepare for action. Zhuo Fu stepped forward. Yes. Outside the East Continent, Xianyang, Great Emperor Rosefinch had tried to persuade a group of great emperors, but none of them were willing to fight against Great Jun with him. He was very unhappy. If he returned to the celestial realm of Rosefinch now, he would feel even more humiliated. Therefore, he came to Xianyang alone. If no one else came, he would do it himself. He was a great emperor. How could he lose to Yinchuan? Moreover, Yinchuan wasn't in Xianyang right now. Xianyang was empty. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Great Emperor Rosefinch stood on the peak of a mountain and observed Xianyang City coldly. He had failed once in Great Jun. This time, he didn't want to fail again. Yinchuan isn't here? The empresses aren't here either? That stupid cat isn't here either? This Xianyang City is really empty. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei spread the news that the formation that deprives the stars of their power should be in the Yang realm. What kind of formation is it? How can it have such an effect? If I can get my hands on this formation, I'll take back my power from the stars. If I leave in the galaxy, there will be too many variables. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a low voice. After patrolling around Xianyang, he didn't find a formation that deprived the stars of their power. However, he saw the road to the underworld not far away. Road to the underworld? I'll seal your road to the underworld first. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. As he spoke, he stomped his foot. Rosefinch's seal. Boom! The ground beneath their feet suddenly turned red in an instant. Flames suddenly appeared on the ground, and the shape of the flames was that of a vermilion bird. What's going on? Why is the ground as hard as metal? There are so many Rosefinch flames. For a moment, Xianyang was in an uproar. Rosefinch's seal not only blocked the road to the underworld, but even if ZZ was in the Yang realm, the road to the underworld wouldn't be able to reach this place smoothly. A large number of officials rushed to Skyward Palace anxiously. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked coldly at the panicking Xianyang City. Chapter 1443. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Boom! A loud explosion came from the direction of the Yellow Springs Road. The Yellow Springs Road has been cut off. ZZ's face darkened. At this moment, Zombie Yinchuan was describing everything that had happened in Eternal Domain to the girls. The sudden change caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Soon, Giguzi walked over. Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Rosefinch has sealed the land of Xianyang City in the Yang realm. Feng Shui masters can't travel between the two realms. Giguzi said solemnly. They're finally here. How many people are there? Yinchuan asked in a low voice. Just as we guessed, there's only Great Emperor Rosefinch. Giguzi said solemnly. That's good. Yinchuan nodded. Ever since Great Emperor Ziwei spread the news of the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation, Great Jun has been paying close attention to the news of the various factions. Great Emperor Rosefinch visited the various Great Emperors, wanting to consign Great Jun to eternal damnation. Unfortunately, the various Great Emperors had their own plans and failed to fulfill Great Jun's wish. Giguzi said. In the end, Great Emperor Rosefinch still went to Xianyang City. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. But Celestial Emperor, why did you wait until today? Guzi frowned. Great Emperor Rosefinch traveled everywhere. I knew that there would be a battle with Great Jun. He wanted to destroy Great Jun, so I naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. Therefore, my first stop in the west was the Golden Celestial Realm. Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm has a grudge against him. Only by persuading him can we teach Great Emperor Rosefinch a painful lesson. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. But Celestial Emperor, although Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm has a grudge against Great Emperor Rosefinch, he might not be willing. Guzi frowned. No, he'll definitely be willing. After all, Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm's faction is too isolated. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Each of the great emperors had a group of powerful subordinates. However, the Golden Great Emperor's subordinates were pitifully few. There were only a handful of them in the second epoch. Furthermore, he had just subdued them not long ago. The Heavenly Emperor passed the cosmic star formation to the Golden Great Emperor. Guzi was slightly taken aback. That's right. Although the other great emperors didn't agree with Great Emperor Rosefinch, everyone is staring at this formation. Dajin is at the center of the whirlpool, so he needs someone to resist the whirlpool with him. Moreover, the more experts of the second era captured by Great Emperor Huangjin, the more benefits it will be for me. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Understood. Guzi nodded. But why wait until now? If Emperor Rosefinch comes to Xianyang, my Xianyang... Guzi was confused. Don't worry, Xianyang will be fine. The only reason we delayed it until today is so that Emperor Rosefinch will have to pay a greater price. Yin Chuan said coldly. Yes, send the message. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Underworld, South Outer Region, Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Rosefinch Celestial Realm's capital, Rosefinch City. Outside Rosefinch City, Desolation Hua led a group of Dajin's national beasts and experts to stand in a valley. Beside him stood Golden Great Emperor in a golden robe. Golden Great Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor, means that the experts of the Second Era who besieged Rosefinch Celestial Realm will be divided equally. You are the strongest, so you can use your strongest power to break through all obstacles and severely injure the experts. We will take advantage of you and capture those who severely injured you. We will divide them after we return. Desolation Hua said. Golden Great Emperor immediately laughed and said, Ha ha, good. Pa! A jade pendant in Desolation Hua's hand shattered. The Heavenly Emperor has sent a letter. We can take action now. I wish Golden Great Emperor a great harvest. Desolation Hua smiled. Good. Let's go. Golden Great Emperor immediately flew into the sky and rushed toward Rosefinch City. Stop! A loud shout suddenly came from outside Rosefinch City. However, Golden Great Emperor soon arrived in front of Rosefinch City. Not good. Quick! Activate the Rosefinch Guardian Array. Exclamations suddenly came from the city. Buzz! A huge fiery red light shield blocked the outside. You want to stop me with the little Rosefinch Guardian Array? Break for me. Golden Great Emperor shouted. He stretched out his hand and punched the array. Boom! With a deafening sound, the surrounding heavenly Tao trembled. In an instant, the loud sound spread throughout the underworld. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. Boom! Under the seal of Rosefinch, a large number of officials quickly gathered at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Right Minister Lu Buwei stepped in front of the officials. Great Emperor Rosefinch. Lu Buwei stared and shouted. Great Emperor Rosefinch sneered. I heard that someone from the Rosefinch Celestial Realm was captured by Dajun and used the star power deprivation technique to deprive them of their star power. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Lu Buwei's eyes were gloomy. Great Emperor Rosefinch, who did you hear this from? Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter who I heard it from. What's important is that you release my subordinates and those who use the star power deprivation array. Follow me back to the Rosefinch Celestial Realm and accept the punishment of the Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted coldly. Great Emperor Rosefinch, you must be joking. Lu Buwei sneered. Joking? The underworld gate has been sealed by me. Lu Buwei, what else can you do? Even Yin Chuan should be in the west now. Do you still want to resist? Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. You can't resist. You're just a bunch of ants. I can stomp you to death with 1 foot. Humph! Hand over everyone before my patience runs out. Hurry! Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted immediately. Boom! As he shouted, a shock wave rushed toward the great formation of Xianyang, causing it to fluctuate. Countless commoners also revealed anxious looks at this moment. They couldn't connect to the underworld, and the celestial arch was out. What should they do? Even a large number of officials were looking at Lu Buwei anxiously. What should they do? This was not an ordinary person of the Second Era. This was Great Emperor Rosefinch, one of the 6 strongest of the 3,000 stars. Just as everyone was panicking, Kwang, not far from the Skyward Hall, the door of a hall suddenly opened. Everyone looked over. Forbidden Zone, Heaven Pavilion, Heaven Pavilion? Countless officials revealed looks of astonishment. Lu Buwei, however, looked at Heaven Pavilion with a hint of respect. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps were heard. A man in a white robe slowly walked out of Heaven Pavilion. The man slowly stepped out. His pair of silver eyes gave off a soul-stirring feeling. Celestial Arch? Someone was the first to exclaim. Celestial Arch. Everyone looked surprised. Of the 2 celestial thearchs, one went to the west outer continent, and the other was in the underworld. Why did another one appear in front of them? Moreover, his aura was even more extraordinary. Greetings, Celestial Arch. The officials immediately bowed respectfully. For a moment, Yin Chuan's appearance made all the officials' worries disappear. Their blind worship made it seem as if as long as Yin Chuan was around, they could cross any hurdle. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan slowly walked to the front of the officials and looked coldly at Great Emperor Rosefinch outside the city. Yin Chuan. Great Emperor Rosefinch also looked surprised. Weren't there only 2 Yin Chuan? Weren't there only 2 of them? His scouts had also sent news that one was in the underworld and the other was in the west. Why was there a 3rd Yin Chuan? At this moment, Great Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one paying attention to Xianyang. Great Emperor White Tiger and Great Emperor Xuanwu had also arrived in the Yang realm. They stood at the entrance of the Yellow Spring in the North Outer Continent and stared at Xianyang. Another Yin Chuan? That's impossible. I can only deduce 2 of them with my divination technique. How can I not deduce him? Great Emperor Xuanwu said in surprise. The Great Zhun Heavenly Court is indeed very strange. Chapter 1444. Yang Realm, Shiwai Continent. Luoyang City. On a tall balcony. The people around them were all gone. Only a man and a woman were sitting at a stone table, sipping tea. They were Wu Jiong and the sect leader of Tongtian. Wu Jiong poured a cup of tea for the sect leader of Tongtian. There's news from the front line. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage has entered Shiwai Continent. Can you see him? Wu Jiong asked with a smile. The sect leader of Tongtian shook his head. My body is at the 15th heaven. I can see the world with my eyes. However, the world is too big. I can only see it when there's a huge focal point. As for Yin Chuan's body, it's too insignificant in the vast world. It's like a speck of dust in the sky. How can I find him? Wu Jiong nodded. Since Yin Chuan can capture Guo Pejuan, he'll be of great help to us. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. This is our stage, our world. Sooner or later, everything in this world will be ours. The sect leader of Tongtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. Wu Jiong nodded with a smile. What number did Yin Chuan take this time? Wu Jiong asked with a smile. 108. The sect leader of Tongtian thought for a while. All right. Wu Jiong nodded. Shiwai Continent, Xianyang City. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan stepped out of Heaven Pavilion and looked coldly at Great Emperor Rosefinch in the distance. Yin Chuan? There's another one? That's good. I'm sure you can't mobilize the power of the world. Wait for me to take you down. Great Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of excitement. Whoosh! Silver-eyed Yin Chuan stepped out of Xianyang City. Heaven Emperor. Some officials were worried. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan flew in front of Great Emperor Rosefinch in the blink of an eye. What? You want to fight me like this? Great Emperor Rosefinch was puzzled. Not only Great Emperor Rosefinch, but Great Emperor Xuanwu and Great Emperor White Tiger of the Outer North Continent were also at a loss. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan's eyes were still as cold as ever. He didn't even seem to be interested in what Emperor Rosefinch was saying. Lin Bing Do, get into formation in advance. In Tong, Yin Chuan shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, 9 enormous heavenly veins appeared around the two of them. The moment the heavenly vein appeared, the surrounding space shook. The heavenly Tao, clone from the great Thousand Realms, rejected the first world. Haha, just because of this? Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of disdain. 3,000 heavenly Tao appear. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared around the two of them. However, Emperor Rosefinch's gaze was still filled with disdain. Based on this, previously, when the four of you fought against Emperor Qinglong, this wasn't enough. Why? Do you want to repeat the same mistake? Haha, you must be out of your mind. Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of disdain. Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one. Even Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu weren't optimistic. There was another person looking at Xianyang. It was Nether River Patriarch, who was at the entrance of Chujiang Hall in the Netherworld. Nether River Patriarch seemed to be extremely concerned about Yin Chuan. Now that Xianyang was in trouble, Nether River Patriarch cast his gaze over again. 3,000 heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand Realms? If they don't form a cycle, they're just a pile of trash. Nether River Patriarch was puzzled. However, this silver-eyed Yin Chuan is really strange. Even I didn't predict it. Huh. Nether River Patriarch's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. In the Yang realm, Emperor Rosefinch looked at silver-eyed Yin Chuan with disdain. He didn't waste any time and immediately reached out his hand to grab silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Sins committed by the heavens can still survive, but sins committed by oneself cannot be spared. Boom! A huge fire-shaped energy palm tore through the void and grabbed at silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, and a silver light shot out from his eyes. Buzz! The 100 heavenly Tao in the surroundings suddenly trembled. Then, a large amount of turbulent energy of different colors surged out from the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent energy was extremely domineering. It instantly dispersed the fire-red energy palm and poured into the heavenly Tao. Nether River Patriarch's eyes suddenly lit up. The White Tiger and the Black Tortoise Great Emperor were also confused. Emperor Rosefinch was the most surprised. Although that palm strike just now was very casual, it couldn't have been so casually dispersed by Yin Chuan. Rosefinch's roar, 10,000 flames run. Emperor Rosefinch roared. Roar! Suddenly, a huge phantom of Rosefinch appeared behind Emperor Rosefinch. Rosefinch's phantom roared at the sky. Then, rolling flames appeared out of nowhere. The flames turned into Rosefinch's appearance. 1,000,000 flames of Rosefinch went straight for Yin Chuan. 3,000 heavenly Tao array digest. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the 3,000 heavenly Tao was enveloped by thousands of rays of light. Then, countless turbulent energy rapidly shot out and swam around the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. As they swam, the void shattered. Countless Rosefinch's flames were instantly destroyed by the turbulent energy. Then, they poured into the 3,000 heavenly Tao and were further digested. The turbulent energy went straight for Emperor Rosefinch. What? Emperor Rosefinch's face changed. He activated his spiritual power to form a huge shield. However, the turbulent energy was quickly digested layer by layer like food being digested by gastric juices. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. You actually mastered the cycle of the heavenly Tao? Impossible! Emperor Rosefinch exclaimed. Yin Chuan ignored Emperor Rosefinch. Instead, he took a step and jumped out of the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent energy grew stronger. The cycle of the heavenly Tao was completely simulated in the stomach of the heaven-devouring tailed beast. However, Yin Chuan used the 3,000 heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand World. It was even stronger than the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Rumble! The turbulent energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Whoosh! Suddenly, it broke through the shield and washed over Emperor Rosefinch's arm. Rip! Instantly, a piece of flesh was torn off his arm. Emperor Rosefinch's arm was badly mutilated. Emperor Karmic Rank. Boom! A huge Emperor altar suddenly appeared beneath Emperor Rosefinch's feet. Once the Emperor altar appeared, a fiery red energy enveloped Emperor Rosefinch and blocked all the turbulent energy. The cycle of the heavenly Tao can't do anything to the Emperor altar? Silver-eyed Yin Chuan's face darkened. Even so, you can forget about leaving. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Rumble! The turbulent flow of energy rushed towards the great Emperor altar, preventing the great Emperor Vermilion Bird from leaving. Heaven and Earth Furnace, refining Emperors? Nether Realm Old Ancestor Nether River squinted his eyes. As he spoke, Nether River Old Ancestor's eyes suddenly turned golden. His golden pupils opened, and his eyesight increased tremendously. It was as if he could see the scene within the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan sensed something and turned around abruptly. Wong! His silver pupils suddenly shot out countless silver lights. It met Nether River Old Ancestor's golden pupils. Whoosh! The two of them looked at each other, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. They looked at each other for a moment, and then stopped looking at each other. Silver-eyed, Interesting. You can see through illusions? Nether River Old Ancestor laughed with a hint of surprise. In the Yang realm, silver-eyed, Yin Chuan pondered for a moment before turning back to look at the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. How was this possible? The cycle of the heavenly Tao? How can you make the heavenly Tao array cycle of the heavenly Tao array? Emperor Rosefinch was trapped within and was extremely anxious. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan ignored him and stared at the great Emperor altar. Under his silver pupils, everything was in the state of particles. However, at this moment, the Emperor altar was a complete entity. Even his silver pupils could not see through it. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan frowned at the Emperor altar. Emperor Rosefinch, who was trapped within, suddenly changed his expression. Rosefinch's celestial realm is in trouble. Emperor Rosefinch suddenly exclaimed. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan ignored him and continued to operate the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Bastard, Yin Chuan, it's you. It's you, isn't it? You sent someone to ambush my Rosefinch's celestial realm? Emperor Rosefinch exclaimed. Yin Chuan still did not say a word. Emperor Rosefinch anxiously sent out energy to fly. However, the moment he left the Emperor altar, he was instantly destroyed by the turbulence. Even Emperor Rosefinch, who was at the peak of the 15th heaven, could not do anything about the cycle of the heavenly Tao array. Bastard! Emperor Rosefinch roared angrily. The cycle of the heavenly Tao array continued to trap Emperor Rosefinch. During this period, Emperor Rosefinch had used many methods, but he could not resist the cycle of the heavenly Tao array. This was not something a human could resist. This was the true power of heaven and earth. Any other power would be laughable in front of it. Emperor Rosefinch was only protected by his Emperor Karmic rank, which was on par with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, without his Emperor Karmic rank, even if Emperor Rosefinch used all his strength, he would still be digested one day. In the distance, Emperor White Tiger and Emperor Xuanwu frowned as they watched. The cycle of the heavenly Tao array? The Great Zhun Heavenly Court has gained a firm foothold in the outer East continent. Emperor Xuanwu said in a deep voice. Yes, but it's a pity that Emperor Rosefinch will have to return empty-handed again. Emperor White Tiger nodded. Just like that, an entire day passed. During this period, Emperor Rosefinch became more and more anxious as he sensed that Rosefinch's heaven realm was getting more and more damaged. No, bastard. Roar! Emperor Rosefinch roared. He no longer cared about the chaotic flow of the outside world. He gave up on the protection of the Emperor altar and only protected his heart and soul as he flew out of the 3,000 heavenly dower ray. Boom! The turbulent flow washed away a large amount of flesh and blood from Emperor Rosefinch's body. At this time, he did not dare to hesitate. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Boom! Emperor Rosefinch rushed out of the 3,000 heavenly dower ray. However, he was in a miserable state. His flesh and blood were all over his body, and his right arm was gone. He looked like a skinned corpse standing on the Emperor altar. Roar! Yin Chuan, I will be back. I will be back. Roar! Emperor Rosefinch, who was badly mutilated, shouted in grief and indignation. Boom! Emperor Rosefinch shot towards the south. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan waved his hand and put away the 3,000 heavenly dower ray. He looked in the direction that Emperor Rosefinch left with a cold gaze. Emperor Karmic Rank? Emperor Altar? What is it? Even I can't see through it? Silver-eyed Yin Chuan sighed. Long live! Long live! Cheers could be heard from Xianyang City. Dajin's officials were also excited. Although Dajin had always been tyrannical with the emergence of a group of great emperors, back in the underworld, the Celestial Emperor had to work together with 3 other powerhouses to drive away one great emperor. Ultimately, they were still weaker than the Heavenly Realm. Now that the Celestial Emperor had driven away the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor, Dajin had finally become the overlord of the world. Chapter 1445. Great Emperor Rosefinch had left. Xianyang City was filled with cheers. Although it had happened many times, it was different this time. The pressure of the awakening of the second epic's powerhouse had made countless people worried. Now, Yin Chuan's strength had made everyone less worried. The Yin-Yang Road opened again, and many people from the Netherworld quickly entered the Yang realm. Miao was the first to pounce, wanting to see what silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked like. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan didn't like the noise. After dealing with Great Emperor Rosefinch, he turned around and flew back to the Skyward Palace. He walked towards Heaven Pavilion. Miao, don't go, let me see. Miao pounced. Quang. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan closed the door of Heaven Pavilion. Miao, bad guy. Miao immediately shouted. Outside North Continent, Yellow Spring Road. Great Emperor Xuanwu and Great Emperor White Tiger looked at each other, and a solemn look flashed in their eyes. Finally, they stepped back into the Netherworld. Netherworld, Rosefinch's Heaven Realm. Golden Great Emperor waved his golden fist and smashed through more than 10 cultivators. Boom! Ah! Ah! A group of screams was heard, and more than 10 cultivators were sent flying back with heavy injuries. Great Accomplishments experts immediately swarmed forward and captured all of them in the blink of an eye. Ha ha! Golden Great Emperor was delighted. Golden Great Emperor, it's about time. Let's go! Great Emperor Rosefinch is coming back. Mournful Transformation shouted. Coming back? What a bummer. Golden Great Emperor said in a deep voice. The others won't fight you head-on. Even if we delay, we can't capture many. This time, we've captured 312 people, which is already a great harvest. Mournful Transformation laughed. Okay, let's go. Golden Great Emperor didn't delay and flew towards the outside East Continent with Mournful Transformation and the others. Another half a day passed. Boom! Great Emperor Rosefinch suddenly appeared in Rosefinch's Heaven Realm. Although his physical body was previously injured, the loss of his body gradually recovered with the help of the Great Emperor Karmic Rank. At least on the surface, it looked like it had recovered. The entire city of Rosefinch had been razed to the ground. The ground was in ruins. My lord, you're finally back. My lord, it's Golden Sovereign. My lord, there are also people from Dajin. A group of hiding subordinates rushed out one after another, each with a sorrowful look on their faces. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was burning with rage. Yin Chuan, Huangjin, I, Rosefinch, will never forgive you. Roar! Emperor Rosefinch roared furiously. Boom! Emperor Rosefinch's voice reverberated throughout the underworld. Underworld, Outer East Continent's great Qin city. Zombie Yin Chuan sneered. Not long after, Golden Sovereign flew over with a group of experts. Ha ha ha, this is great. Golden Sovereign laughed. Golden Sovereign, take half of each of the 312 prisoners. Yin Chuan looked at the prisoners and said, Okay, but you have to send people back with me to set up the formation. Golden Sovereign emphasized. No problem. Yang Realm, Outer West Continent. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage with a human body was flying rapidly in the direction of Luoyang. Celestial Emperor, we're reaching Luoyang soon. Bai Qi shouted. We're here. Yin Chuan stepped out of the dragon carriage with Mo Yushi. The 6 dragons continued to fly. Whoosh! In the distance, a group of experts suddenly flew over. The leader was Shangwan Wan'er of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Shangwan Wan'er of the Great Zhou Imperial Court welcomes Emperor Yin. Shangwan Wan'er stopped in the distance and shouted. The dragon carriage also stopped. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi looked at Shangwan Wan'er together. Lord Shangwan. Yin Chuan smiled. Shangwan Wan'er looked at Yin Chuan from beginning to end. Lord Shangwan, Mo Yushi also shouted excitedly. In the entire Great Zhou Imperial Court, only Shangwan Wan'er could warm Mo Yushi's heart. One must know that Mo Yushi was not liked by Wu Jiong since birth. When she came to the Great Zhou Imperial Court, she was bullied everywhere. Only Shangwan Wan'er helped Mo Yushi time and time again. Therefore, Mo Yushi was very grateful to Shangwan Wan'er. Shangwan Wan'er looked at Mo Yushi and suddenly smiled. Empress of Great Zhun, Mo Yushi, haha, welcome back. Mo Yushi smiled happily. Emperor Yin, and Tongtian sect leader have already set up a banquet in Luoyang. Everyone please. Shangwan Wan'er smiled. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. However, Yin Chuan had some doubts in his heart. Based on his friendship with Tongtian, he should not have received him together with Wu Jiong. He should have received him privately. But now, why was he holding a banquet with Wu Jiong? Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was also very smart. She immediately asked about Shangwan Wan'er. Lord Shangwan, how did you know we were coming? Mo Yushi smiled. Everyone flew side by side toward Luoyang. Tongtian sect leader saw us and asked me to receive you nearby. Shangwan Wan'er said very politely. Seeing that Shangwan Wan'er was polite, Mo Yushi frowned slightly. After all, Mo Yushi was her benefactor. But now, she was so polite to her. This made Mo Yushi very uncomfortable. Yin Chuan also seemed to have noticed this. Shangwan Wan'er was still polite, but her politeness to Mo Yushi was a little too formal. What is the difference between Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong in the Great Zhou dynasty? Mo Yushi asked softly. This question was actually a little out of the ordinary. Difference between Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong? Also, she had called Wu Jiong by her name. If it were someone else, it would not matter. The key was that Wu Jiong was Mo Yushi's birth mother. However, Shangwan Wan'er was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said, in the Great Zhou dynasty, the Celestial Emperor is the leader. Tongtian sect leader is a guest. Shangwan Wan'er's attitude was calm, but it was this calm attitude that made Yin Chuan frown slightly. Shangwan Wan'er did not have any opinion about Mo Yushi's tone at all. While frowning, the group quickly arrived outside Luoyang. In the distance, the Sea of Providence kept churning. On a huge floating island, Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong stood at the front, welcoming Yin Chuan from afar. Seeing this scene, Yin Chuan was even more confused. The Celestial Emperor has been waiting for a long time. Yin Emperor, please. Shangwan Wan'er smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, you two don't need to enter the city with the dragon carriage. Yushi and I can enter, Yin Chuan said. Bai Qi was an old follower of Yin Chuan. Naturally, he could hear the confusion in Yin Chuan's voice. Yes, Bai Qi answered. Shangwan Wan'er frowned slightly, but she did not say anything. Please, Shangwan Wan'er smiled. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi nodded and flew onto the huge floating island. Ah, Yin Chuan, long time no see. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and looked at the crowd. Wu Jiong was also staring at Yin Chuan at this moment. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and he acted as if he did not see Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi frowned and sighed. Please, Wu Jiong and I have already prepared a banquet. We're just waiting for you. The Tongtian sect leader said. Yin Chuan nodded. Please, Wu Jiong said. Everyone quickly entered the main hall. In the main hall, Wu Jiong sat on the main seat. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi sat on the 2 seats on the left. The Tongtian sect leader and a man in a green robe sat on the 2 seats on the right. Some maids quickly filled their cups with wine. There were a total of 5 seats. Wu Jiong, the Tongtian sect leader, Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and a man in a green robe? Who was this person? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with curiosity. Yin Chuan carefully observed this person's cultivation. Ancient immortal? He was merely an ancient immortal. He was actually on the same level as the Tongtian sect leader. Yin Chuan could not help but be curious. Yin Chuan knew about the Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong at all times. But where did this man in a green robe come from? Yin Chuan, thank you for coming this time. Let me toast you. The Tongtian sect leader raised his wine cup and said, Between you and me, there's no need to be so polite. Yin Chuan smiled and drank with him. The Tongtian sect leader seemed to be too polite today. The Tongtian sect leader, Wu Jiong, and the man in a green robe all stared at Yin Chuan. Their eyes flashed. As for Mo Yushi, it was as if they did not see her. Yin Chuan was even more curious. He looked at the man in a green robe and asked, May I know who this is? Wu Jiong smiled and said, Let me introduce you. This is my Minister of Great Zhou, number 108. Oh, number 108? Yin Chuan was surprised. Then he immediately laughed and said, What a unique name. Ha ha. Yin Chuan, don't underestimate him. Although he's an ancient immortal, he has a specialty. Even I can't compare to him. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Yin Chuan looked at the Tongtian sect leader strangely. Why would he praise an ancient immortal so much? Oh, specialty? Yin Chuan was curious. Number 108. Show it to Yin Di, Wu Jiong said with a smile. Yes. Number 108 nodded. Then, under the curious gaze of Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi, he walked to the center of the hall and faced Yin Chuan. Number 108 looked at Yin Chuan with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Excitement? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Yin Di, watch carefully, number 108 said. Then, he suddenly took out a long sword. Slash! The sword pierced through his heart and pierced through his body. Ah, he broke his own purple palace? Mo Yushi's mouth was wide open. Was this the rhythm of suicide? Could it be that he's not going to die for suicide? Mo Yushi reacted quickly. Puffed. The man in green spat out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, the man in green was on the verge of collapse. It was as if he was about to die. Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi. Was this the rhythm of death? This man looked like he was about to die. However, at this moment, the man in green was smiling. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi were puzzled. Then, the man in green opened his arms and said to Yin Chuan, Yin Di, watch carefully. Suddenly, all the hair on Yin Chuan's body stood on end. The man in green suddenly shouted, Exchange! A huge beam of green light shot out from the man in green towards Yin Chuan. Boom! The green light connected Yin Chuan and the dying man in green. What? Mo Yushi suddenly exclaimed. Ha 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 ha! Wu Jiong and the sect leader of Tongtian suddenly laughed. Yin Chuan was enveloped by the green light. It was as if he couldn't move at all. His eyes were filled with shock. Yin Chuan felt as if his thoughts were being imprisoned. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. The green light suddenly disappeared. Yin Chuan suddenly regained his consciousness. Bastard, cough, cough, cough! Yin Chuan shouted angrily. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Was he seriously injured? Why was he so weak? Something's wrong. Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He saw that he was sitting beside Mo. No, his body was sitting beside Mo. His consciousness and body were separated. He looked down at himself. A long sword was stabbed into his chest. His vitality was weakening. He was about to die. I became the man in green. The man in green became me. Exchange? The sixth god in the world was swapped. I was swapped. The man in green suddenly exclaimed, Yin Chuan, are you okay? On the other side, Mo pulled Yin Chuan's body. Of course I'm fine. Mo, get down. Yin Chuan's body suddenly slapped towards Mo. Mo's eyes widened. Why did Yin Chuan attack her? Why did he attack her? Yushi, be careful. That's not me. The man in green ignored his injuries and shouted. Boom! His palm slapped Mo's body. Mo, she was not prepared. She was instantly heavily injured. She flew backwards and crashed into a huge pillar. Pooh! She spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo, she was stunned. What happened? Yin Chuan's body stood up. He suddenly shouted excitedly. Haha, power, it's really endless power. From now on, I have all of Yin Chuan's power. Ha! The man in green in the middle of the hall clutched his wound. His face was filled with disbelief. Tom Tion, you lied to me? The man in green held his chest and shouted angrily. Ha ha ha! It seems like our acting was not bad. Tom Tion suddenly laughed. That's right. Ha ha! Yin Chuan was also fooled. Wu Jiong also laughed. Mo, she covered her wound and looked at everyone in shock. Mo's mind was in a mess. Yin Chuan hit her? Why? Yushi, that's not me. That's not Yin Chuan. I'm Yin Chuan. The man in green held his chest and shouted in pain. What? Mo, she looked at the man in green in shock. The sixth god in the world swapped beasts. He just swapped my body. He stole my fate, soul, body, and swapped my true spirit and thoughts. I'm Yin Chuan. He's the man in green. The man in green shouted to Mo. How could this be? How could this be? Mo shouted in shock. Hurry, take me away. Wu Jiong, Tong Tian, no. The entire Great Zhou Sky Court has been taken over by the swapping beasts. The swapping beasts have swapped all of the powerful beings here. Hurry, take me away from here. The man in green ran towards Mo. with difficulty. All of the powerful beings in the Great Zhou Sky Court have been taken over by the swapping beasts. Mo. suddenly quivered. She looked at Yin Chuan's body not far away, then looked at the man in the green robe. For a moment, she didn't want to believe this was the truth, but Mo. rushed towards the man in green. Ha ha ha, leave? Do you think you can escape? That body of mine just now had destroyed the Purple Palace. I have all of your powers. Do you think you can escape from me? Yin Chuan's body smiled evilly. Boom! Yin Chuan's body's hair turned blood red. The hall was instantly covered by a sea of blood. This was Yin Chuan's blood sea mystic art. Chapter 1446. As soon as the blood sea appeared, half of the hall was instantly filled. Skirich, Wu Jiong, and Yin Chuan's bodies stood on the blood sea. All of them looked extremely satisfied. At that moment, the green-robed man was completely powerless to resist. The three of them also relaxed. Mo. She rushed to the green-robed man. Yin Chuan, how are you? Mo. She grabbed the dying green-robed man. How am I? Ha! My purple mansion realm has been destroyed, and I can no longer fight back. Ha! The Blood Sea divine ability is indeed powerful. I've long wanted to have it. Yin Chuan's body laughed. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A large emerald green tree suddenly appeared. Firmament cypress tree? Ha ha, it's all mine now. Yin Chuan's body laughed. Universe and palm, come out. Yin Chuan's body shouted. However, there was no universe in palm at that moment. What's going on? Why can't I use this divine ability? Yin Chuan's body's face sank. Skirich said, It's nothing. The Blood Sea divine ability comes from the bloodline. You seized Yin Chuan's bloodline, so you naturally know how to use it. The firmament cypress tree comes from Yin Chuan's soul. You seized Yin Chuan's soul, so you can use it too. However, The universe in Palm should be a knowledge-type divine ability. You don't have Yin Chuan's memories, so how can you use it? I see, Yin Chuan's body said. Something's wrong. Yin Chuan's body suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. What's wrong? Yin Chuan's body's hands suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Once the white light appeared, it instantly illuminated the entire hall. The brilliance of the light suppressed the aura of the entire blood sea. Ha ha ha, what a treasure. Yin Chuan actually has such a treasure in his palm. Is this a glove Dharma treasure? What a powerful Dharma treasure. Yin Chuan's body said in ecstasy. The Dao hand was a magic treasure from the first epoch. How could it not be powerful? Wu Jiong and Tong Tian's bodies surrounded him. Let me see. Wu Jiong stepped forward. That won't do. After exchanging for beast number 9, you've already gotten everything from Wu Jiong. Why do you have to fight with me for everything from Yin Chuan? Wu Jiong should have a lot of treasures, right? Yin Chuan's body laughed. And you, exchange for beast number 7, Tong Tian sect leader's immortal slaying sword. No one will compete with you for anything that belongs to Tong Tian sect leader. Don't think about my things. Yin Chuan's body quickly withdrew the white light in his hand, just as the 3 exchange beasts were paying attention to the Dao hand. Let's go. The green-robed man shouted. Ming! Mo Yushi suddenly transformed into a huge dark phoenix. Boom! He broke through the main hall with a loud bang. With the green-robed man in tow, he quickly flew towards the outside world. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Yin Chuan's expression also changed. Where do you think you're going? Yin Chuan's body shouted. The green-robed man and Mo Yushi were like turtles in a jar. How could they escape? Boom! The rolling sea of blood instantly covered the sky. Mo Yushi and Tong Tian sect leader, who had just flown out, were instantly submerged by the sea of blood. While the sea of blood was submerged, countless blood gods' clones rushed towards Mo Yushi. Ming! The phoenix sang loudly. Her 12 tails turned into 12 reincarnations. With a violent stir, more than half of the sea of blood was shattered. Mo Yushi had already flown out of the city with a long howl. Impossible! When did Mo Yushi become so strong? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Tong Tian sect leader took out the immortal slaying sword. Immortal slaying sword. Boom! A sword light shot into the distance. The sword broke through the void, shattering a large piece of the void. The sword light traversed billions of miles and instantly reached the back of the Black Phoenix. Boom! The immortal slaying sword was unstoppable. With one slash, Mo Yushi's 12 tails were severely injured. Ming! Mo Yushi screamed in pain. 6 of the 12 reincarnations were destroyed by the immortal slaying sword. Mo Yushi was also severely injured. However, Mo Yushi did not dare to hesitate. She continued to flee frantically. Where do you think you're going? Yin Chuan's body glared and chased after her. Wu Jiong and Tong Tian sect leader's expressions changed drastically. Level 15? Mo Yushi is also at level 15? Tong Tian sect leader exclaimed. You should know that Mo Yushi is at level 15. Someone had just swapped her body. Wu Jiong's expression darkened. Mo Yushi has already been severely injured by me. I'm going to capture her now. Tong Tian sect leader's expression darkened. Quang, not far away, the door of a large hall suddenly opened. The door opened and a man in a green robe slowly walked out. The man carried a huge green gourd on his back. The shape of the gourd was similar to the immortal slaying gourd and the Hongmeng gourd. However, it was green. Number 1. Wu Jiong and Tong Tian sect leader said respectfully. She ran away again? The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes, we did not expect Mo Yushi to reach level 15. This is too strange. Wu Jiong frowned. Number 7 too. The man in green robe shouted. Instantly, a man in an official's robe flew over from Luoyang City. Follow me to exchange for Mo Yushi's body. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. Number 72, who looked like an official, replied. You guys stay in Luoyang and stabilize the Great Zhou dynasty. Do not let anything happen. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes, Wu Jiong and Tong Tian's sect leader replied. The man in green robe threw the gourd on his back. Fire crow gourd, enlarge. Boom! The green fire crow gourd instantly enlarged. The man in green robe and number 72 stepped onto the fire crow gourd. Boom! The two of them quickly chased after the place where Mo Yushi disappeared. They did not chase for long before they encountered Yin Chuan's body. Number 108. You are not fast enough. Come up. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Okay. Number 108 answered and stepped onto the fire crow gourd. Boom! His speed increased once again as he shot into the distance. He chased after Mo Yushi and the variant body Yin Chuan. Underworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Buzz! Zombie Yin Chuan's body trembled and immediately stood up. Exchange beasts? Zombie Yin Chuan's expression changed. Cut it off! Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. In an instant, the connection with the human Yin Chuan was cut off. Zombie Yin Chuan and the human Yin Chuan were originally one. Suddenly, a new consciousness rushed into his mind. Zombie Yin Chuan immediately knew that something was wrong and cut off the connection with the human body. The human body was no longer Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan's expression was extremely gloomy. Once again, Zombie Yin Chuan could not contact the human body. No, it was that he had cut off the connection. Zombie Yin Chuan did not want the exchange beast to know. The two Yin Chuan shared the same thought and decided that they had to keep a secret. At that time, the exchange beast was immersed in its boundless power and powerful divine ability. It did not notice the sudden change in its body's consciousness. Perhaps it thought that it was not adapting to the new body. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Li Si asked in confusion. All corps commanders, Liu Gang, and the Prime Minister stay. Everyone else, immediately withdraw from court. Everyone, stay 1,000 feet away from the central hall. Quickly. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. The officials immediately responded. All the guards, eunuchs, and ordinary officials quickly left. Suddenly, only Yin Chuan's most important subordinates were left in the main hall. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Yifeng immediately asked. Liu Gang, immediately send someone to send a message to Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Tell them to quickly escape from Luoyang. Don't trust anyone, not even my body. Immediately escape to a safe place and wait for my next arrangements. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Zombie Yin Chuan glared. Yes. Liu Gang did not dare to hesitate and immediately went to the communication hall to send the message. My body has been exchanged. Yin Chuan's expression darkened. What? The official's expressions changed. Yifeng, immediately notify all of Great Zhen's people in the Western Outer Continent that from now on, they are not to contact me. Those who do will be punished for treason. Moreover, before receiving news from the Great Qin City, all spies, regardless of whether they're superior or inferior, are not to contact me. Everyone is to be separated and not to contact each other. Yin Chuan immediately ordered. Yes. Yifeng immediately left the main hall to notify all of Great Zhen's people in the Western Outer Continent. The entire central hall fell into an extremely tense state. Celestial Emperor, is everything all right over there? Li Si asked. I don't know. Wait for you, Shi, to send a message. Zombie Yin Chuan said with a frown. Yes. The officials were worried. Go. Send a message to Miao and have her come immediately. Zombie Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Meng Tian replied and flew out of the main hall. Western Outer Continent, Luoyang City. Zombie Yin Chuan quickly made arrangements. Before MOU, she could break out of Luoyang City. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu received news from the Great Qin City. The 6 dragons did not receive any news, but the 2 commanders' expressions changed. Whoosh! The 2 of them quickly put away the dragon carriage. What is it? Dragon Fifth asked curiously. It's the Celestial Emperor's orders. Don't waste time and come with us. Bai Qi shouted. Bai Qi had received Yin Chuan's signal, so he had stayed outside Luoyang City and hid in a secluded place. This place was not under Luoyang City surveillance, and Shangguan only knew the general location. Whoosh! The group of people quickly ran through the forest. Boom! In the distance, a massive explosion sounded out. She let out a long cry and quickly flew away with the azure-robed man. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu looked up and saw that Yin Chuan was chasing after Shi. The two of them were confused, but they did not dare to hesitate. Following this, a gigantic green-skinned gourd carried the two of them away. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the others ran even faster. At this moment, at the palace, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu, men, capture them immediately, Wu Jiong shouted. Boom! A large number of experts rushed towards where Bai Qi had been. Shangguan flew at the front. Not good. Celestial Emperor, they've escaped. Shangguan shouted anxiously outside the city. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. They can't escape. You stay in Luoyang City. I'll find them. Tong Tian harumphed coldly. Boom! Tong Tian rushed out of Luoyang City and quickly searched for Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu were running through the forest. Suddenly, they saw Tong Tian flying out. Tong Tian, Jin Dayu's expression changed. Bai Qi's eyes flashed. Jin Dayu, the two of us are no match for Tong Tian. Once he finds us, none of us will be able to escape. Now, each of us take 3 dragons and run. One of us must escape. Okay, Jin Dayu replied. Boom! The 8 of them immediately split up and ran. Chapter 1447. She was heavily injured. She carried the green-robed man, who was the variant body Yin Chuan, and quickly fled. Her speed had already reached the limit. Is there someone following us? She anxiously asked. Continue. Don't stop. Once we leave this territory, we will be saved. The variant body Yin Chuan covered his wound and shouted. She was still somewhat worried. The variant body Yin Chuan said with a gloomy expression, Don't worry, I will definitely take back what I lost. Ming. The Dark Phoenix let out a long cry and increased its speed. Exchange Beast number 1 stepped on the Fire Crow gourd and quickly chased after the variant body Yin Chuan and She with number 72 and number 108. Sitting on the back of the Black Phoenix, Yin Chuan gently pulled out the long sword from his chest. He carefully controlled the strength of this body and constantly stabilized his injury. Chi. When the long sword was pulled out, blood immediately spurted out. Yin Chuan, are you all right? She asked worriedly. I'm fine. The variant body Yin Chuan gritted his teeth and endured the pain. We're about to leave this territory. We're about to leave this territory. I can already see the sea in front. She said. At this moment, Yin Chuan clutched his chest as he saw a huge green gourd slowly approaching him from afar. They are coming. You enter the sea and escape from the bottom of the sea. They won't be able to find us. The variant body Yin Chuan covered his chest and said. She replied. Carrying the variant body Yin Chuan, she charged into the sea. Bang! Countless waves appeared as she charged into the depths of the sea. Boom! Exchange Beast number 1 instantly arrived at the sea. The sea was churning and rolling, endless as far as the eye could see. At this moment, She's figure was nowhere to be seen. The vast ocean roared and churned. Not good. Number 1, they escaped through the sea. It won't be easy to track them now. Number 108 of Yin Chuan's body said worriedly. It's all right. None of them can escape. Number 1 said coldly. As he spoke, the Fire Crow gourd also returned to its original size. The green-robed man gently patted the gourd and shouted, Let's go on a trip, baby. With a shout, flames poured out of the flame crow bottle gourd. As soon as they appeared, they took the shape of numerous, enormous crows. However, these crows were not crows, but flames that burned everything in their path. Endless flames covered the sky and covered the earth. Instantly, the entire world seemed to be burning red. Treasure, let's go on a trip. Number 1 shouted again. Wah, wah. Wah! Wah! The cries of countless crows shook the heavens and the earth as they dove toward the sea below. Boom! The coast was instantly dyed red, and the seawater in the sea instantly evaporated. Countless fire crows, about 1 million of them. 1 million fire crows were like 1 million huge suns diving into the sea. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The sound of seawater evaporating could be heard, and the water vapor rushed out in all directions like a storm. Boom! A part of the sea instantly dried up, and countless sea creatures were instantly roasted. The seawater evaporated completely, revealing countless trenches. Above the trenches, a huge fire erupted. Flames rose from the bottom of the sea, and all the vegetation was quickly burned. All the creatures were quickly turned into dried corpses, roasted, and then set on fire. Wah! 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 1 million fire crows went on a trip. For a moment, everywhere they went, there was a storm-like water vapor, and the sea was evaporated. Go! Number 1 yelled. They chased after Mo Yushi's group that was escaping at the bottom of the sea. 1 million fire crows flew quickly, and everywhere they passed, the seawater dried up, and a flaming desert rose. There was also a large amount of seawater in the distant sea that wanted to rush over, but the violent evaporation forced the seawater to stay away. What a powerful fire crow bottle gourd! Number 72 exclaimed. The three of them drove 1 million fire crows on a trip, and the scene was spectacular. At the bottom of the sea, Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi were worried that their movements would be too big, so they found a place to hide for a while. However, when they saw the seawater boiling and evaporating in the distance, the two knew that it was not the time to hide. Hide? 1 million fire crows were about to arrive. Gourd? Another powerful gourd. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Let's go, Yin Chuan shouted. In. Mo Yushi nodded and continued to flee. Number 1, who was controlling 1 million fire crows, suddenly sniffed. Over there, the aura of reincarnation. Phoenix's aura. Number 1's eyes lit up. Under his quick command, the millions of flames quickly evaporated the sea and chased after Yin Chuan. Wah! 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 The fire crows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were like the sun that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, rolling in a single direction. After the fire crows, torrential rain began to fall from all directions. The seawater in the entire sea evaporated into the air and quickly condensed back down. The torrential rain was so heavy that countless practitioners in the surroundings could not even breathe in this torrential rain. Burning the sea and the sky, the practitioners at the border of the territory were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. It was too terrifying. Who was this person that could actually burn the entire sea? And he was continuously burning it. 1 million fire crows were aggressive. How were these still fire crows? They were clearly 1 million suns rolling across the sea. No matter how big the sea was, could it withstand the heat from the sun? Furthermore, it was 1 million suns. Countless practitioners did not even dare to have the thought of chasing after them to watch. Who could guarantee that the fire crow would suddenly snap and fly toward them? Mo Yushi and Yin Chuan quickly traversed the bottom of the sea. In order to not cause too much of a commotion, their speed could not be too fast. As such, they could only be chased by the traveling flames. Outside Luoyang City, although Bai Qi and Jindayu were fast, they were still much slower than Mo Yushi. Furthermore, they were close to the ground and could not fly as fast as they wanted. The beast used to exchange for the Tongtian sect leader had finally grasped the Tongtian sect leader's power. After searching a large area for a while, they finally found some clues. After all, it was inconvenient to travel through the forest. Bai Qi and Jindayu thought of going underwater. However, there were more rivers inland. The two groups entered 2 different rivers. After a while, the Tongtian sect leader followed the clues and finally found them. Ha! You want to go down with the river? Unfortunately, your opponent is me. The sect leader of Tongtian shouted. He suddenly swung the Zhu Xian sword at the river. Boom! Under the ferocious sword intent, the entire river flowed upstream. A large section of the river was instantly cleared. Jin Diyu and the three dragons were immediately exposed. Not good, scatter and run, Jin Diyu exclaimed. Roar! The three dragons roared. Jin Diyu instantly transformed into a three-legged golden crow and shot in 4 directions. Run? In front of me, where can you run? The Tong Tian sect leader shouted. With a loud shout, his figure flashed and turned into 4 afterimages that shot in 4 directions. Zhu Xian. The 4 afterimages shouted at the same time. Boom! Jin Diyu and the other 3 were instantly stopped. Dang! Jin Diyu's divine emperor bell appeared. A distant sound rumbled in all directions. Wah! Jin Diyu charged at the Tongtian sect leader, who had merged into 4 afterimages. In another river, Bai Qi and the 3 dragons flowed downstream. Looking at Jin Diyu, who was fighting in the distance, his face was filled with anxiety. Sir, should we go and help Jin Diyu? Dragon 5 frowned. No, we can't save him. Let's leave this place first. Quick, while Jin Diyu is holding the Tongtian sect leader back. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Okay. The 3 dragons looked helpless. Boom. Bai Qi and the rest quickly fled. On the other side, Jin Diyu and the 3 dragons were fighting the Tongtian sect leader. Hiss! Boom! Boom! Under the Tongtian sect leader's sword light, the 4 of them were no match for him. Ha ha ha, Jin Diyu. Not bad. Come back with me. Coincidentally, there are some among us whose cultivation is too low. You are the best. Ha ha ha. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Chaos bell. Dang. The sound waves rushed towards the Tongtian sect leader like a surging river. Disperse. With a single slash, the sound wave river was dispersed. The other 3 dragons fled. Slash. 3 sword lights rushed towards the 3 dragons. Boom. Boom. Puff. The dragon spat out blood and instantly withered. Wah! Jin Diyu charged at the Tongtian sect leader without any regard for his life. Ignorant. The Tongtian sect leader snorted. He waved the sword in his hand quickly. Purple sword lights shot out, leaving bloody wounds on Jin Diyu's body. You are still far from enough, the Tongtian sect leader said coldly. It was a one-sided battle. If the Tongtian sect leader did not capture them, he would have killed Jin Diyu and the rest. Roar! The Heavenly Emperor will avenge me. The 3-legged golden crow roared ferociously. In Chuan? He can't even protect himself. The Tongtian sect leader said disdainfully. At this moment, not far from the main battlefield of the Tongtian sect, there was a mountain peak. A man in a yellow robe stood on the peak of the mountain. His robe was fluttering in the breeze. He was carrying a huge yellow gourd on his back. Immortal slaying gourd. The man in the yellow robe was Sha Di. Sha Di looked at Luoyang City in the distance, and then looked at the battle between the Tongtian sect leader and Jin Diyu. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes. How dare you insult the realm of the gods? Sha Di snorted. There was a flash of killing intent in his snort. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader was getting impatient. He waved the immortal slaying sword in his hand and said, Immortal slaying sword. Boom! The purple sword light pierced towards Jin Diyu like a heavenly sword. Wherever the sword light appeared, a huge sword-shaped storm seemed to form in the surroundings. It locked onto Jin Diyu, making him unable to move. In desperation, Jin Diyu said bitterly, Ancestor, I am unfilial. I can't recreate the glory of the ancient times. Just when Jin Diyu was in despair, a loud shout was heard. Baby, please turn around. It was Sha Di who threw out the immortal slaying gourd when Jin Diyu was about to be killed. A white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd. The immortal slaying flying saber rushed towards the immortal slaying sword. The Tongtian sect leader's face changed. He changed the direction of the immortal slaying sword and stabbed at the immortal slaying flying saber. The immortal slaying sword vs. the immortal slaying flying saber. Boom! A single collision caused the void to explode and shatter. The saber and the sword separated. Jean Dayu escaped instantly. Jean Dayu looked at Sha Di in surprise. Ancestor. Jean Dayu frowned. This is the second time. Sha Di, save me for the second time. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.